Pass the Pringles.
Your call is important to us. Do not hang up.
Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
Introducing Lanks TV Plus, dedicated area for members, bringing you closer to the game than ever before. Watch every men's live stream fixture all in one place. Every ball, every moment, live. And this season, don't miss the War of the Roses. Lancashire against Yorkshire, streamed live for the first time ever. Unlock exclusive content you won't see anywhere else, from behind the scenes access to mini documentaries. This is Lancashire like you've never seen it before, all in one place. This is Lanks TV Plus. This is the Red Rose. This is cricket.
Two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
What is this? Guys, make way for the designated driver.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
Have you heard of United 2 before? Do you like exams?
Because we don't do any traditional end-of-year exams.
If you're having a bad day, that shouldn't dictate whether or not you pass or fail a year.
We have 4 main subject areas:
business, media, digital and sport. You work directly with our industry partners to make sure you're ready for the real world.
teaching across 4 different campuses: the Old Trafford campus, UA92 Business School, the Player and Media Centre at Lancashire Cricket Club, and the Old Trafford Stadium.
You'll study one module at a time, as well as studying half days only.
Making time for work, hobbies, socialising, or your side hustles.
You'll secure a degree awarded by Lancaster University.
So what are you waiting for?
Join us at UA92.
Pass the Pringles.
Overs aside for these two teams. Lancashire in need of a win. They've won 1 of their first 4 games now, losing the other 3. Hampshire, who we were told were perhaps not going to be as strong this season. Well, if I take a look, they're top of the table. Alison Byrne, who is alongside me, former Lancashire and Cheshire captain. My name's Mike Perkins. Thank you, as I say, for joining us on Lanks TV. We'll start where we always do, with the toss, and that's gone in Lancashire's favour. They've chosen to field, and they make 2 changes to their side. Darcy Carter and Tara Norris are the players to miss out. Emma Lamb and Maddie Penner, who arrives from South Australia, and the Adelaide Strikers are the 2 players into the side. So in full, it is Eve Jones, Emma Lamb, Seren Smale, Maddie Penner, Ellie Threlkeld, Fee Morris, Ailsa Lister, Kate Cross, Mahika Gore, Grace Potts and Hannah Jones. So that is how the home side Lancashire line up for this Women's One Day Cup match. As for Hampshire, they lose 3 to the England Army camp. 3 players in the T20 World Cup squad who are off on an Army camp today. The players missing out: Freya Kemp, Lindsay Smith and Lauren Bell. They're replaced by Megan Sturges, Nancy Harmon and Hannah Hardwick. So in full, it's Ella McAcken, Maya Bouchier, Abby Norgrove, Naomi Dutani, Rihanna Southby, Megan Sturge, Nancy Harmon, Amanda Jade Wellington, Hannah Hardwick, Daisy Gibb and Bex Tyson. So that is how the 2 teams line up today. Ali, what do you make of the news from the toss that the Lancashire have won it, chosen to field and made 2 changes to their lineup?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, simply because you know, Hampshire on a roll, top of the table. Lancashire have lost 3 out of the last 4. But I think the addition of Lamb and Penner will really solidify that top order a little bit. And hopefully Lancashire will be able to put on a few more runs. Don't think they bowled particularly badly last week. Crossy got 4 wickets. Gore looked good for her, 3 wickets. So I honestly think this could be a really close game today, Mike. I'm looking forward to it.
And as I say, when it comes to Hampshire, I was waiting to see whether this so-called, there were people talking about would they struggle this year because they maybe hadn't added in the way some of the other teams. So I very much wanted to wait and see whether that was going to be the case or not, and it seems they are. As the players make their way onto the pitch, the umpire's already out in the middle, as you're seeing on your screens there on Lanks TV, but the batters McGacken and Bouchier making their way out for Hampshire, and the Lancashire team making their way out too. It appears they're as strong as ever, really. They topped the table last year, and they're setting an early pace, and they beat Surrey, interestingly enough, to inflict Surrey's first defeat of the season on them. And they're looking good.
They're looking good, and I think it's really good to see some of their younger players stepping up to the plate, having more opportunity. I mean, Abby Norgrave for me is one to watch. She's scoring runs for fun. They've got an excellent keeper in Southby, obviously. They've brought in Amanda Jane Wellington as well, so she's very experienced in all forms of domestic cricket, 20, 100, this 50-over game. So, you know, they've got a strong side still. We can't underestimate them. They've got bags of talent in there. And of course, Naomi Dutani is skippering.
She is, yes. Ex-Lancashire, of course, Naomi Dutani. Played here for 29 matches, scoring 472 runs and taking 21 wickets. So Dutani, it'll be a big moment for her, won't it, coming up against a former team and, of course, captaining. So the Hampshire batters are out there in their very yellow pads. Ready to start things off is Kate Cross, and she'll be bowling to Ella McGacken to start with. So we're all ready to go. Well done for being there nice and early on this Saturday morning. Women's One Day Cup cricket, 50 overs aside, and Lancashire in need of a win against the team they beat in the final last year to lift this trophy, Alison Byrne.
Extra bit of spice there, isn't there? Top 2 teams from last season in this competition, and in a way I think Lancashire, they were a little bit of a surprise element in that competition last year. I don't think people were quite expecting them to do so well in so many competitions. And I almost think the pressure's on for them to repeat, as we see Kate Cross come in from the Jimmy Anderson end, first over. Oh, and that popped up. There was something in the pitch there, all right. It really surprised the batter there in the shape of Ella McGacken. It gives the pitch a little bit of a prod. Of course, we've had quite a bit of wet stuff around overnight, Mike, haven't we? And I think, you know, that might play a little bit of part until that wicket starts to dry out.
We have indeed. I mean, it was a pretty decent length ball, that, from Kate Cross, ever so slightly on the shorter side of a good length, but really popped up.
And she comes past the umpire again. Oof, and she's toyed with that. She's poked her bat out and sort of half changed her mind. Encouraging signs from Kate Cross, because she'll be on a high after a great performance against Yorkshire. an individual performance anyway. Mike, you were there, you saw it, talk me through it.
Yeah, she just did what Kate Cross does, really. she hit her lengths and she caused problems. Lauren Winfield Hill, early in proceedings, would have been a particularly prized wicket, you would imagine, last week.
Third ball, cross into Boucher, nicely defended in that occasion. We've got a few people coming in the gates in front of us, few stalwarts in the members' lounge, in the members' stand opposite us. So we should be set for a good day today weather-wise. There's not much wet stuff due until maybe 6, 7 o'clock tonight, so hopefully we'll get a good 100 overs in today.
Yeah, McGacken to face up again.
Strides in again, does cross, dot ball, great start. Threll Kelt does the duties of returning the ball back round the circle to Kate Cross. I used to really hate that, you know, when somebody bowled a good ball and then the fielders got sloppy and dropped the ball in the rain again, in the wet dew. So we don't want to see any of that at this standard.
No, I don't think that'll be happening for Kate Cross. Well, Hampshire still scoreless here.
And again, past umpire. And that one's cut in a little bit, I think, on McGacken. Just caught the inside edge. She bowled a couple of cracking induckers to get rid of Winfield Hill and Boyce in their last match. And yeah, she's doing well, is Cross, just what Lancashire ordered.
Yep, 5 dots to start off with for Kate Cross. She'll be very happy with that.
She's
indeed.
got a deep third and a deep square leg. Everyone else on the ring. One slip in. And she comes. Can she do the honours? Nicely defended from McGacken, but cracking over from Kate Cross. And the score remains on. Nice and easy for me as a commentator. 0 runs, 0 wickets. Early thoughts, Mike?
Well, another very tidy Kate Cross over. Didn't produce the wicket as her early over did last week. 38 for 4 in the end were Cross's figures, including a maiden. So she's got one of those already. She's going to be supported by Mahika Gore. The unenviable task last week of bowling at Jess Jonathan. It'll be Maya Bouchier today. One of those players who's had a little bit of England experience, but not really happened for her at international level, but at this domestic level is a very, very formidable opponent.
Yeah, she's got time on her side, I think. Mike, nasty side strain kept her out for much of last season, so I think she's just feeling her way back a bit. She certainly felt her way back against Yorkshire with 3 wickets, didn't she? So hopefully this is the start of her resurgence, if you like. Left arm over from the Statham end, number 18 on her back. Cool. Good start. Played it off her pads into mid-wicket for no run.
2 mid-wickets in place, as well as a deep square leg and a long leg. Mid-on is the other fielder in the ring on the leg side. We've then got mid-off, a big gap at cover, right round to cover point, backward point, and a gully fielder here.
Yes, they've taken the slip out as Gore comes in past the umpire. And that's a nice straight drive. The outfield looks quick, Mike. Can't see, no, it's gone. Great shot, great. Hampshire off the mark with a lovely straight drive from Bouchier. Batters tap bats in the middle of the wicket, as is customary these days in many ways. So they're off and running. But that's what you get from Gore. She's not frightened to pitch it up and let the ball swing. She will give the odd 4 ball away.
Yeah, it was an exploratory delivery, wasn't it, to try and find that bit of swing. It wasn't there, and that's as good a way as any to get Hampshire's account going for the day. 4 without loss.
Second ball, Gore, a bit shorter. Sorry, third ball. A bit shorter that one, and again into the other mid-wicket, if you like. No run.
Penna's first action of the game. Yeah, there's sort of a wider mid-wicket on the back of the ring, standing right on the disc. Looks like Fee Morris to me from this distance. And then you've got Maddie Penna at a shorter, straighter mid-wicket.
Gore, a bit shorter, a bit leggy. Yeah, she's not going to get away with that one. The umpire has stretched their arms, given the wides. So Hampshire moving the score on to 5 in the middle of partly through the second over here at Emirates Old Trafford, Lancashire v Hampshire. If you're just joining us, we just started into the second over. Gore strides in again. A bit fuller, driven. This time she's found the fielder for no run. Threlkeld steps in to take the ball before it bounces. Good keeping.
The two teams with very similar kits today, but it's Lancashire in the field with the red flashes on the shirts, and Hampshire with the yellow flashes and the bats in hand. In the case of McGacken, and Bouchier is facing up once more.
Gore. Last ball of the over. Beg your pardon. It's not because she bowled a wide. Anyway, it's another dot ball. Well bowled. So 5 off the over so far, 4 off the bat and a wide. Just steady over from Gore rather than being over dramatic, but she tends to grow into her bowling a little bit. Tall girl, 6'4". Struck nicely into the covers, and a very quick single there. It's a great piece of running from the Hampshire girls. 1 run.
Just knew Potts was going to have to throw that right-handed, and as she came round, it allowed the opportunity to get through.
That is the end of the second over of the first innings here at Emirates Old Trafford. As score moves on to 6.
So a steady start for these two. Maiden to begin with, and then as soon as that ball hit the middle of the bat of Maya Bouchier, I think Hampshire would have felt a lot better about the position they find themselves in. Single adding to it. Repeat of last year's final, remember this, Lancashire versus Hampshire. Lancashire were victorious. Sam Smaler plays today, made 72, and Gabby Lewis 141 in that game.
Yeah, that was some innings, wasn't it? It really was. Cross, they've kept a slip in for Kate Cross. And she's beaten the outside edge, and she's got a tickle. First wicket of the day for Kate Cross. Great piece of bowling. Rose Davies put the finger up, the deadly "you are out" finger. Oh dear, so Hampshire have lost their first wicket right at the beginning of the third over, with the score on 6 for 1, caught by Ali Threlkeld off the bowling of Kate Cross. Great start from Crossy.
Bouchier out for 5, and we saw McGacken sort of play and then withdraw the bat on a couple of occasions in the last over. There was also an alarming piece of bounce off the very first delivery of the day. Perhaps the sign of the moisture that's been around. Obviously the pitch will have been well covered, but it always seeps underneath a little bit, doesn't it, in terms of through the square and through the soil and that kind of thing. And sometimes it's just the cloud cover that gets that little bit of movement. Perfect conditions for Kate Cross to be bowling in, and she finds the feather of an edge there, and you can see the delight. She knew straight away that one, she'd found the edge, and 2, that the gloves of Threlkeld behind the wicket were going to safely pouch that one. It was a regulation catch.
I mean, I'd love to be a good enough statistician to go through the record books and find out how many times we've seen Bold Cross caught Threlkeld over the years in all forms of cricket. What a combination these two make as Cross comes in. New batter, Norgrave. She's in form. A bit uppish there, the drive into the covers. Cross will be encouraged by that. No run.
Well, that was a shot of somebody who is averaging 195 from her first 3 innings, because she played that one up on the up into the offside. Didn't quite get all of it. But yeah, Abby Norgrove, very impressive. Best of 85. That was the one time she was out. She also made 81 midweek. That was the round of fixtures that Lancashire missed midweek.
Third ball from Cross in her second over. That's flicked nicely off the legs, off the pads from Norgrave down to square leg. She's going to get 2 here. So fielder swoops round. That's Norgrave. Norgrove, I should say, excuse me, off the mark. I don't think she's going to hang around, is she, Norgrove?
We're over towards the left of the square again today, but it's still a healthy boundary on that leg side. And Smale proved that by getting round to do the fielding.
Cross, Norgrove. Bit wider. Oh, and she's tickled that. Did she get it? Oh, no. Just for a second, I thought she'd tickled it to the keeper again. But again, Cross will be encouraged by that. She's playing with some confidence, is Norgrove, but it's got its dangers, hasn't it, Mike?
Yeah, that was a poor shot, really. Wasn't there for the stroke outside the off stump. Perhaps was on the short side, to be fair, but just didn't execute it well enough.
Oh, that's a better shot. No run for it, but she got right behind that one. Dabbed it down to just backward of square, sort of third Manny gully area.
8 for 1 if you're just joining us. More than 1,000 of you have already, so good to see you all. Do make sure you hit the thumbs up button to let us know you like what we're doing on Lanks TV, and also to help other people find this this stream of Lancashire versus Hampshire in the Women's One Day Cup.
Cross. Bit fuller. It's been driven down to mid-on. Slight overthrow there. No run resolved from it, and they move on. 2, 8, 4, 1 at the end of the third over in this 50 over Metro Bank One Day Cup competition. Of course, Lancashire champions at the moment,
but struggling, and I think that's why there'll be eyes on this competition today to see how Lancashire get on against the team they beat in the final last year. Hampshire haven't lost a game so far, but they have tied one, and they would have been chasing 355 that day at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. So perhaps if the tie favoured either team, it was possibly Hampshire. Would have been a big chase there, although Surrey had made 389 on the weekend before that Wednesday fixture, so maybe Hampshire would have fancied their chances. But Lancashire have won the toss. They've chosen to field or bowl in Mahika Gore's case, and they've already got a wicket.
In she comes. Oh, and even Threlkeld can't get that. Fairly wide. It's just a question of whether the fielder, and she has. She's cut it off before it went for the full 4 runs. They've run 2. Wide issued. So this is one of the issues with Gore. She does sometimes stray down that leg side in the search for the swing.
It's because she, as people have seen there on the replay, she's looking to bring that ball back, isn't she? And it went quite sharply on that occasion.
No changes in the field for McGacken. Second ball. Oh, that's a better line. Fuller swung into McGacken. Seemed a bit quicker as well. Lancashire fielders just for a second got a bit excited, but umpire not moved.
As you say there, Ali, that's what she's looking for, that ball that comes back in and either hits the stumps or the pads, and that wasn't far away.
Looks like a great ball on the replay. Wasn't far at all. Gore, McGacken on strike. And she's hit the pads again! Umpire, no, unmoved. Good little contest developing here with Mahika Gore and Ellie McGacken.
Big appeal.
Huge appeal.
Big appeal from...
That looked a bit closer.
Think he was just doing too much though on the replay there. Just creeping down the leg side. Gore liked it though.
Well, that was quite animated for Gore. In she comes again. Oh, McGacken's chopped it down. Don't know what that was. Oh yeah, Threlkeld's glove flew away there. I wondered if it was part of McGacken's attire, but how quick was Threlkeld to take the glove off there?
Yeah,
to get the ball
across.
Back. Incredible.
It's been a breathless start, and Mahika Gore is putting pressure on here as Kate Cross is at the other end. There'll be no respite for these two batters.
They're making the most of this white ball, this new white ball. Oof. Defended again from McGacken. A little bit shorter from Gore, but still no run from it.
10 without a run now for McGacken. Better shot that one though, even though She was probably back when she would have liked to have been forward.
Turning the screw is Gore.
She was something to prove though today, and they've started well. Although they started well against Yorkshire last week, we have to remember.
Yeah, it certainly did. Fuller almost yorked her, but played nicely out into, squirted it almost into a gully area there from a Gackin. As I say, it's a good contest this.
Would have just liked that one to have sped away between backward point and the short third fielder there, but they were quickly round to prevent the run. There's been nothing wrong with Lancashire's bowling in this competition so far. They've just lacked runs.
Yeah, that's it in a nutshell, isn't it?
The return of Lamb will help on that front.
And again, a little bit shorter. It's played off the back foot into the covers for a no run. Excellent over from Gore, apart from that one blip of the wide down the leg side. It's taking the score on to 11 after 4 overs.
What you're hearing there, Alison Byrne, Lancashire and Cheshire captain. My name's Mike Perkins. Thanks for joining us on Lanks TV on this Saturday morning. We'll keep you across all the games in this competition, the Women's One Day Cup, and we'll also have an eye on the County Championship scores as well. Hampshire in action in that one, so we'll keep their supporters informed, as well as those following the Red Rose today, and following Kate Cross, who's running in with that badge on her shirt.
Cross into Norgrove, defended from Norgrove. Yeah, there's a few spaces for Norgrove because they've crept those offside fielders in a little bit, I feel, from the last over, unless they're just walking into their mark. No, they're walking back to their marks now.
Yeah, they've just sort of moved Fee Morris over, haven't they, from one of those 2 mid-wicket positions to a short extra cover now, just creeping in as a catcher.
Of course, she did play that first shot a little bit uppishly in that area as Cross comes in. It's nicely driven. Finds the fielder. No run. Score remains on 11.
Yeah, firm shot wide of mid-off there. Hampshire missing Georgia Adams for this game, but as you say, there's players stepping up now for Hampshire, isn't there, into the side, proving their worth.
Cross moves in again. Norgrove looking for the quick single, which definitely wasn't there. Into the covers again. Seems like they've got a good field set in here for Norgrove. If she's going to score through the offside, it's going to have to be very, very accurate or played up and over the fielders. So it's tempting. The young batter here is in form.
Slip in place as well in the form of Eve Jones.
Cross, again driven. Cross did well to get a hand on that, just going at pace. No run. Cross is doing cross things here again.
Just 2 runs conceded so far. 2 balls away from the end of the 3rd over, and she's picked up a wicket.
England's loss, Lancashire's gain, definitely. We've got her for the whole season here at Lancashire, which we're delighted about. From a personal view, I'm made up, but I'm sure Cross would rather be with England, but she's enjoying her cricket at the moment. Another dot ball. And why not? She's bowling beautifully.
It's great we're seeing players like Cross, Winfield Hill playing on with their counties after the end of their international career.
Absolutely. I think they're of the era where they never actually thought they were going to be playing professional cricket, and they're eking every moment out of it, and I don't blame them. Cross should put a bit more into that, I think. No run. Well bowled. Yet another over of perfection from Kate Cross. Over the years, I'm sure those of you who've been following Kate Cross will have been accustomed to seeing that sort of excellence, but it's still great to see, Mike.
Yeah, as we say, just 2 runs conceded so far from Cross, keeping things very, very tight. Putting the cat with the red rose back on her head, and off to contemplate things for the next 6 balls before she returns with another over with more of the same.
So there's no respite for these two, because Mahika Gore is coming from the Statham end. She's been bowling well. Again, that's right on the money from Gore. No run. Ella McGackin.
From cross, keeping the pressure on here and allowing Gore to attack, really. She can sort of go searching for wickets, searching for that ball that she likes that swings in, because she knows even if she gets hit for runs, it's not the end of the world because they've been so tight at the other end.
Oh, it's a nice shot off the back foot. She's pierced the field and it's running away down to the scoreboard, just underneath the scoreboard for 4 runs. Second 4 of the over for Hampshire, of the match for Hampshire. And it's a good shot. McGackin will be very relieved to get off the mark.
Not a bad way to get going this,
Not
though.
bad at all.
Jumping back into a crease. She'd leant forward and then just use the open face of the bat to roll the ball away and into the rope.
She's had to be patient. She's been in for 22 minutes without scoring, so good patient play from McGackin. Score comes in. Fuller, that's driven, but she's found the fielder. Oh, that would have been close. That would have been close. Good work from Potts. Can't have been far away from the stumps there, but again, quick single. Moves the score on. 16.
Falls into the category of well judged. Firm enough drive to get around.
Direct hit.
Gore, but yeah,
Ooh.
comfortable in the end.
Yeah, it looked a lot closer from up here than it did on the screen. Gore. 2. Her stride. Dot ball. No run.
Penner again with the fielding there. 22 on her back. Long sleeves. Perhaps unsurprising on a cloudy day here in Manchester, but the cloud thankfully is lifted and we're not getting any more of that overnight rain, and that should stay away for the rest of the day now.
Norgrove hasn't faced much of Gore yet today, so be interesting to see how she gets on. Oh, she nearly yorked her there, did Gore. Norgrove did well to dig that one out. No run again.
Again, the drift back in. Norgrove for a moment thought the drive was on, and then, as you say, ended up sort of
course,
using the toe
Mahika's
of the bat.
missed out on selection for the T20 World Cup, but she has interestingly been selected for the 50 over series against New Zealand, which is interesting.
They'll have an eye, I guess, if there are any injuries or that kind of thing.
Potentially. Gore, Norgrove. Didn't quite get the full face of the bat through that one. Driven it, no run. Another excellent over from Gore.
Freya Kemp of Hampshire is in that England squad as a left arm option. Lindsay Smith a slower left arm option, and Lauren Bell as well in the squad, unsurprisingly, as you see those 2 maidens from Kate Cross. That's been the story so far, and she's added a wicket to the analysis with a good ball, that first ball to Maya Bouchier that just left her slightly and took the outside edge into the gloves of Threlkeld. So Lancashire on top here in the early stages, and they're keeping the runs in check too, which is important.
Just looking at Cross's actual economy rate here, 0.66. Crazy. Cross again from the Anderson end. Defended by McGackin. No run. I think I've said that quite a lot today already this morning, haven't I?
Yeah, it's been the theme of things if you just join us here on Lanks TV.
We've got a change of field here. Threlkeld has dispensed with their slip, brought an extra fielder into the covers for McGackin. Still got somebody at deep third and somebody at deep fine. Everyone else in the ring. Well, that's been flicked down towards said fielder at deep fine. Seren Smale doing the honours. She sprinted round there. Couldn't prevent the second run. Good running from Hampshire. 2 to total, moves on to 18.
All 4 games in this competition underway on time then. Hampshire here find themselves 18 for 1 with those couple of runs. The Blaze 25 for 1 against Durham. We've got Warwickshire 34 without loss against Somerset at Edgbaston, and Essex 36 without loss against Yorkshire.
Cross, third ball of the over. That's been cut into the covers. No run. Cross is a captain's dream though, isn't she? If you were her captain, you could bowl her at any time, any part of the game. Opens the bowling, closes the innings, middle order. You know, you can field her anywhere. Great fielder. Great head on her shoulders. I mean, total professional. And she comes again. It's driven straight. No run.
I think, though, Threlkeld at the moment will be thinking, how long can I keep Kate Cross going for here? Because
indeed,
she is sort of threatening to, if she could add a couple of wickets here to make it a real sort of decisive start for Lancashire that could put them on top for a long period in this game.
And she comes, it's a little bit uppish, but that's a nice driven shot through the covers. 4 runs. Well played.
Applauded by those in front of the pavilion.
Ella McGacken, nicely struck.
Quite as many as last week. Those, I guess, the weather might have meant a slow start for 1 or 2. Not quite as inviting as the warm sunshine down there last week, but decent smattering of spectators there in front of the old pavilion and underneath the point as well, and they'll have enjoyed watching that shot. It was well struck towards them, as you say, slightly uppishly, but that almost gave it the pace to beat the short extra cover fielder and then the mid-off fielder to their left hand.
Yeah, Threlkeld had a feeling she was looking for that shot and she'd moved the fielder around, but the batter was good enough to find the gap. Just adjusting her on the side field slightly, and McGacken steps away from the crease, gives herself a moment. As Cross continues from the Sir Jimmy Anderson end, pushed almost in the same area, but the fielder had it covered this occasion. That's the end of the over. And by Cross's standards, that was quite an expensive one, 6 off the over.
Ball just
At
being
the end of the 7th, 22 for 1.
dried off there by Fee Morris. Important to keep it tip-top condition for these two bowlers. We started well. Fairly long discussion between Cross and the captain Threlkeld. The wicket's the thing that's really put this in Lancashire's favour in the early stages, although they will want to add another couple as quickly as possible now, having got into the ascendancy. The runs will come back if those wickets don't start to fall. Here's Gore again.
She goes. Oh, that must have moved because she didn't quite get the full face of the bat on this occasion, Norgrove. So there's definitely something in there for Gore if she keeps that line.
Morris had plenty to say to her colleagues about it. Back to the 2 mid-wickets, but we've also got a short extra cover now. Slip's been taken away.
Yeah. Bowling to her field. A little bit fuller. Oh, that took an ugly bounce off the used wicket there and deceived the field. It's gone for 4. I think the girls are probably a bit lucky that nobody was stood directly in that area, because it really did take a kick off that used wicket there. Lovely shot for 4 though from Norgrove.
Yeah, just seemed to come out of foot marker. It was in the gap anyway from Norgrove, and it bounced up and away from Cross. But I think it was, whether it had gone all, stayed all along the floor or kicked up as it did, it was always going in the gap for 4 runs.
Into Norgrove again, who looks to be finding her stride somewhat. Although, yeah, looking for the single there again. No chance. Good to look. It's always good to look for those singles.
Firmly struck again. Hearing on commentary alongside myself, Mike Perkins, his former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, Alison Byrne.
And the wind's dropped here at Emirates Old Trafford, so that might favour the bowler a little bit in terms of getting a bit more swing through the air. As I say that, the middle flag's just started to flutter again. Anyway, Norgrove driven straight on the full for no run. She might feel she's missed out there, but she did use her feet a little bit to make it into a full toss. So definitely finding her feet is Norgrove. She's moving them, definitely.
Yeah, slightly more than a breath, isn't there, today as we look out towards Trafford Town Hall there. But last week they were very sort of limp down by the flagpoles, the flags, and the Still not in full.
Gore, left arm over.
Flutter.
Full, driven. Couldn't find the gap on this occasion. Maddie Penner was swiftly round. New signing for 4 matches, Mike. What do you think of that as a piece of business?
Well, they needed someone, didn't they? They had to strengthen the ranks, if you like, of the Lancashire team. So it will be intriguing to see what the 25-year-old Penner can produce.
Score comes in, driven straight again. They've gone for a quick single. That's a very... Oh, and it is a very good piece of running, but what a piece of fielding there. Wow.
Well, middle stump.
Direct hit from, of course, Kate Cross. Who else would it be?
Dislodged by Cross there, the middle stump, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And they say it always adds half a yard, but I
Yep.
think she was a full yard in, so...
Very good from Cross. What it does do is stop them perhaps doing that again in the next over, because that was close.
It'll make them think twice, won't it?
Yeah.
That's what they spend so long
Brave woman who
practicing.
takes on Kate Cross from that close to the stumps.
They'll have spent all morning on the warm-ups trying to achieve this, and... Oh, you know what?
Do you know?
The bat wasn't grounded.
Well, I'm saying nothing, but I think Cross is unlucky. That's all I am saying. And the camera, the director's homing in on the umpire there. Kieran, our new director for the day.
I think it would, yeah, worth a look at that one, wasn't it?
Upish! Oh, and it's dropped at mid-wicket. It's dropped at mid-wicket. Oh, Hampshire riding their luck a little bit here. Unlucky.
Firmly hit. Did it go direct? Let's have a look now on the replay.
Do you think it was a ball?
It was. It was flicked up. It was all in the air.
Yeah, it wasn't a bump ball.
And Fee Morris, who took a spectacular catch in the first home game of the season for Lancashire, couldn't cling on.
She's the last person you'd expect to drop that. Cross comes in again. Bit shorter, no surprise. Might be a bit of venom in that one. Lucky, lucky girl.
Well,
you've got to ride. This is sport, isn't it? You've got to ride your luck in these situations. So, can she make the most of the piece of luck, or potentially 2 pieces of luck
worth
that
a note,
they've
that
had?
one, though. Norgrove dropped on 7.
Cross for a 3rd ball of this over. Oof! Oh, she's almost unplayable at the moment. She's got the batter hopping around, flailing her bat around the off stump slightly.
That's the ball, though, isn't it? As much as the one to mid-wicket would have been nice to have, that's the ball, isn't it? Just on off stump, bringing the bat forward and then making them consider whether they play or not.
Watching this from Cross as she comes in again. Forced into the square leg. They're not going to take a second on this occasion. Smell's got a good arm. But any young cricketers watching how to bowl as an opening bowler, watch this spell of bowling. She's moving it in. She's changing the length according to her field. She's putting pressure on the batter every single ball. It's an absolute joy to be watching this performance.
It's that ball on off stump, though. That feels the wicket-taking one.
Yeah. In that corridor of uncertainty, isn't it? Shall I go? Shall I not? In she comes again. This time, yeah, safe from the batter. She's just defended it into short square for no run. That's McGacken.
She'll obviously keep coming back to the stumps to keep the batter honest, but then it's just that one that lifts and moves away, where the batter probably doesn't need to play, but feels as if they do. Just need this second wicket here, Lancashire.
This second wicket. You just sense it's going to come, though. You just get that sense at the moment. Defended. A little bit shorter from Cross. Very unlucky over there from Cross. However, very well bowled. Scores moved on to 28 for 1 after the 9th over. With both of these opening bowlers doing a job for their skipper, but it looks to me like Threlkelt is turned to number 7, in the form of Hannah Jones. Left arm orthodox spin. Interesting to see where she places her fielders here. Is she trying to tempt them into playing a big shot by taking off Gore here? They've been tied down for 9 overs, Mike.
It almost feels like there's a chance here with Hannah Jones, who will bowl very flat and very straight at the stumps to kind of steal an over, if you like, at the back of the power play.
Possibly.
And almost get one of those middle overs in now with the field up. But it's going to rely on Jones being accurate.
2 outside the ring, obviously, with it being the last over of the power play. And she's tried to... Oh, that is a superb piece of fielding from Maddie Penner. Saved at least 1 run there. Short mid-wicket. Dived on those old wickets. Well played.
Well, it's one of those things you're always likely to get with your Australians, is a good fielder, and Maddie Penner looks competent in that regard.
From skipper. She's brought in a short square. Pushed off the back foot into short cover, short extra cover. No run. Jones has got a deep square leg and a deep point. Everyone else is in the ring. 2, in fact, quite close to the bat. It's quite an attacking field. Dot ball. Yeah, I think you're right, you know, they're trying to buy a little extra tight over from the spinner at this stage, but also there's a chance that they might take a risk and hole out.
3 dots already.
Oh! Misfield. Don't know if it took the edge, but Threlkeld did a little juggling act. Don't think the bowler's too disappointed, so potentially it wasn't an edge. It's well bowled though. Stump to stump.
Well, Norgrove's living on the edge either way.
Fuller, it's driven, no run. Very well bowled from Hannah Jones. Didsbury player, of course, not far from here.
I think the way the players have settled there, it might not have taken something there.
And again it's driven. Jones couldn't get a hand to it. Oh, they're taking a quick single. That's very good running. 1 run. Turns a maiden into 1 run. Jones won't be too displeased with that. End of the 10th over, Mike. And the score is 29 for 1. Interesting.
So 11 taken from the first 5 overs, another 18 added there. Also without the loss of a wicket, although the run out looked close. Norgrove was dropped in the 9th over off Kate Cross. He was challenging that off stump as well, and that outside edge of the bat. And then Jones going past the outside edge as well. Lancashire look close to this second wicket, but they need it as soon as they can, really. As both the balls we're using here are nice and hard. That'll be the aim. It's going to be Grace Potts. Let's come on. Lancashire's leading wicket taker in the One Day Cup last season with 16. Took 47 for 3. As this one is defended down the onside by Norgrove to start the over with the dot ball. Yeah, took 3 wickets, 47 runs against Hampshire in the final of this competition last season as well. So
yeah,
she knows what it's like to have success
been a
against
great
this
asset
team.
coming to Lanks and Warwickshire, hasn't she?
Brilliant to see as well. In the early stage of this game, a little bit of pressure on Hampshire from the Lancashire bowlers as this one's pushed off the back foot out towards cover. Another 2 fielders allowed outside the 25-yard fielding circle now. So 4 in total out, including that fielder at cover. 30 for 1, the score moves to with the single. Those fielders outside the ring are at fairly wide third, long leg, backward square leg, and the one at cover that we mentioned. As in comes Potts again. Delivers back of a length, touched into the leg side by McAcken, who is into her work now. Moves on to 12, 31 for 1 is the score. Fielders in the ring then. We've got backward point, short extra cover, mid-off, as well as a mid-on and a straight mid-wicket. And actually Fee Morris is being brought back up to keep the pressure here on Norgrove. Almost as if Threlkeld's saying, well, I've conceded 2 of the first half of this over, I don't mind just putting a bit more pressure on the batter here. Takes the outside half of the bat, and Jones will come up from third to pick this one up. Another single conceded. 32 for 1 the score.
Yeah, she's an interesting character, Grace Potts. She was in that intra squad that were in South Africa recently in the England training camp. So she's there or thereabouts for England selection.
Certainly making a case as she runs in with a blanket of cloud above her, and this one is dropped into the leg side, up onto the toes went McGacken in order to do so. Tall figure Potts likes to bowl back of a length. Cost her a single there. 33 for 1 with 1 ball remaining of this 11th over.
Yeah,
Lines good here though.
Nice to see her having a little chat with Kate Cross there. What a person to have by your side though, to guide you through. Yeah, I'll shut up about Kate Cross now, Mike. Can you tell I'm a fan?
Spectators looking on from behind Potts as she delivers a ball into the forward defensive of Norgrove. So another dot to finish the over. 11 gone, 33 for 1 is the score. Lancashire with the better of this so far, but they'll know they need just a couple more wickets. Yorkshire sort of grounded out around their overseas player Jonathan last week.
Yeah, Jess Jonathan's having a bit of a field day at the moment in this competition, isn't she? What a signing for Yorkshire she's been. I was there actually in Yorkshire when she got 4 wickets against the Blaze, coupled with a 67 with the bat, which won them the match that day, to be honest.
Here's Jones, who's kept her field up here. This one's driven to mid-on, so it proves to be a good decision as McGacken goes scoreless from that drive. Jones again, left arm around the wicket from the Statham end, and this one's pushed back to her off the back foot. So she's bowling with mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, a backward square leg in the ring. And then on the offside, we'll bring you that after this next delivery, which again is on good length and again is defended into the offside. No run is the result. 33 for 1 it remains. So you've got a backward point, a cover on the boundary, 2 short extra covers and a mid-off as Jones bowls, and this one's driven back to the bowler who gets everything behind it.
Very
Calls
attacking.
another dot delivery.
Sorry, it's a very attacking field, isn't it, for this stage of the game? Of course, they're allowed up to 4 fielders outside the ring at this point.
Jones bowls down the track. Comes McGacken this time. Doesn't really time her movements. Just chops the ball down into the pitch. Jones again. Delivers, and that one's straight onto the stumps. She'll not leave that area all spell, and it's produced another maiden over. And there've been a lot of them about this morning for Lancashire. They're putting the pressure on, and Bull very much dominating bat at this stage, but the wickets column will be the only concern.
Yeah, I think so. But I think if I was Ali Threlkeld, I'd have taken 33 for 1 after 12 overs. But it's just with the context of what we've seen in terms of what the pressure that's been placed on the Hampshire bats, it does seem slightly, would you believe it does seem slightly disappointing.
Yep, they had the drop of Norgrove on 7, the very close run out, and I think could have been given differently. Hampshire just getting underway against Glamorgan in the county championship as well. Glamorgan resuming on 368 for 1 on day 2 of that county championship match. In this competition, Essex 53 without loss in the 11th over. Warwickshire 58 for 2 now in the 10th over, and the Blaze 51 for 2. So that shows that batting here in Manchester has been more difficult than anywhere else in the competition, as this one is through outside the off stump. Very similar to the deliveries that Cross was finding, that just leapt a little bit, left the batter a little bit at the opportune moment. And Norgrove was driving that and just ended up with fresh air and no runs as a result.
Yeah, I think this pitch is doing a bit tiny suspicions of a bit of green on the wicket.
Yeah, there's a little bit of grass down there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Here's Potts, right arm over from the Sir James Anderson end, and this one is directed off the outside edge down to Hannah Jones at third. Another single to the total, 34 for 1. It'll be tempting for
busy.
Tempting for Threlkeld and Potts to put a few more fielders behind square on the offside, but it's always a little bit of risk reward in one-day cricket. Bringing up a second mid-wicket now off the boundary. Smale is the fielder to come inside the ring on the leg side as Potts approaches again and delivers this one, and McGacken up on the toes again across the crease. Likes to play that defensive stroke. No run again though.
Yeah, and it's Mahika Gore patrolling that boundary down at deep fine.
Yeah, got a bit more work to do all of a sudden with Smale in the ring, but the accuracy of Potts at the moment is why Lancashire are on the attack, but they need another wicket. That one's dabbed nicely off the back foot. Just sort of adjusted as much as moved the feet there, did Norgrove, to allow the ball to run down off the face for a single. 35 for 1 the score, just the second run of the over. As the turf's briefly illuminated by the sun through a gap in the clouds, as this one's chipped uppishly again from Norgrove into the leg side. Penner was there, and a little bit disappointed that one arrived to her on the bounce.
Interesting, your lead. Threlkeld has moved the fielder back, Seren Smale onto that deep mid-wicket boundary for Norgrove. I think she's been bringing her in for McGacken.
She's eyeing it up, isn't she, Norgrove, that leg side. Had to settle for a dot last ball. Will get runs this time. Driven through the offside out towards Fee Morris. Confident stride forward on that occasion from Norgrove. Brings her another single. 36 for 1 the total then after 13 overs. Hampshire just feeling like they've ridden out the storm a little bit here, Alison Byrne.
A little bit, definitely. These two are getting into their groove now. McGacken 14, Norgrove 12. Ridden their luck a little bit, but they look in good shape now, that's for sure. But the scoring rate is still very low, so they're going to have to do something different if they're going to move this along.
Here's Jones again. Down the track comes Norgrove and steals a single. Cross again close with the throw from mid-on. And I think she knows she's close, and so does Hannah Jones.
That's the bravery of youth.
I guess the couple of strides that Norgrove got in to play the shot here helped her out. And she was again a little on the lazy side with the running into the bat there, which threatened to cost her earlier. This time picks out Cross again, and there will be no run. Driven firmly. I think McGacken would have possibly liked to have had that one again.
I wonder if I was Kate Cross, I'd be tempted just to take a little sneaky step in here.
Driven again, this time offside of straight by McGacken, but only finds Potts, who's right at the back of the ring. No run is the result. Just 8 in the 3.2 overs since the end of the power play, as this one is defended out to Eve Jones. Again, trying to advance is McGacken. Jones equal to the challenge though. Still no
it's
run.
Good from Jones. It's good from Jones.
delivers in towards the toes, bounces up over the bowler, and that will allow the single. As Potts is round. 37 for 1. One ball remaining in the over. Another tidy one from Jones, who will send Cross back now to long on. Jones delivers, and the single that was on offer is taken by Norgrove with a little push down the onside of straight. 38 for 1 at the end of the over. Hannah Jones takes a cap with the red rose on and the sunglasses inside. Imagine they might be light enhancers today rather than trying to make it a darker shade. They're on the bill of the cap at the moment for Hannah Jones, but that's a very tidy start to her bowling. I mean always threatens the stumps, doesn't she, Hannah Jones?
Yeah, she does. Threlkeld will be thrilled with all of the bowlers that have been on show so far today. I don't think they could have done much more in support of their teammates.
It was 14 wickets last season for Hannah Jones, so she played her part for the Red Rose, as did the leading wicket taker Potts, who's in now and is lifted into the leg side. It was not a convincing show from Norgrove. Takes Hampshire on to 40 for 1, but batting has been difficult here in Manchester this morning.
Yeah, that shot could have gone anywhere for a second. I just thought she'd skewed it into the hands of mid-wicket, but just got enough to beat with short mid-wicket.
Settles does McAcken. Bowls does Potts. Defends as the batter into the offside. Smale back in the ring for McAcken. And a very steady rate of scoring at the moment for Hampshire. Is it the right approach though? We were thinking Yorkshire were perhaps a little on the slow side last week, and it ended up being plenty, so it could be a tough chase here for Lancashire. They need to get inroads, keep it in check, as this one is flayed at really by McAcken. Didn't quite get the foot movement she would have liked. Threlkeld taking behind the stumps. The bounce wasn't quite there for the stroke, even though it was relatively short and wide.
Yeah, she stepped away and had a body language expressed her self-disgust there. She knew she'd taken an unnecessary chance there.
Potts has placed the ball between her fingers and is running in again. Delivers, and it's just guided away by McAcken, but still just one run on offer. Lancashire doing very, very well here to keep the scoring in check. 41 for 1 is the score.
Yes, it's a very good start from Lancashire.
Exactly what they would have wanted since leaving the power play. Here comes Potts again, another flash of the bat from Norgrove this time. No feet, dot ball. Got to go all the way back. That's the reason we're seeing shots like this one here. You've got to go all the way back to the 5th ball of the 7th over to find a boundary in this Hampshire innings. In fact, sorry, 2nd ball of the 7th over. But still, they've been few and far between as Potts bowls pushed into the offside. And we find Eve Jones picks up.
Yeah, you were saying about the boundary count. Between them, they've scored 3 boundaries to date, and they've had 81 balls. So it's been tough going out there for Hampshire, but they're hanging in.
Yeah, 2nd ball of the 8th over, 7.2 was the last boundary. And that's what will be being discussed in the middle. It's been a long old wait. Bouchier, the player to go so far, caught by Threlkeld of the bowling of Cross for 5 if you just join us on Lanks TV. And Hannah Jones to continue her work. She delivers a ball that's driven back over her head, away for 4 runs. And that's what they were looking for in the previous over. And McAcken finds it from the first ball of the 16th. Down the track she goes, lifts it over the bowler's head, and it bounces away for 4 runs. And that's exactly what was required in this situation. That boundary does come. 45 for 1.
That looked predetermined.
Again down the track, and Jones went for the bold ploy, really, of trying to sneak it under the bat, keeping the length full. Gacken sort of yorked by it, really, in the end. Here comes Jones once more, around the wicket, left arm. Down the track goes McGacken, and does get it to the right-hand side of the fielder at mid-off, and away for 4 at the Statham end. 49 for 1. Well, Hampshire had to do something here, and McGacken's executed it well. She's been eyeing up this tactic for a little while, and has finally started to find the rope. How will Jones respond? On away again. Delivers a ball that's just flicked round the corner. Mahika Gore retrieves. 1 more to the total, and that 50 comes up for Hampshire as a result. So neatly flicked round the corner. 1 more brings up the 50, but it's taken 81 balls.
Yeah.
As Jones bowls again into the onside this time. Penner there with the fielding, having been hit for the 2 4s. Jones is sticking to her task. Delivers another one, pushed off the back foot, tumbling away was Ailsa Lister, and the single takes it on to 51 for 1. So 95 balls for the Hampshire 50.
Well, that was interesting to see. Before the start of that over, you could see, well, you know, they were having a chat, what we're going to do. First ball, over the top. It was almost as if one of them had said, come on, we need to just get down the track and attack. There's nobody long on, long off, so let's go for it. And it worked. So I don't know how disappointed Jones will be with that, though, to be honest, because it might work once, twice, 3 times. How many times are they going to risk it?
Yeah, Jones only needs to win once, doesn't she? And she'll know that. But she won't want too many more overs that she goes for 10 against her analysis, because she's been good so far. Potts will continue. 9 runs from her 3 overs so far. It still just feels like Lancashire need this breakthrough. Here comes Norgrove to face, and she'll whisk this one away down to long leg for 1. Finds Gore, the fielder there. 52 for 1 the score moves on to. As we say, under grey skies, but the clouds relatively high. I think most importantly things will stay dry here.
Well, forecast says it is going to, but it is Manchester and those clouds do look grey, so we will see, hey?
Certainly a morning to be bowling on. That's what Lancashire have chosen to do. Potts concedes a single here. Little dab off the back foot.
But if there is going to be rain at any point, this slow start from Hampshire won't do Lancashire any harm in chasing down whatever total is set by whatever DLS is set. But we're nowhere near that stage yet, but just thinking outside the box.
It already feels, though, like one of these games where it's going to depend what Lancashire do with the bat again. It's been their issue this season, certainly in the home games, as Norgrove drives wide of mid-on. Again, cross close to the stumps on the return, but the batter's well home.
To be fair, though, Mike, since I've been working with you here up in the comms, apart from last year where we had that stellar season with the bat, that's the same. That's the story we've had pretty much consistently in the last 5 years, I think. Batting. Bowling, it seems that we've always had that strength in depth.
Here comes Potts, right arm over the wicket, guided away into the offside behind square. Emma Lamb there, back in the side with the fielding. No run on offer, remains 54 for 1. She'll be renewing her partnership with Eve Jones later. Average 89.55 recurring for the first wicket last year.
You've been dying to say 5.55 recurring all the way through this game, haven't you? I can tell.
Here comes Potts. Bowls. McAcken into the leg side. Just a nudge there. And another single. Which has pretty much been the order of the day, other than that previous Hannah Jones over that went for a couple of boundaries. 55 for 1, the score moves on to. Great to have you with us on Lanks TV. Lancashire versus Hampshire, a repeat of last year's final in the One Day Cup. It was Lancashire who lifted the trophy. But they've got work to do this season, starting the day down in 7th. Their win did come with a bonus point, so they have 5 so far this season. As Potts delivers and Norgrove drives into the offside. Morris will be round. Hampshire think about a second, but they'd have been unwise to take it.
Not to that arm.
56 for 1. That's the 50 partnership, up from 89 balls at the end of the 17th over. 56 for 1.
Yeah, moved on a tad there, haven't we?
The important thing for Lancashire is it matters what cricket you're playing in September, not in April and May, I suppose, but they have to make sure they stay in contention, don't they? And a win today would go a long way to doing that.
And also confidence-wise, if they're beating the top of the table team, it would do them a lot of good in terms of confidence.
But Gore and Cross have had a formidable opening partnership in the game here last week and the game here today, and Gore's going to have another little burst here. This is, I think, a nice little idea from Threlkeld. They got the measure of Jones's spin eventually, so she's gone back to the left arm quick stuff of Mahika Gore, which comes from a fair old height as she delivers this one. It's up in the air and it's out.
Well played.
Caught by Penner, her first contribution in a Lancashire shirt. The wicket goes to Mahika Gore. It wasn't really convincing from Norgrove, who was averaging 195 from her 3 innings coming into this game. But the fact she struggled shows it's not easy to bat out there. She's out for 20, just trying to lift the in-swinging delivery of Mahika Gore into the leg side, and picked out Penner. Easiest catch she'll probably get in her Lancashire career, Penner. But it's an important one. 56 for 2, Ali Byrne.
What an intelligent piece of captaincy from, as you alluded to, from Threlkeld there. She'd seen Jones as being got after a bit. She knew that Norgrove had a bit of a torrid time against Gore and Cross early doors, and she fell for it, unfortunately, for Hampshire's perspective. Lancashire really needed that, and it's brought to the crease Naomi Detani, who played at the same time that Dottin was playing for Lancashire, so forgive me, but I'm quite excited to see this at innings because I'm a big admirer of Detani. When she was at Lancashire, she's a wholehearted player, bat, ball and in the field, and she's been given the armband today in absence of Georgia Adams, so this will be a good period of play. Interesting.
Will indeed. Detani coming to the wicket, as we say, played for Lancashire previously, making 29 appearances, 472 runs, 21 wickets. Big call from her though, as captain, to come out and try and sort this out, because 56 for 2 at the start of the 18th over is not where Hampshire would have wanted to be, but as we say, batting has been difficult. Norgrove out, Detani to try and pick up things from the visitors' perspective, and her first ball is nudged into the leg side. Smale there with the fielding, and always just a little bit of buzz goes round the field, doesn't it, when a former player comes out, particularly one who, okay, she departed to join Hampshire at the start of the season before this, but she's still relatively recently departed, isn't she, Detani?
And of course, a bit of a pain for Threlkeld having the left-hander, right-hander combo in. So
slips in place as Detani drives firmly to Penner, who took the catch to get Norgrove out. 56 for 2 it remains.
Get her act together in terms of field placements very quickly, because she doesn't want to leave any gaps for either of these two players to take advantage of.
So for Familiar surroundings for Datani. She's relatively restricted in her opportunities, in the sense she was batting down the list for Lancashire, as this one is played into the offside for a single. 57 for 2's coming in round about number 6, wasn't she?
Yeah.
And bowling useful overs as well, which she'll do for Hampshire. So slightly up the order today, but work to do.
Interesting, they brought a slip in immediately for Tatani with Gore. Should be looking to slide it across the left-hander, but here's the right-hander. Oh, hello.
Gacken, who faces up and ducks under a bouncer.
You don't see very many bouncer attempts from Gore. I think for a player of her height and strength, I think that's an area for development, quite frankly. That was a bit too short to cause the batter any real qualms. But I think it's something she should look to develop, definitely.
Got a bit stuck in the pitch, that one, didn't it? I don't know how deliberate that was. It came up as speed error on the screen, which I think indicates as much, as this one is defended to Penner. He took the catch earlier in the over.
But I suppose if you've been struggling with a side strain, bending the back just that little bit more isn't something you want to do too often. But she seems in fine fettle now.
So the wicket Lancashire needed coming in the 18th over. You've just seen it on Lanks TV. He could go with the help of the new signing, Maddie Penner, the South Australian. And that really puts the board in Lancashire's favour again, doesn't it?
This is interesting, Mike. I think they're bringing Jones on the other end.
That is interesting. So they clearly liked what they saw. Again, I guess the fact the wicket's fallen maybe is playing into the captain's thinking here, because Jones will keep it tight and won't give many free balls to either score off or just allow to pass through here.
And of course, Threlkeld will know Tatani's strengths and potential weaknesses. She'll know by watching and playing with her in the nets for several seasons which bowler might be the best one to bring on. So nicely played though.
Jones around the wicket there, and that one's pushed out to deep cover by Datani off the back foot. Left-handed Datani, right-handed Magacan, who's got work to do. 27 of 49. When you take that amount of time to get yourself in, you really have to go on, don't you, Alison Byrne, to
one would hope so,
make it count.
From a Hampshire perspective.
Particularly in this modern era of cricket. Jones bowls. This one's pushed up to mid-on. Potts there with the fielding.
Having said that, we were both at Southport working together on the Somerset game, and we watched a masterclass in 50 over play from Heather Knight.
Did indeed. She's another one at the army camp, I'm sure.
Yeah,
this one's defended into the offside.
She really struggled. Well, she didn't struggle. She looked like she was deliberately playing herself in. So she took her time, back to self, and then when the time was right, she started to hit out. So, you know.
And did it a couple of games later as well for Somerset, which is why they're right up there, as Magacan works this one leg side for another single. 59 for 2. Sedate progress at the moment, but Lancashire going along well. They've got 2 wickets. Can they get a third and really turn the screw, so to speak? Datani drives off the back foot back to the bowler Jones, who quite happily collects it and turns to the back of her mark.
Heather Knight, I think, is going to be crucial for England in this T20 because she's just got that experience, hasn't she, in range of shots.
Datani tries to manufacture something on the leg side, but couldn't get the ball into a gap, so settles for another dot ball. Over completed. 59 for 2 then. Lancashire flying through their work. Yeah, and she can't have too many more Ashes series or World Cups left, Heather Knight, so she'll want to make the most of this one.
Sorry, you were saying you saw her play at another Somerset game other than the one we were at Southport. But it's good that she's been playing domestic cricket. I think that's one thing I do like about Charlotte Edwards' approach, is that she's asking players to play domestic cricket.
Yeah, it's been limited, but they have appeared, haven't they?
Yeah.
Just about everyone, as this one's defended into the onside. It's stopped without a run being scored by Penner. I did feel a little bit for Warwickshire. They seemed to be. They ended up on the wrong end of White Hodge. They ended up playing against Nat Siverbrunt. They seem to be getting quite a few of the England appearances against them as Gore bowls. This one goes down the leg side. It will be signalled a wide. Takes the Hampshire score on to 60 as a result. Just crept down the leg side, that one.
Yeah, I must admit, we turned up to Southport and we saw the opposition against Somerset with Knight, Gibson, Dean, and we just had the devastating news that we didn't have Lamb or Gabby Lewis that day, and I did feel a bit like, oh dear.
Yeah, something of a task, wasn't it, as this one is into the onside. Picked up again by Penner. He's busy there. He's got a catch as a reward.
Yeah, so it does seem a little bit of a lottery as to which England players are being allowed to play in which game at the moment, but you can understand it from Edward's point of view. She's got a World Cup to win.
Yeah, they've got to manage it. I mean, I did half think she'd maybe use the 50 over series before they go into T20 mode to get a few miles in the legs of the players, as that one's driven to cross at mid-on. No run on offer, but it's a bit of a mixture, isn't there? It looks pretty much like a 50 over squad you'd expect to see for any other 50 over series.
And of course Gore is part of that squad along with Emma Lamb. Coming off a minor injury is Lamb.
Gore bowls. This one's heaved away off the back foot. Single taken. Cross again. Sharp with a throw from mid-on. Just finding a range. 61 for 2. Lancashire may feel it could have been even better than that from their perspective. Close run out. Drop catch.
Add a couple of wickets onto that 2 column. Would have been very tricky for Hampshire.
Would indeed. They've faced most situations either as Hampshire or Southern Vipers in recent years. Very successful down on the south coast. This one takes Datani on the pad, who's 2 from 7 now. Just trying to get her innings going, really.
Cross like that one. The hands are in the air. Yeah, definitely moving down Datani's yellow legs there.
Here comes Gore again. Delivers a ball that's driven awkwardly, really, to mid-on, where Potts is there with the fielding. 20 overs gone. 61 for 2 the score here on Lanks TV. You with Mike Perkins and former Lancashire and Cheshire captain Alison Byrne for this match today. And we're into the middle overs now.
We certainly are.
Where Lancashire's, I guess, focus might go from taking wickets to restricting potentially, but they've got to keep that wickets column going, because that was kind of where Yorkshire managed to get away from them a little bit, although Jess Jonason's innings did prove to be one of real class on a pitch where it was difficult to get the ball away.
Jones to the right-handed. McGacken take a quick single. That would have been close. Hands on heads again. Cross again. 1 run to the total though.
She feels if she'd hit there, it could have been a run out, but I think again the couple of strides has helped the Hampshire batter get there. Yeah.
Bowling tightly does sometimes create wickets in itself with all these slightly risky singles as Jones bowled her second ball of this over. It's flicked nicely actually into that vacant mid-wicket area. Placed nicely, 1 run. Score moves on to 63. Brings the right-handed McGacken onto strike. Jones from the Sir Jimmy Anderson stand, and it's aerial. It's out, and that's a great piece of bowling from Hannah Jones. Caught at long on by Scottish international Ailsa Lister. Safe hands in the deep. And that is not what Hampshire wanted, but what a great piece of bowling from Jones. They were after her from the other end. They've gone after her again. Just didn't get quite to the pitch of the ball, and that is a scalp. That is a great scalp for Hannah Jones and for Lancashire, Mike.
Just seeming to have very similar problems here. Hampshire, as McAcken is out for 30, having taken a lot of balls to get going there, but seeming to have very similar problems to the ones that Lancashire were in their chase last week, where when they tried to accelerate the scoring, it just wasn't possible to do so, because Lancashire have been so tight early on. It has resulted in them getting very far behind the rate and having to take a few risks there. And we saw Smale and Lister getting out in that fashion, chipping up balls as they advanced down the track last week, and McGacken's dismissal very similar.
Well, Rihanna Southby's coming in. She's struggling a little bit with the bat, I'd say, this season. She's had a couple of ducks so far in this comp. And of course, these two, keeper versus keeper here, they were sort of battling each other out in South Africa, weren't they, looking for that spot as potentially the reserve wicket keeper. And in the end, the T20 squad doesn't actually have either of them as the reserve keeper in at the moment.
Yeah, just 5 runs in 4 innings for Rihanna Southby so far this season.
Jones into the new bat. Southgate. Ooh, Southby, sorry. Gareth Southgate isn't playing today, he's having a day off. No run from Jones.
So there'll be pressure on here for Southby with such a meagre return so far this season.
In again. It's driven into the ground, bounces up at a nice height for Jones, who jogs around and fields off her own bowling. Good stuff from Jones.
Yep, change of ends has worked, hasn't it?
Again, driven, this time to the fielder. Kate Cross has been kept busy today. She's had a lot to do in the field. Good over from Jones. 1 wicket from it, 63 for 3.
And without Freya Kemp today, who can add real impetus to any innings, a little bit of pressure on Hampshire. They have got Amanda Jade Wellington, of course. She's one who can add impetus to an innings.
She certainly can. She gives it a good wallop, Wellington does, especially square of the wicket. She's no stranger to a sweep shot. And has scored runs pretty much for every team she's played for, actually. Another change of bowling here, Mike, from the Statham end. I think that's Fee Morris, number 31.
Indeed.
Who will be keen, very keen, to take a wicket or two here after dropping what was for her a relatively easy catch early doors. Thankfully it wasn't too costly for Lancashire, but
it went quick, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah.
It was well and truly middled. It's one Fee Morris would expect to catch,
absolutely.
but
She would want it to, and thought she could have caught that. She's a bit of a gun fielder, is Fee Morris.
At the same time, though, it was far from regulation.
Now she's a slightly different type of spinner than Jones. Obviously she's right-handed for one thing, and they've got a little bit more defensive on the field. To the left-hander they've got a point, deep square and deep mid-wicket. Let me just look over my laptop, see if there's anybody straight. Notice they've only got three fielders in the boundary, so still fairly attacking, I suppose. Right-handed Morris in. To the left-hander, she swept that down to deep fine, and she's given that fielder no chance. There's 4 runs to Ditani. There's your loosener, Fee Morris.
It was a loosener, wasn't it? Yet to pick up a wicket so far in the competition is Morris, but she's a canny operator. As I say, she generally bowls to be hit for ones, and then if anyone wants to try and get more than that, they have to take a risk. But that first one was
okay. Threll Kelt
not her best.
Changed the field. She's brought fine leg a lot finer. She's moved Mahika Gore into short forward of square, I think, there, and still got a mid-wicket. Into the left-hander. Morris, it's better for Morris. A muted appeal from Threlkeld. Morris decided she'd join in a little bit later, but not really a chance there. Better though, better line to the lefty. Morris. Tani dabs that into mid-wicket. Good recovery so far from Morris, as you'd expect from such an experienced player.
I think Gore is just finishing up the far side of the umpire, so just behind square.
Gone backward of, hasn't she now?
Yeah, probably because of that mid-wicket being in place.
And that's exactly where the ball has gone, as if by magic, Mike. Magic, Mike. Sorry, mate. No run.
Although she did have to come in front of square to pick that one up, didn't she, Gore?
So we were both right.
Yes.
It's good from Morris. And she comes again. Bit wider, too wide. It's been given as a wide. I think she tried to push that a little bit quicker. And she lost control of her action slightly. Gets another chance now against Tatani. Better from Morris. No run. Played straight, but fielder in the way.
Played an important part last season with 15 wickets. Best of 5 for 48.
Again, that's better. But it's good from Tatani. She's seen a gap, dabbed it into that gap, and just kept the score moving and the rotation going. So it's good from Tatani. 1 run. And she's done better than that. She's even stolen the strike. So, at the end of the 22nd over, it's 69 for 3. And Lancashire going well here at Old Trafford today.
They are indeed. And as I said, Morris might have a little bit more to do, because we're not sure if Lamb will be bowling. Having just had a little bit of a layoff through injury.
We've still got, if needed, a little bit of potential of a leg spin here at Emirates Old Trafford. I've been calling for a leg spinner here for ages, haven't I? Banging on about leg spinners, and Maddie Penner could offer that, but we will see.
We did have Alana King, of course, last year.
Well, I know, I know.
But yeah, she was sort of an overseas signing.
I really wish we'd grow one of them. Some compost at the academy, no run there. Mooted appeal from Threlkeld. Just plant a few little seedlings and grow some leg spinners that we could just throw out when we need them. Jones in again. It's full drive. Missed the infield. It's gone again to Kate Cross. Has done really well to come across there. Looks disappointed in herself for not hitting the stumps, but I think that was a pretty safe 1 run on that occasion.
So yeah, the spinner Penner probably not of the same profile as
not quite
as Alana
King standard,
and probably not even of Amanda Jade Wellington.
We are going to see the opposition with leg
But
spins.
it will be. It does give another option, doesn't it?
Short, pulled. I don't think that's going to give the fielder a chance in heck of getting that. It's 4 runs, good shot. Waited for it, found the gap, well played.
Unusual drag down from Jones, this one. Just pulling it into the pitch, really.
Norgrove would have enjoyed that one.
It's not what Jones does, really, is it? She likes to be full and straight and at the batters.
And also, you can't really set a field for a drag down like that.
Yeah, Threlkeld just said stop to the field and go back to where you were.
She's put it right straight away, though, as Jones. Right on the money.
Well, you get about one of those a spell generally from Hannah Jones, don't you?
Unless she's having a really, really bad day, and they are few and far between. She's a very consistent player, as Jones. Steady, calm. It's a bit close to Jones. Dot ball again. It's driven for no run. The offside this time. Threlkeld's just moving that fielder out. Having a little play on the leg side boundary.
So
Move Smale round, backward of square. Got a deep mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. wow, what a piece of field placement from Falkout. Caught short mid-wicket by Grace Potts, well bowled, well done skipper. Brilliant, fourth wicket down. Excellent play from Lancashire. And it's the young, informed batter, Norgrove, who's got to go. Until today, she had an average of, I beg your pardon, it's Southby. Southby's carrying on with her poor form. Norgrove is still in, doing her thing. It was Rihanna Southby, wicket-keeper batter, and she's having a miserable season so far with the bat, and she fell for the trap there, did Southby.
Yeah, just about, I think, sums up the season that Rihanna Southby's having. She put that short one away for 4, but that wasn't there. It wasn't the same ball. And Ellie Threlkeld has got her field placings right today. Moved Penner across earlier in proceedings, and that led to the dismissal of Norgrove, who was caught with a uppish little drive. And then
to Morris. Very done. Very well done from Morris. A nice accurate ball. No run.
Can keep wicket, can Sturge, but also bowls a handy bit of leg spin. Clearly useful with the bat.
Morris to Tony. I think tried to drive that straight and just caught part of the bat and gone squirting into mid-wicket slightly.
A lot of work for the captain to do here.
Yeah, she needs to hang around, doesn't she, does Datani? She really does. She's got an inexperienced side today. Driven. Short cover picks up easily. No run.
But at the same time has to get the innings moving because it's just lacked momentum so far.
Morris twirls the ball in her fingers, takes a run up, in she comes. A little bit wide, and Tani's rock back. She likes that shot into the covers off the back foot. Does to Tani? I've seen that a few times over the years. One run.
They've just got to try and get as many as they can here, Hampshire. Drag it up to around that 200 mark, and then look to cause Lancashire some problems in the chase.
Yeah, so Spring brought the young right-handed Megan Sturge on strike.
Yorkshire's 250 last week looked
21-year-old.
A very good total in the end.
So Morris bowling at the right-handed Sturge over the wicket. Big stride in from Sturge, defends. No run. Kept the same field for Sturge. They've got a deep point. Deep square, deep mid-wicket, everyone else in the ring. Flighted, and it's Fuller. She's found the fielder out on that offside boundary. The Sturge for one run. She's off the mark, off and running, always nice. And the youngster is, I say youngster, is 21 a youngster in this form of cricket? Yeah, she's young, very young. She's kept the strike as well, Mike, so it's 76 for 4. The end of the 23rd out. 24th over, beg your pardon.
2-4-1 in the end for Yorkshire in the Roses match, and it ended up being plenty. They won by 83 runs, bowling Lancashire out for 158 last week. So something around 200 would give Hampshire a chance, but they're a long way off it at the moment. But as we know, as soon as a partnership starts going, things can start to look very different.
So attacking field for Jones. She's only got 2 on the boundary, 1 on either side of the wicket. Sturge places that into point, and Mahikador takes about 2 steps to get into that. The big long legs of hers, passes it back to Jones. Again into Gore, gets down very nicely. Bullet arm back to the keeper. No run.
At the moment for Hampshire, this is probably as tough as it is for their 3 players on the army camp at the moment. In terms of,
there might not be as much mud on them. Jones and Sturge happy to defend. She's had her orders from the captain here, steady the ship. I would imagine that's her instructions for now. Still only halfway through the innings, lots of cricket still to be played.
Just feels they're having to drag themselves to a total here.
Yeah, it's good from Jones. She's pinning down Sturge at the moment. With another dot ball.
Lancashire at the best so far, though.
Left arm of Jones. Again, it's squirted out to Gore, who can't quite reach it. It's beaten to the ball, and they've scampered through for a single.
Good to have got more than 1,000 of you with us on Lanks TV at the moment. Do make sure you hit the thumbs up button, as it'll help other people find the stream today.
Tarney on strike. Driven straight. Two-handed catch from Jones. Umpire Rose Davey passes Jones her hat and her sunnies. She gets a high five from Kate Cross, and we've got to the end of the 25th over. Hampshire struggling slightly on 77 for the loss of 4 of their top order.
Yep, work to do for the visitors. Lancashire will be very happy with that first 25 overs of this game so far. Elsewhere, scoring's been a little easier, although wickets have fallen for the Blaze, who are 117 for 5 up at Durham. All the cricket today in the competition taking part in the Midlands or further north, because at Edgbaston, Warwickshire 123 for 5. They're taking on Somerset today. And Essex are 122 for 1. They're playing against Yorkshire. So as we say, all the cricket in the north or the Midlands today. Quick little glance at the bowling figures there. Tells the story of this one, where Lancashire have been on top. And there's a lot to contemplate for Naomi Datani, who's come in at number 4 today with her team in trouble. Wickets, 2 for Hannah Jones now, 1 for Mahika Gore, 1 for Kate Cross. Telling the story from the Lancashire perspective. And Datani will really want to score here, but if she doesn't get one, it's starting to get to that stage, isn't it, where Lancashire, if they can get a couple more here, they really start looking at getting a total where they can win the game from this position.
Yeah, and I think also if you look at the Hampshire bowling attack, it's been decimated, hasn't it, with the loss of Bell, Lauren Bell, Lindsay Smith and Freya Kemp. So although they've got some talent in that bowling lineup and some variety, they are much less experienced than the 3 above named England internationals. So I'm sure Datani's got that in the back of her mind as well. She's thinking, I'll perhaps need to push on a little bit, but one of these players has got to play an anchor role here for sure, and it really should be Datani, shouldn't it?
Yeah, she's just got to score at a steady rate and support her colleagues coming in down the order. Or probably somebody will have to add some impetus to this innings. If you just join us, Boucher out for 5, caught by Threlkeld off cross. Norgrove caught by Penner off the bowling of Gore for 20. Then saw McGacken play what was a poor shot in the end. Sort of dismissal we saw last week in the Lancashire innings, with the player coming down the track and finding mid-off. That was off Lister taking the catch of the bowling of Hannah Jones to dismiss McGacken for 30. And Rihanna Southby catching Grace Potts off the bowling of Hannah Jones. Been a torrid season so far for Southby, and she picked out the fielder who had just been moved to mid-wicket, which you must be thinking, that's my luck at the moment.
Yeah, but Southby, she can't buy a run at the moment, can she? But you know, you get runs like that as a bass, you just got to hang on in there, trust yourself.
On the card I'm looking at, Harmon's listed to come in next, and then Jade Wellington. They'll kind of want to save Amanda Jade Wellington, you'd think, for at the earliest the last 15 overs maybe, so that she can really have a proper swing at this. She'll come in and play the same way, whatever, but you kind of don't want to lose her cheap in the middle overs, really, here. No. So there's batting to do for Hampshire. Fee Morris likes the look of this too. She's got the ball in hand. Still looking for her first wicket of the season. 2 overs for 8 runs so far.
I think the sun's trying to come out over there.
It is. It's trying to...
Looking a bit brighter, everybody.
Just brighten proceedings for us. Been under a blanket of cloud pretty much all day here in Manchester. Here comes Morris.
From Statham end. Floated that one in a little bit. Sturge. Positive footwork, but couldn't force it past the fielder at mid-off, sorry. Grace Potts. Morrison again. Gave that one a bit of a rip. Again, forced off the back foot for no run from Sturge.
But again, noticeable, just 3 fielders out rather than the 4 that are allowed.
Indeed. Bit of flight, and it's driven to cover. No run. Again, Threlkelt's. Threlkelt's got a field placements pretty spot on at the moment, I feel. Watch them do something different now, Mike. Morris comes in. And it's an appeal. It's definitely rubbed the pads. Oh, I thought she'd given it then. She was just moving her marker along. No. Not out. Morrison again. Ooh, she played that really late, jabbed her back down on it. Dot ball. She's still in though.
I think this may be Lancashire learning from last week as well, that you can keep fielders up, you can keep pressure on.
And that in itself can create wickets, can't it? People playing shots they wouldn't normally have done. Again, Sturge has used her feet, which I do like, but she hasn't got any reward for that on this occasion. And that is an absolutely exceptional maiden over after drinks, just what the doctor ordered.
Yep, 77 for 4. Hampshire finding themselves exactly where they were at the refreshments. It's not easy though, this, getting the ball away, so Lancashire will have to make this strong position count. 1 or 2 enjoying the sunshine. All of a sudden at the far end, over by the point, and in front of the old pavilion as well.
Yeah, of course, bank holiday coming up this weekend. So you've got an extra day off. Is it this weekend?
Yeah, this weekend.
It is this weekend, isn't
well
it? So it's bound to rain soon this weekend is what I'm trying to say. But make the most of the dry today and come down to Emirates Old Trafford if you're free. Might just be able to squeeze you in. And it's good cricket at the moment. It's good cat and mouse stuff, and it's great to see such fantastic bowling from the Lancashire girls. Grace Potts in from the Jimmy Anderson end. Datani strides forward into that again for no run. Tried to pierce the offside, not a gap available.
It's almost the definition of a sticky wicket at the moment, isn't it? It just
does
feels
seem like the air's hanging. If you look, the flags are not even moving at all now. That's really unusual for up north in Manchester.
It's as if the seam's almost just getting stuck in the grass a bit.
Potts in again. A little bit high, I think, for the appeal. But it's making Datani work.
Polite inquiry, really, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh, I'm going to appeal, stop you from running appeal, maybe, I don't know. But she does, as you mentioned earlier, she does pitch it a little bit shorter than Crossy and Mahika Gore. So sometimes she does wrap the pads when it's a little bit high, going over the stumps and what. She's a tall bowler, so she does get a little bit more bounce. Tatani's gone for the same shot again. That was good cover from Kate Cross running around, no run. Good stuff from Potts.
Still
pinning
no runs since drinks.
Yeah, pinning the left-hander down. And Datani's found it hard going out there. She's 10 off 24 balls. Oh, she squirted that one through. I don't think it's quite where she meant it to go, but she'll take the single and move on, bringing Sturge back onto strike.
They'll be grateful for that, I think. Hampshire gets them going after drinks, but the first half went pretty well from a Lanks perspective, and I think those first 10 balls since the drinks break couldn't have gone much better either. They've squeeze is really on here from the home side.
And Potter's only got 3 fielders. Oh no, she's got 4, beg your pardon. There's one to my left here. 4 fielders on the boundary. Nice and straight. She's attacking the stumps, is Potts. Dot ball. Sturge defence. 2 runs of her 13 deliveries so far. She's really having to hang in there, is Sturge.
It's just not clear at the minute, though, what the plan is here from Hampshire to get themselves to a total. They're sort of just surviving at the moment.
Potts squirted off the outside of Sturge's bat through a gap down to the square boundary, but there's cover down there. 1 run. Takes her on to 3. She takes the strikers at the end of that over, the 27th over. Lancashire in a pretty healthy position at 79 for 4.
Yeah, definitely can't complain, the hosts here. They're just doing everything they need to. The 4 wickets is what's helped them gain this dominant position, but Hampshire kind of needs to come up with a way of getting the board moving now.
And it's Fee Morris to continue from this end, the Brian Statham end. She's got the 21-year-old right-handed Meg Sturge on strike. Very nicely driven for no run. You can see what Sturge is trying to do. She's trying to move her feet and force it through that ring, but she's not really able to find a gap at this point. She's playing the right shots, just not quite able to manipulate the field, and that's aerial! And she's played a lovely shot there over the top of the infield, and that's one way of beating the field in the infield, is trying to go over it, and she's placed it beautifully for 4 runs down towards the party stand, and that's her first boundary of the day. Nice shot.
That's what Hampshire need, a little bit more of that. Still wasn't convincing though, was it? Didn't feel like she totally middled it, and every batter who's tried to get going like this has ended up getting dismissed.
Follows it up with a very, very traditional forward defensive. Yeah, she has been watchful of Sturge. Ooh, she's dug that one out. Good Yorker from Fee Morris.
Right in the proverbial block hole, that one.
Absolutely.
And it was blocked.
Morrison again. Sturge has driven again. Down to Gore. At mid-off. No run.
But there's been a lot of that, hasn't there? There was, same earlier in the over, perfectly nice shot, but just not one that looks like bringing runs. And she really had to sort of heave it over the infield to get, and was mid-on and long off swap, cross going out to long off.
Threlkeld has moved Gore over. She's dropped cross back into that long off position, and Gore's now mid-on. I wonder if she senses that there could be a lofted shot on offer here. And that's a slight misfield from mid-wicket. Allows them to go through for a single.
Yeah, Lamb thought she was going to get there, didn't she? And ended up just not quite managing to. But another decent over from Morris. The boundary in it was a risk. But that's what Hampshire have got to do. They've got to take some risks now. I think maybe got a couple more overs before they really go for it. But you had what, 120 from the last 20 overs, that'd be going some with the way they've scored so far, and that'd only take you up to 200, so that's kind of got to be the aim from here.
Potts continues with the score on 84 for 4. Placed nicely into a gap there from Sturge. Tap and run. 1 run. Changes the strike, brings the lefty in. As you say, captain with a lot on his shoulders at the moment.
Something around that 200 mark, maybe even a few more, could cause problems though, because it's not easy to bat out there.
Yeah, it doesn't look particularly easy. It won't be for Lancashire either. I don't think the condition's going to change that much. Oh, has that gone off the outside edge? No, she's whisked it past the outside edge of the left-hander. And Datani's got away with one there.
What Lancashire will have in their favour when they do bat is most of this team played on the wicket last week, so they'll have an idea of how the square's playing at the moment.
The pitch may have dried out a little bit as well, which usually creates a little bit more even bounce, doesn't it? So we will see. Good wicket anyway, isn't it? Potts. Dot ball again from Tatani. Straight into short cover.
Yeah, it's decent, but as I say, it just feels a little on the tacky side, a little on the sticky side. So the batters aren't able to sort of hit through the ball necessarily. Certainly how Hampshire are making it look at the moment.
Potts drives in. Long legs, long arms. Pulled. Oh! I think she's lost that in the light there, fielder, because it was quite close to it. It's gone through the mid-wicket. It's just been pulled up on the boundary, I think. Or she stepped on the rope. Hard to tell. Unless she's hurt herself out there. Oh, she might have done. I don't know if you can tell on the boundary whether that went for 4 or not.
Just seeing the replay here as it's gone.
Yeah, she pulled her hand away maybe.
Morris, who just seemed to... Sorry, Jones rather, who just seemed to lose it as it came towards
Those
it.
glasses, maybe they were too dark. Yes, they did pull it up on the boundary. They just
more
gone for 3.
The ferocity of which it was hit. She maybe just misjudged the flight of it.
To be fair, it was her bowling hand. We need her bowling hand.
But it was Jones in
the lefty. Potts in again. Oh, that's a really good Yorker to Sturge. They've had to dig a couple of those out in this innings of Hampshire. They've bowled a couple of nice Yorkers, the Lancashire girls.
So yeah, it was Jones there who lost it. She's just clutching her shoulder still. I think she'll be alright though by the looks of things.
Hopefully. Potts. In she comes, drops it a bit short. Nicely defended from Sturge actually. That got up a bit higher. She released her bottom hand slightly. Ball dumped into the ground. 88 for 4. Off the 29th over in this 50 over game. The Metro Bank One Day Cup. Of course, Lancashire champions. Hampshire currently first in the table in this season's competition. So it's an interesting one, and this is an interesting one. I've been wondering whether or not Penna would be used today, and it seems to me that she's just marking up her run-up. Maddie Penna, brought in just for 4 games, of course, in the absence of poor old Gabby Lewis, has had to go back to Ireland injured. Yeah, and we'll see what happens here, Mike.
A lot of fingers will be crossed for Gabby Lewis ahead of the World Cup, but it gives the opportunity to Penna, who's paced out heel to toe, a short run up here. It's just flicking a couple of leg spinners from hand to hand.
And I don't think she could have come in at a better time really. Right arm, leg spin. Dab down into mid-wicket for no run. Not as much pressure on her as there could have been if she'd been coming in either earlier in the over and in the innings or a little bit later when perhaps the batters were getting set, but got 2 batters under pressure here. Nicely swept from the left-handed Datani down to deep fine. Just for the one though. Why I liked it is because it was on the floor. It was a no-risk shot, and she cannot really take any risks at this point. She needs to be in. Interesting to see what they're doing with the right-hander. Hannah Jones is the one who's having to go across the wicket. Slight readjustments on the leg side boundary for the right-handed Sturge. And Penna to continue. A little bit short. Allowed Sturge to play that off the back foot into the covers. 1 run. Don't know when Penna arrived in England, do you? Whether it was yesterday or the day before. So I do hope she's caught up on the jet lag anyway. And she comes. Again, it's short. It's been pulled down to fine leg for another single. And Jones has made a little journey across the wicket, and we're in place, ready for the next ball. Penna. to Sturge. Yeah, just a little bit on the short side at the moment from Maddie Penner, allowing the batters to rock back onto the back foot and play the shots. Dot ball that time though. Again, short, it's aerial. Oh, she's bought a wicket and the batter is disgusted. That could have gone and should have gone anywhere, but it's gone straight into the hands of Eve Jones, who takes that catch with glee. Oh dear.
Well, that was a bit easier than the
dear.
one that flashed past her off the blade of Tatani in the previous over. And she's quite happy to accept another one that just again felt as if it stuck in the pitch. The batter examining the bat, almost as if to say, why didn't that go off my blade a bit quicker? But it's the way it played last week, and it's the way it's been playing this week. And it's why, if Hampshire can somehow manage to get up towards 200, it'll still be a tough challenge, this one, you think?
Yeah, I think it will.
It's just a little on the tacky side, and when the spinners particularly dig the ball in there, it makes it difficult. But Maddie Pennant, smile on her face. Probably not the best bowl she'll bowl in a Lancashire shirt, I think is what that smile tells you. But it's got her first wicket, and she's got a catch as well. And she'll be quite happy with her debut, particularly if it leads to a Lancashire win.
But this is the point about keeping the pressure on the batters. Sometimes the good bowlers don't always get the good balls don't always get the wickets. Pressure creates wickets. That wasn't the best bowl over Maddie Penner will ever bowl for Lancashire, I'm sure. But it gave the two batters license to throw the bat a little bit, and they just weren't careful enough as to where they threw the bat there. And you could tell Sturge knew that herself as she came off, pounding her foot with her bat. But it's brought Nancy Harmon into bat.
It has. She'll face up for these last 20 overs. I was going to say it'll be interesting to see if this is the point where Hampshire put the foot down, but having lost the wicket, they may have to rebuild for another 5 here before doing so. 109 from here, so around about 5.5 would give them 200 and would put them in the game. But lots of work to do before they get there. It's Tatani who's facing up, and charging in is Grace Potts, who delivers, and this one is played off the back foot, and there is no run on offer. Alison Burr.
Yeah, I was just saying, I was just about to say that Harmon hasn't had a bat yet this season. She hasn't been in a situation where she's been needed. So, again, that's another interesting little dynamic for her.
Experienced cricketer, though, Nancy Harmon. Been around the block. Knows how to go about things, has been in most situations. As Tatani faces up, and will guide this away into the hands and down. Well, it went quick, and Lamb couldn't cling on. It was there for a second. She felt she had it, and just could not cling on to that one. No run scored, but it could have been 6 down, and that really would have been trouble for Hampshire if it's not already. Tatani living on her lives at the moment. As Potts bowls to her again, this one's down the leg side. It'll be one more to the total as it's a wide ball, 92 for 5. But she was dropped by Eve Jones in the 29th, a tough one that went past her at mid-wicket. That one was probably one that Emma Lamb would have expected to cling on to. Tatani with 2 lives and still just on 16. Faces up again. Yorker from Potts, speared in, blocked well in the end.
Potts has got that ball going nicely, hasn't she, that Yorker? It's such a useful delivery to have in your armour as a quickie.
So Tatani waiting for a run from this over, but could so easily have found herself watching from the pavilion. The team need the captain to go on. Here's Potts again. Delivers. Tatani cuts out to deep cover for 1. 94 for 5. And it could have been even better for Lanks, really. They could have potentially had 6 or 7 by now, if not 8 or 9.
Yeah, Potts deserves a wicket. She really does. I think she's bowled very well.
Run out early on from Cross, which we thought looked close. Watching it back, there was then the Fee Morris one off Norgrove at mid-wicket. That did go quick as Harman faces her first ball of the season and pushes it up to mid-on for no run off the bowling of Potts. And then you had Eve Jones nearly clinging on it, or sort of losing it at mid-wicket really, before Lamb nearly clung on to Datani at backward point. In between though, catch was taken by Jones off the bowling of Penner, so Lancashire in a good position. Maybe ruin what could have been as Potts bowls, driven by Harman towards the field of Fee Morris there at mid-off. So Harman settling for a couple of dots to end the over. 93 for 5 after 31. Still very tough going for Hampshire. I think they'll almost be wanting to get the ball in their hand at this point. But they need to get a total to make Lancashire work today, because it's still a powerful Lancashire batting lineup, and they've added Emma Lamb to it today, who made 1,130 runs across all domestic cricket for Lancashire last season. As this one's flayed into the offside by Datani, and it's going to roll away towards the rope, and it will be 4 despite the pursuit of 2 fielders. Good stroke. Takes Hampshire up towards their 100. Penner just giving a little bit too much width there that allowed Datani to free the arms.
Yeah, and that's what Sturge was trying to do. I think Datani is a bit physically more strong than Sturge.
Penner bowls and Datani's onto the back foot when possibly she could have been forward there. Lister in with the fielding, no run. The Hampshire 50 came up in the 15th over then. They've had to, or sorry, 16th in fact. So they ticked into that, and they've had to wait even longer for the second 50 here, as this one's swept by Datani. She's going to look to come back for 2, and she will get back for 2. Working very hard there was Datani. 99 for 5.
Yeah, she's a good sweeper of the ball. Datani. Better over from Penner though.
Well into the 32nd over though now, halfway through it. And Hampshire still looking to bring up 3 figures on the scoreboard. I'll get it here as Datani whisked that one away behind square for 1. The 100 is up for Hampshire for the cost of 5 wickets and the cost of the best part of 32 overs. So how close can they get to that 200 mark? Can they get beyond it, I suppose, is the question here, because that would give them a chance in this game.
Yeah, it would, but I think Lancashire have still got some very, very decent bowling left up their sleeve. They've got a few overs from Gore, Jones, Cross.
Here comes Penner into a second over. Not sure what was on this. We'll find out from the umpire in just a moment. It's gone down the leg side for 2 runs which have been run, and they will be indicated as leg byes. 102 for 5. Just managing to get a bit of pad on it there, Harman, to deceive Threlkau, but she still awaits her first run off the bat here, does Harman. And she will get it, just nurdling into the leg side.
Nurdle.
Square leg comes in.
You love
One
that
more
word.
to the total, 103
Nurdle.
for 5.
That's a mic word.
I don't think I've used it in about 3
Oh,
seasons,
yeah,
actually, but
mate,
that definitely was a nerd.
Mate, nurdle. I think of you when I hear that word.
Do you?
Yeah, because I think you're the only person I've ever heard say it, to be fair. But everyone knows what you mean, though. A nurdle.
Did the job, didn't
a
it,
nudge.
for Harman?
A little nudge.
Just found a little bit of space on the leg side. Much discussions here between the batters. They need to find a way of getting this total up to something competitive. Lancashire at the moment have a grip on this game. It's not going to be a pleasant sight for the 2 batters in the middle and the lower order of Hampshire, because Kate Cross is coming back into the attack. Pleasant sight for the former Lancashire and Cheshire captain Alison Byrne alongside me, though.
Yeah, I think Threlkeld's playing a blinder here, personally. You've got a new batter in, hasn't had much cricket this year. She's on strike, even better.
Threlkeld's going to stand up as well.
Yeah.
Just try and add to that feeling of pressure. Here comes Cross, right arm over the wicket, and Harman is straight and correct in defence into the mid-wicket region for no run.
It's very noticeable that Ditani was very much keen to get down to the other end then, if she could. She knows that Harman is not quite a sitting duck, because she scored already, but this could be interesting, very interesting. Not disrespecting Harman in any way as Cross
Cross bowls again to Harman, who's defending into the offside. Eve Jones will pick up this time. If she can do what she did last week against York, she picked up 2 early on and then 2 in her later spells. If Cross can add another 2 to the one she's already got today, that would really put Lancashire a long way towards victory here. They'd have to bat well. Feels like it's going to be a tense, low-scoring game, this one. Cross bowls, and Harman's again correct in defence. Again, no run is the result, this time into the onside. Lancashire just have to keep their focus up here. As Cross walks back to a disc she's placed on the ground. A little pile of sawdust next to her as well as she turns with a picket fence in the background and bowls a ball that's driven firmly straight to Lister. That one will be that for Harman. Out, just picking the fielder out, and it was a fairly torrid innings in the end. Cross just straight and firm throughout the over, and Harman's drive going straight into the hands of the fielder here. Just uppish and lifted, and Smale with the catch, able to hold on, and it's 6 down now for Hampshire, just 103 on the board. Harman out, caught Smale, bowled Cross for 1, and it is a difficult time now for Hampshire.
Every decision Threlkeld has made today has paid off, hasn't it? Every bowling change has caused something to happen. I mean, as a captain, you don't have many days like that, so should be enjoying what she's seen in the field today. But equally, I enjoyed Cross's bowling there. She really didn't give Harman any space at all. On the one ball that was slightly over pitch, Harman felt the need to push out slightly. And it's a good catch from Lister, actually. Was it Lister? Sorry, Smale. They're very similar when you see them from a distance. Similar age, similar build, yeah. Anyhow, 6 down, as you say.
Lancashire well on top. It's been a good return from Kate Cross. 4 dot balls and then the wicket. And Amanda Jade Wellington, who will put back to ball. How decisive that will be, we'll see. Hampshire probably need her to bat the best part of these overs now. Cross bowls to Jade Wellington, it beats her outside the off stump. Trying to just fiddle at one. Nearly takes a thin little snick into the gloves of Threlkeld. The Australian will go about things in relaxed fashion, but maybe a little too relaxed with that first stroke.
It looked to me like she was surprised slightly. I think she maybe forgotten how pacey Cross is.
Delivers another one. And Jade Wellington wrapped on the pads. She tries to...
It's a little harsh. I thought it had hit her pads.
Flick it away. Maybe it was the pads the keeper Threlkeld if a wide was added to the total there, which it has been.
Tad harsh, however.
Like the batters there. It's the only thing that's ruined this over so far. Cross won't mind too much. She'll get another ball. Jade Wellington. She's dabbed behind square on the offside. Lamb's quickly round with the field. 104 for 6 is the score after 33 overs. Lancashire dominating this game at the moment. They know, though, they will have batting to do in tricky conditions, so they won't want to chase one more than they have to. Kate Cross's reintroduction brings her 2nd wicket. She's conceded just 9 runs so far. That was the 10th, in fact, of the final ball of that over. So
Look
10
who's
runs now off 6 overs.
Look who's coming back, Mike.
Well, this really is the captain Threlkeld trying to finish things off. Mahika Gore returns to the action. Threlkeld's opposite number, Datani, knows it all rests on her here against her former team. 24 off 40. Went over the top on one occasion off the spinner, but just has to bat through now and get as many as she can. Waits for Gore, who bowls. Flash of the bat from Datani, who doesn't connect with it. Hands were raised by one or two of a Lancashire persuasion, certainly Cross and Potts, who are nearest to us at the Statham end.
Me too,
wicket.
to be fair, Mike.
Yeah,
my hands were
joining in.
Yeah, why not? Bit of fun.
Gore again. Places the ball between her fingertips. She runs in here on Lanks TV. Finds the outside half of the bat, but it was controlled by Datani. Precious single to the Hampshire total, 105 for 6. Will Lanks almost be dreaming of keeping this below 150 at this point? Maybe even 180 might be a more realistic number to keep it below, but they'll really be thinking they can do the bulk of the work in this first innings of the game, because they know it's going to be tough with the bat, although having the likes of Lamb and Jones at the top of the order will help, as there's a little fiddle outside the off stump from Jade Wellington, who is kind of fairly casual in her play, and then all of a sudden she'll stick one for 6 out of nowhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, does like a little sort of fiddle at one, does like a cut stroke, but can also unleash things that are a little more powerful than that.
I get the feeling that Gore is still getting a little bit of something from this pitch.
In she goes again, shorter
hello.
length, it's been hit in the air. A valiant attempt from Lamb, who just had to stick her hands above her head and try and reach out as far as she could in the end, because that one passed her at backward point. He's away for runs. It was well controlled in the end by Wellington for a single. 106 for 6.
A bit close for comfort though from her perspective. I've been calling for Gore to work on a shorter ball, and it nearly paid off. It's a good idea to play it to the new bat.
Gore again, charging into the Hampshire captain, Datani, who gets a thin little cut on this. A deflection as much as anything. She's going to get back for 2. It's a good fielding by Jones in the distance down at third. 108 for 6. Good to have more than 1,000 of you with us on Lanks TV throughout this innings. Do keep hitting the like button to help others find what, at the moment, is a dominant performance for Lancashire in the field. They chose, for the second week in a row, to bowl here at HQ, and they're making the most of it as this one's driven into the offside. Datani picks up another single to a total, 109 for 6. Datani on to 28. She's just got to keep going and hope somebody like Wellington can produce a few more extravagant strokes that get Hampshire to a defendable total.
Yeah, it does make me. It's a conundrum, isn't it? This game, because is it good bowling from Lancashire? Is it poor shot selection from Hampshire, or is it the pitch? And we won't really know until we see what the Hampshire girls get from this pitch. So anything could happen for me at this point. I don't think this game is far from over from a Hampshire's perspective.
It's felt similar to the second innings we saw from Lancashire last week, actually, as Datani drives this one down the onside of straight. No run on offer, but the fact they'll be chasing far less runs this week would hopefully take the pressure off that experienced opening pair who averaged 89.5 recurring in the competition last year. Don't forget the recurring.
That's a recurring use of the word recurring now, Mike.
Here comes Cross, and this one's flayed away by Datani off the front foot. Finds cover sweeper, and will add 1 to the total as a result. But this is where things can get dangerous. I mean, Amanda Jade Wellington, she's played for Australia. She'll be used to bowlers of the class of Kate Cross. But before she gets in, this is Cross's opportunity. Looking to add another wicket to that impressive analysis. And she adds a dot ball instead with a good length delivery that needed blocking. Cross with just 11 runs conceded now. She's into her 7th over.
Wow. A ridiculous economy rate of 1.62 from Cross. Amazing.
Very well here. Looking for another wicket now against Amanda Jade Wellington, who's happy to defend again. Almost from those 2 shots, it's as if she's saying to the captain, Threlkeld, well, do you want to keep bowling Kate Cross against the middle of my bat here and me defending this one out for no score, or do you want to save a couple for later on? And Jade Wellington faces up again, goes for something more extravagant, down the ground, gets hold of it. That's going to be 4 through mid-on, and that was a little more expansive from Amanda Jade Wellington.
Yeah, she just exploded then.
Haven't seen too much of that against Kate Cross here in the last couple of weeks. But 4 runs for Amanda Jade Wellington. Took a little puff of dust as she went through the stroke there. 114 for 6.
Very dangerous player is Wellington.
Cross coming in again. Oh no, she has a chance if Amanda Jade Wellington's going to be more expansive, but just opts that little dab behind square on the offside instead. Takes it down to 3rd, 115 for 6. That's the score with 15 overs of this innings remaining. So 90 from here, that'd be 1 a ball, would get them up to the 200 mark, but anything less than that, and Lancashire will have a chase that will be difficult, but that they certainly would have taken at the start of the day, Alison Byrne.
Yeah. I think they'll be looking to bowl them out before they reach that 200 mark, though, to be honest. The way Threlkeld's using her strike bowlers early suggests that to me. She's throwing the dice and going, right, let's see and get these last 4 wickets now.
Can I roll them out for 150
yeah.
is the feel at the moment.
But ultimately, if they don't manage to do that with Cross and Gore, they've still got some good bowlers in hand.
Here's Mahika Gore again. Just slips down the leg side. Got to be a little careful of that, because they're 3 runs here that Lancashire, despite their strong position, can ill afford. 116 for 6. You can see exactly what she's trying to do, but
yeah, just the 8 wides from Lancashire so far in this innings.
So that they're the 9th, I think.
9, sorry, yeah,
down.
including that one, yeah.
Delivers another one and gets it right this time. It's driven to straight mid-wicket. Lister's just about there on hand.
Stumbled slightly, didn't she? I think. I don't know if I didn't get a chance to have a little walk around the pitch, but it might well be spike weather in the field today, so sometimes they do get cut slightly, don't they?
It's Alison Byrne, Lancashire and Cheshire captain, alongside myself, Mike Perkins on Lanks TV, as Mahika Gore approaches once more. Delivers a ball. Jade Wellington is caught, and it's straight at Lamb and dropped. Well, the first one you could probably just about forgive her not clinging on to. That was off Datani. And the one area Lancashire have been weak today has been their catching. And Lamb back in the side after a couple of games out with injury. Just not picking that up. Again, firmly cut, but you should be taking those 10 out of 10.
Very well bowled from Gore, actually. Very well bowled. She's unlucky.
Rams in another short one, and Amanda Jade Wellington almost doesn't get underneath it, but does get a wide ball because it cracked down the leg side. 117 for 6. Again, that's an indication this pitch is a bit sticky, because she's rammed a couple in, and both of them have just, the pitch has given nothing back.
I'm laughing because Gore is showing a bit of fast bowler's aggression there. We don't always see that from Gore. She's a very quietly spoken, sensitive young lady to talk to.
Perhaps not the pitch for it though. It goes back of a length again. This one's directed down to 3rd off the back foot by Amanda Jade Wellington. 7 to her total now, 118 for 6. But Emma Lamb will be a little nervous at the moment, having dropped both of these batters.
3rd time's a charm, Mike.
Indeed. It's not been her day, has it, at backward point? Usually a very reliable fielder there. He could go bowls. Down the leg side it goes. And it's out. It's the little tickle on that one. And that's a really soft dismissal for the Hampshire captain, Naomi Datani. She's out for 29. Really stuck in at her time in the crease, but has just got a little feather on one. And it's well taken by Threlkeld, who catches Datani off the bowling of Gore for 29, 118 for 7. And Hampshire's innings is really starting to fizzle out as Hannah Hardwick walks to the crease.
Yeah. As I say, sometimes it's not the good balls that get the reward. You bowl 3 good balls and then the one that, you know, isn't where you want it to go, the batter's eyes light up. Datani was trying to flick that off her pads, wasn't she? And ball reached her from Gore a little bit quicker than she expected, and it's just caught a little edge there. It's the grateful mitt of Captain Threlkeld. Just what Lancashire needed.
Just a feather, and that was all it took. Gore, I think, knew. She knew there was a sound anyway, because she was straight up with the arm in the direction of the umpire, and it didn't take much. I think it's one of those that Datani probably, when she got a little something on that, I thought, well, that's 4.
Yeah.
But Threlkeld was quickly across. 118 for 7. Hampshire just got a scrap, haven't they? They've got to get whatever they can here.
Well, they've got an experienced player in at the crease with Wellington. She's been in many a situation such as this.
Experienced Hardwick joins her and gets a bouncer first up. Welcome to the crease. A wide is signalled though. It was a little harsh. I think if Hardwick had stood where she was, she'd have been hit there, but the feeling was
leg umpire gave it.
That was a wide. I think they've been quite strict on those, as is their right to be so. 119 for 7.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise, but there you go. We're up here, they're down there.
Well, they're giving Hannah Hardwick the hurry up anyway, as she gets a much fuller delivery second ball and plays it just about off the front foot in the end, up to Potts in the sunshine now here in Manchester.
What it can do with a young player who's primarily a bowler, A, put a bit of fear, and B, stop you getting that big stride forward in, because you're just thinking, is she going to bowl it short again? Do I really want to take a chance of getting one in the mush?
Here comes Gore then, top from the previous ball.
And that's what she's done. She's bowled it right up to her pads, and she's got lucky there. Don't know what it came off, but it's going to get, it's been given off the bat, 4 runs. Dearie me.
Little inside edge there off Hardwick, and it goes away. 4-4. Just spearing this one in, Gore, and she'll feel unlucky that it's not taken a bit of stump on the way through. Did take a bit of bat, and Hardwick's off the mark with 4. 123 for 7.
Well, that was a little eventful over, wasn't it? Had a bit of everything. Drop catch, wicket, another wide ball.
You're right though, another big discussion there between Eve Jones, Kate Cross and Ellie Threlkeld. All players who will have won the double in the non-professional era. That before we went into that Rachel Hare Flint Trophy regional competition and then back to counties. They've won it again last year, and they're very much going for all out here for Hampshire by keeping Cross on. Jade Wellington guides it down to Hannah Jones at third, single taken, brings Hannah Hardwick back onto strike. Just survived that previous over that saw the dismissal of Datani. A little flick down the leg side into the gloves of Threlkeld off the bowling of Gore after 70 minutes of very hard work. Hampshire top of the table, but it's all going wrong for them today. Here comes Cross again. Elbows out as she approaches and then delivers a ball. That's a boulder. Well, it looked like it had inside edged it past the stumps again, but no such luck on this occasion for Hardwick. She's out and she departs. 124 for 8. Her team score. And good straight bowling from Kate Cross. And Hardwick got the look in the previous over past the stumps. Didn't do so on this occasion. Cross has run one through her for 4. And Hardwick is out.
Yeah.
Bowled by the former England international.
That's why you keep your strike bowlers on. If you get a sniff of trying to bowl a team out before they use all of their overs, you've got to take it, because it's such a bonus, if you like. If they're 5 overs short, 7 overs short, even if you're just hanging around, you're going to pick up runs. So, yeah.
Well, it's not really Hardwick's job to get the runs here, but she's just played completely the wrong line of this one. It's moved appreciably, actually, off a line of around about middle stump. It's taken the leg stump eventually. Good bowling from Cross. And did what she had to do there. Hardwick's out, and it's now down to Daisy Gibb to accompany Amanda Jade Wellington. These last couple of bats just have to stay in, don't they? And allow Amanda Jade Wellington to maybe free her arms, get an extra 20 or 30 onto the score. And they'll have to hope that's going to be enough. But there'll be eyes across the competition on this game as Cross approaches again to Gibb, who gets an outside edge. And she'll get a single for it as Hannah Jones comes round at third, 125 for 8. But Hampshire going into this round of fixtures top. We'd seen Surrey, who were top, lose back-to-back games as well. It's wide open at the moment. And if Lancashire can play their best cricket like they have been in the first part of this game, they'll be there or thereabouts. Here comes Cross. Bowls to Jade Wellington, who plays it into the leg side. Smale picks up, no run. I guess the only concern for Lancashire is there have been catches that have gone down. Fee Morris, Lamb, a couple. Yeah. You could argue that Eve Jones maybe could have clung on to one at mid-wicket. And if they'd held even 2 of those, they'd be back in the pavilion already here at the Statham end. So this one's cut away by Amanda Jade Wellington. Strides through for a single.
I don't think Lancashire would have minded that single too much. It's brought Gibb into the firing line.
It's difficult for Amanda Jade Wellington this though,
really
because
difficult.
She's seen how her teammates have got out. She knows there's a lot of overs on the board, so if she does play something expansive and gets out, it's not going to look terribly clever. As Gibb faces up, cross bowls, Gibb flashes, doesn't get anything on it. Threlkeld takes the bails for good measure. No run is the result of all that action. It's the end of the crossover. 126 for 8. As this latest ball just flashes past the outside edge. No real foot movement from Gibb. But the other worry in Amanda Jade Wellington's head will be, I could run out of partners here and end up walking off wondering what could have been. So it's a really tough situation. She's got a smile on her face though, as Amanda Jade Wellington, but I think she perpetually does.
She enjoys her cricket, and I think that's why, you know, she's very popular in the franchise cricket. She's very much in demand wherever she goes, really. And it's not. I'm sure that's partly because of her personality and partly because of her cricket.
Gore just aborts this first attempt to run in to start the 38th over. Tosses the ball in her right hand and then places it carefully in her left. Here she comes. Lancashire need just 2 more wickets. Gore delivers, swings in towards the stumps. It's hacked out by Amanda Jade Wellington. Gore, who has 11 balls left to get those 2 wickets, walks back to her mark. But yeah, Lancashire really trying to finish this one off. They'll know they've still got overs for a couple for Hannah Jones, 3 for Grace Potts as Gore comes in again. And again delivers a Yorker length ball that's blocked by Amanda Jade Wellington. And
another Yorker. Well, I should have kept a tally.
She's just trying to keep those stumps in play, isn't she, and make sure that she really goes for these last, what's now 10 balls of her spell. Here comes Gore again. Short of length. Again stuck in the pitch. It's been pulled away and that'll be 4.
Oh,
it's a pretty rank bit of bowling in the end. Morris will need a hand to get back to her feet there, having made a valiant effort to keep that one inside the ropes. 4 to the total though, 130 for 8. For me, the shorter stuff isn't necessary. I can see what she's trying to do, but it's not necessarily working. Morris is still down on her haunches at the moment as we see this one again. Amanda Jade Wellington was just able to swat it away. Morris is back up, but it took a considerable amount of time. She just sort of hurt herself a bit as she went over the rope there.
Yeah, I think she, as you say, I think she's probably just winded herself a little bit.
Another valiant effort to prevent runs there, as again back to the Yorker ploy, and that feels the way to go. I know she has to bowl something else in the over, but she's going to get through that way, isn't she, if she bowls enough of those. Another dot ball, just dug out into the onside, this one.
But it's good to see her experimenting. I think as a bowler, she does need to develop these varieties in length and line and pace. So I'm not too disappointed with
Gore again, slower and shorter, and Lamb does the fielding, doesn't gather cleanly now. That could be out, and is out. The finger slowly raised. It was a run on a misfield. Emma Lamb will be feeling better about proceedings, because it is Lamb's throw that has affected the run out into the gloves of Threlkeld, who had time to take the bails, and that is the last thing that Hampshire needed at this point. Their 9th wicket falls, and it's a run out, and a really disappointing one from the Hampshire perspective, as walking off the field here is the number 10, Daisy Gibb. Well, they say never run on those misfields, and that's probably why. Felt like there was the time there to get through, though.
Yeah, but also what a good piece of bowling from Gore. Literally, as we were just saying, it's nice to see her changing the pace and the length and the pace. And as I said, the word pace, the slower ball came out. Yeah, I don't know what happened with the running there. It was poor.
Well, Lamb's got a wicket, and it comes at the expense of Daisy Gibb. Tyson, the new batter, to the crease. She's got work to do, I think it's fair to say.
She could do with going the distance here, could Tyson, couldn't she? Sorry, Mike.
I'm glad you explained that joke, because I'm not sure. It would I'm not sure it necessarily would have been spotted. As here comes Gore again to deliver left arm over the wicket, full of length, and beats Lister but not cross. So beats extra cover but not mid-off.
It was more the little wry smile he gave at me, you know, made me feel like I needed to apologise for it straight away, you know.
But it's all going well for Lancashire. 38 overs of very good cricket here from the Red Rose. And those who've made their way in at the pavilion end and under the point will be enjoying what they're seeing so far. Not going much better for Hampshire in the county championship. Glamorgan 499 now for 5 in their first innings on day 2 of that match down south. Elsewhere in this competition, we have 3 other games taking place today, as well as this one. The Blaze 180 for 7, so their innings falling away a little bit against Durham. We have Warwickshire 204 for 6. They're in the 36th over of their innings against Somerset at Edgbaston. And Essex are 200 for 5 in the 41st over of their match with Yorkshire, as this one is guided away behind square to Hannah Jones. No run on offer. And Wellington, who has 13, she's had her life. Dropped at backward point, fairly regulation actually by Lamb, who got the run out in the previous over. Cross into her penultimate over now. Conceded just 19 and picked up 3 wickets, and I think for the second week in a row she'd like a 4th here. Delivers full, and Wellington jabs it out again. She'd like to make it the international player, Wellington, or the player who's played international matches. Wellington settles once more. Does she chance her arm? Long on's back now for Wellington because they can concede a single here. Wellington goes through the offside, firmly struck, but no run to a tumbling Lister.
Yeah, she was reluctant to take a run there. There potentially could have been if they'd gone straight away, but yeah, after just losing one of their partners through a run out, it was in the back of her mind, I think.
130 for 9, where it was at the start of the over. Cross has had 3 balls of it. Here comes the 4th. Again back in towards the stumps. Again played away by Wellington. But the Hampshire innings not really going anywhere. But you can understand why Wellington doesn't want to take a quick single and then expose number 11 for half the over. She needs to be looking for boundaries. Has a glance towards the leg side where you've got
should be
forward
looking
square leg on the rope, mid
I think
wicket.
she'd be looking for a single this ball or the next ball for sure.
And that long on we mentioned as it goes
Better
high
still.
and straight, and this will be over the head of Lister, who chases back towards long off. Won't get there in time. 4 runs, 134 for 9. And that's what Wellington's got to just chance her arm here. Will ideally want to do it off bowlers who aren't Kate Cross or Mahika Gore, but she got away with it there, went aerial and got 4. Can she cap the over off with a single? Nobody's coming on the leg side, so there's one there if she wants it, and she dabs it there and will take that single. 135 for 9. What do you make of that, Alison Byrne, as a former captain? Would you brought one in just to make it more
Crossy
difficult?
missed a trick there. I think she took her eye off the ball there. Yeah, it was such an obvious thing that she was going to do. But maybe she knows Mahika Gore's going to bowl her out.
Perhaps.
Over to you, Mahika.
Long discussion between Tyson and Wellington. Tyson just glancing back towards the fielder who makes their way up down to 3rd now. They've got long on the opposite side of the pitch back, as well as a deep square leg. 2 up in the ring on the leg side, another 3 in the ring on the offside, as well as deep cover and that fielder at 3rd. Slower, fuller ball by Mahika Gore. Although exactly what it was slower compared to the previous over, I suppose. Because it was the first ball of this one.
I don't know, I'd like to see a speed gone on those two, because I don't think there's an awful lot of difference between their speeds.
I think there's a bit of running the fingers on that one from Gore. He's on away again. Up to the wickets and delivers from the Statham end. That did have pace on and ended up being a full toss. Be quite relieved that it was hit straight at Eve Jones. No run. 135 for 9. Just 15 more for Hampshire here. Could make things interesting. They'd need early wickets. We were saying that about Yorkshire last week. They didn't get the early wickets, but they did then run through in the middle overs. Lancashire only made 158 last week in the Roses match. As an appeal for LBW, the angle was always against the bowler, though, left arm over the wicket. Was either going to have to pitch outside leg stump, or the angle of the arm would have taken it down. On this occasion from Gore, it looked outside the leg stump there, even though Wellington had gone well across. Halfway through the over then, 135 for 9 the score, as Gore bowls and pushed into the onside. No run again. Lister will wait for this one to come to a complete stop on the floor before walking in and picking it up. She clearly thought that was amusing. Don't think any of her teammates were particularly in on the joke, but there we go. Here's Gore again. 2 balls left in a final over. Jade Wellington will want to see them out. It's full and it's hit nicely into the offside. There'll be a chase round to the right for Penner to do. She does it well. Only concedes a single. A big delivery in the game, this one. Number 11, Bex Tyson.
Now then.
On strike for the final ball of Mahika Gore's spell. 136 for 9.
Wellington's saying, what do you think she's saying?
Please don't get out.
Stay there. It's pretty obvious what she's saying, isn't it? Tyson.
Left-handed is Tyson.
Left-hander, yeah.
And here comes Gore. It's a bowl to the final Hampshire batter, and it slips down the leg side, so it'll be a free run. 137 for 9 with the wide.
At least she gets another stab at it, Mike.
She didn't get that right.
No.
I think Tyson would have quite happily gone, yeah, I'll take
She
my dart
forgot
over
she was a
bowled
left-hander,
there.
I think.
Although every run is precious for Hampshire in this situation. It's not gone well for the table toppers so far today. Gore again. Full into the pads. You can see what she was looking for. That Yorker
here.
gets it slightly wrong. Tyson wants to come back, can't.
Oh dear.
Good fielding by Penner. 138 for 9. A single Lancashire probably would have taken from the final ball if it wasn't going to result in a wicket.
Decision to take a single there. I think maybe Wellington was thinking that was going to run through for 2, but good fielding on the boundary there. Stopped them coming back for that second run.
So far in this game, feels like the early season table's been turned on its head a little bit, with Hampshire who started the day top with 15 points, struggling to get to a total. Lancashire, who were down the bottom with just 5, with only 1 win. They've dominated proceedings so far. 10 more overs left in the innings. 1 wicket left though. Alison Byrne to pick up your ball-by-ball commentary.
Yeah, and the scoreboard is flashing Grace Potts to come on, but yeah, and it is Grace Potts to come on at the Jimmy Anderson end. She's got an opportunity to attack the number 11 bat here. She's bringing in 1 or 2 fielders, understandably. She's kept deep fine, deep square, and there is a deep third.
So 5 wickets split between Cross and Gore. Can Potts get in on the act?
It's the left-hander, Grace Potts. Oh, nice ball. Oh, Wellington, that was sharp, very sharp. She's just halfway down the wicket there as the ball's left Potts' hand.
If Tyson hit that, Wellington was running, wasn't she?
She was, whatever. She was going, and that's experience for you. Caught the Lancashire fielders slightly off guard there. I don't think they were quite expecting it to go for a single there, but it did. And well played, Amanda Jane Wellington.
Hampshire topped the table last season as well with 45 points. Lancashire had 41, but ended up beating Hampshire in the final. They're dominating this game at the moment, albeit on a pitch that they'll have some work to do with the bat, you would think.
Is driving in. That's been dabbed down to deep square. Wellington's taken the single, still exposing the tail a little bit there. I don't think she's got much choice, she needs runs here.
Everyone's precious, isn't it? So you can't really turn them down.
Lancashire, of course, bring the field in. Still got 3 on the boundary. 4 on the off in the ring, 2 on the ring on the onside. Well taken from Threll Celts, good glove work. Tyson just ducked out of the way of that one.
You would feel at the moment that though it's going to be a grind, Lancashire will have the measure of this chase.
And the sun continues to shine. We've actually got some blue sky overhead, which is lovely. A bit wider. She's pushed that through, and it's just come through to single. Good running again from Wellington.
I could have sworn you were going to go for punch through there.
Huh? Punch through. Yeah, just, you know, can't help it. That was even an accidental one. Didn't even mean that.
Well, you didn't go for it. You went for pushed.
Ah, yeah, of course. Yeah. You said it, not me. I forget now.
141 for 9.
Anyway, Grace Potts to continue. Wellington on strike. Big hit! Just avoids the fielder at square leg. A couple of bounces through the concrete, through the car park barrier to the spectator. Walking past, well fielded young man. 4 runs to Wellington. This is what she's capable of. She's been caught between the devil and the deep blue sea, has Amanda Jade Wellington today. But every one of these runs could be super crucial at the end.
Well, Lanks almost mentally, particularly the openers, Jones and Lamb, will be thinking, oh, we're chasing 150 here, so if they can get past it.
Yes, good play from Wellington. That vacant mid-wicket area again. 1 run. Steals the strike. I'm a tad frustrated that it's happened twice, can you tell?
Yes, I can. I can see, though, with a ball having just gone through the leg side for 4, why they might have kept them back there. Just nibbled it away, though, didn't she? And got that single. 146 for 9. As I say, just mentally, as we see the wickets flashing up, Cross with 3 of them, Gore with 2, Hannah Jones with a useful 2 as well. Imagine she might bowl in these closing overs of this innings. Cross is going to try a look from the Statham end for the final over, which is interesting. But if they can just get past 150, let's say psychologically, that's what Lancashire feel they're chasing at the moment. And they'll have already started prepping a little bit. Well, Lamb and Jones.
Yeah, interesting decision to take Potts off, and Cross had an over left from that end. Anyway, she's coming from the Statham end now for her final over in her spell. Reverse sweep from Wellington. She's so good at that shot as well. Well done. 4 runs down to 5.
She's made her mind up she was going for that, and she's executed it well. Really good bit of innovation from Amanda Jade Wellington. If she'd got that wrong, she'd have been out, but she got it very, very right. 4 runs, and it's the 150.
And it really makes it hard to set a field when somebody's playing, I call them the funky shots. Never quite know what she's going to do. And false start from Cross. I think Wellington just stepped away before Cross applied the brakes there, so maybe something behind.
I think she's just a little unhappy with one of the bits of grass on her run in.
Cross in again for defensive from Wellington.
Well, this is the challenge now. She's got a 4. Can she see out the rest of the crossover?
Yeah, because she knows it's her last over.
Be interested if she tries something again.
And she slashed that towards 3rd. No run. She just plays these flat battered shots so well, doesn't she? The bat is in such a beautiful position when she plays them. Wellington.
Doesn't find the run there though. She's...
And remarkably, Wellington is now equal top score. Oh, sorry, 1 more run to be top scorer with McGackin. She needs to get down. She couldn't, but there is cover. Lister, I think, is that. Done really well to get behind Potts and save that from going from a boundary. Good shot. 2 runs. She keeps the strike. Could so easily have been a 4. Great work from Ailsa Lister. Cross striding in again. Oh, that's got to be close. She's gone for the reverse sweep. It's whacked her on the pads. Always the chance you take when you play the, as I say, the funky shots. Here she goes. Let's have a look at the replay.
Look at it now. It's just got outside the line of off stump, and it was very clearly a shot.
Close. Dot ball.
So not out.
She comes again. Flick that to mid-wicket. For a single. For the 3rd time in a row. She's flicked it to mid-wicket for a single and kept the strike.
She has,
and she is definitely the top scorer of the innings now.
Yeah, gone past the earlier effort from Agakan. Tatani also made 29. But she's proven a bit of a nuisance here, is Amanda Jade Wellington, as she's prone to do in the closing stages of an innings. And Lancashire just have to be careful here. They know they only need 1 wicket, but these could be annoying, useful runs for Hampshire. This stage, 23 of them added, mainly by Wellington. Tyson just has 3 to her name in this partnership. But they'll just want to make sure a good afternoon's work doesn't get away from them here. They'll be favourites whatever happens, but with 8 overs remaining, Hampshire still have a little bit of power to add.
Potts, can she bowl one of those great Yorkers again? She can! She's done it! She's bowled with a Yorker! Well done, Grace Potts, and that is a fantastic piece of fielding and bowling to finish the first part of this match. And Hampshire have been bowled out for 153. I had an idea those pesky Yorkers were going to come into play. Great stuff from Lancashire, Mike.
Well, it's what Lancashire have been looking at throughout that partnership of 23 for the final wicket. Wellington out for a very important 32. Do make sure you rejoin us for the chase on Lanks TV. 154 will be the Lancashire target. They will absolutely have taken that at the start of play when Ellie Threlkeld won the toss and decided to bowl. And it was built on Kate Cross. Superb bowling from Cross throughout the innings, picking up 3 wickets for 31 in her 10 overs. So very, very good from Cross. 154 the chase. Only really Wellington adding meaningful runs at the end there. There were contributions further up the order as well, but they didn't really take the game on until Wellington came in. Ali, how do you assess that innings as a whole?
I mean, there was some excellent bowling performances there. Slight disappointment with 1 or 2 drop catches. However, as you quite rightly said, 153. Even on their bad day last week against Yorkshire, they managed to scrape to, what was it, 158, 154, something like that.
Yeah, 158 in the chase last week.
Yeah.
Gacken there with 30, 29 for Tatani. And as we mentioned, that 32 for Wellington was the only real innings that took the game on. Run out towards the end there as well. Will not make good reading for Hampshire in that total of 153. But the bowling, it was all about Kate Cross with that 3 wickets for 31 runs off 10 overs, including 2 maidens at the top of her spell. Bowled very well, set the tone, supported by Mahika Gore. She finishes with 2 for 42 off her 10 overs. Hannah Jones came on to bowl at the back of the power play and did very well. 8 overs, 24 for 2. Her contribution. The other wickets go to Potts and Penner, the debutant, who's arrived from South Australia and Adelaide Strikers. So Lancashire will be very happy with their first innings work. They have bowled Hampshire out for 153. 154 will be the chase. Do join myself, Mike Perkins and Alison Byrne on Lanks TV to see if Lancashire can get to their target of 154.
Guys, make way for the designated driver.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
Have you heard of United 2 before? Do you like exams?
Because we don't do any traditional end-of-year exams.
If you're having a bad day, that shouldn't dictate whether or not you pass or fail a year.
We have 4 main subject areas:
business, media, digital and sport. You work directly with our industry partners to make sure you're ready for the real world.
teaching across 4 different campuses: the Old Trafford campus, UI92 Business School, the Player and Media Centre at Lancashire Cricket Club, and the Old Trafford Stadium.
You'll study one module at a time, as well as studying half days only.
Making time for work, hobbies, socialising, or your side hustles.
You'll secure a degree awarded by Lancaster University.
So what are you waiting for?
Join us at United 2.
Faster, Pringles!
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag.
Your call is important to us. Do not hang up.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
Introducing Lanks TV Plus, dedicated area for members, bringing you closer to the game than ever before. Watch every men's live stream fixture all in one place. Every ball, every moment, live. And this season, don't miss the War of the Roses. Lancashire against Yorkshire, streamed live for the first time ever. Unlock exclusive content you won't see anywhere else, from behind-the-scenes access to mini-documentaries. This is Lancashire like you've never seen it before, all in one place. This is Lanks TV Plus. This is the Red Rose. This is cricket.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
What is this? Guys, make way. For the designated driver.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
Yeah, true.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
Have you heard of United 2 before?
Do you like exams?
Because we don't do any traditional end-of-year exams.
If you're having a bad day, that shouldn't dictate whether or not you pass or fail a year.
We have 4 main subject areas:
business, media, digital and sport.
You work directly with our industry partners to make sure you're ready for the real world.
teaching across 4 different campuses. the Old Trafford campus, UI92 Business School, the Player and Media Centre at Lancashire Cricket Club, and the Old Trafford Stadium.
You'll study one module at a time, as well as studying half days only.
Making time for work, hobbies, socialising, or your side hustles.
You'll secure a degree awarded by Lancaster University.
So what are you waiting for?
Join us at UI92.
Pass the Pringles!
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag.
Your call is important to us. Do not hang up.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
Introducing Lanks TV Plus, dedicated area for members, bringing you closer to the game than ever before. Watch every men's live stream fixture all in one place. Every ball, every moment, live. And this season, don't miss the War of the Roses. Lancashire against Yorkshire, streamed live for the first time ever. Unlock exclusive content you won't see anywhere else, from behind-the-scenes access to mini-documentaries. This is Lancashire like you've never seen it before, all in one place. This is Lanks TV Plus. This is the Red Rose. This is cricket.
two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
What is this? Guys, make way for the designated driver.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
Yeah, true.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
Have you heard of United 2 before?
Do you like exams?
Because we don't do any traditional end-of-year exams.
If you're having a bad day, that shouldn't dictate whether or not you pass or fail a year.
We have 4 main subject areas.
Business, media, digital and sport.
You work directly with our industry partners to make sure you're ready for the real world.
Teaching across 4 different campuses. The Old Trafford campus, UA92 Business School, the Player and Media Centre at Lancashire Cricket Club and the Old Trafford Stadium.
You'll study 1 module at a time, as well as studying half days only.
Making time for work, hobbies, socialising or your side hustles.
You'll secure a degree awarded by Lancaster University.
So what are you waiting for?
Join us at UA92.
Pass the Pringles!
fumble a bag. Now I will not fumble a bag.
Your call is important to us. Do not hang up.
Fumble a bag. Now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
Introducing Lanks TV Plus, dedicated area for members, bringing you closer to the game than ever before. Watch every men's live stream fixture all in one place. Every ball, every moment, live. And this season, don't miss the War of the Roses. Lancashire against Yorkshire, streamed live for the first time ever. Unlock exclusive content you won't see anywhere else, from behind-the-scenes access to mini-documentaries. This is Lancashire like you've never seen it before, all in one place. This is Lanks TV Plus. This is the Red Rose. This is cricket.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Lancashire versus Hampshire in the Women's One Day Cup, where Lancashire will require 154 for victory in this game. Largely built around the opening bowling of Kate Cross and Mahika Gore, who took 5 wickets between them. And then there were also contributions from Hannah Jones with 2 wickets, Grace Potts picked up 1, and also Maddie Penner, the new Australian recruit to this Lancashire side. Hampshire will need early wickets if they're to defend this, you would imagine. It's going to be Daisy Gibb to open the bowling for them from the Statham end. Alison Byrne, former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, is alongside me as Eve Jones marks her guard in the middle. What are you hoping in terms of a start? Do you want to see them take a big chunk out of it early, or do you want them just to sort of break the back of it and keep wickets in hand for the first 10 overs or so?
I don't think there's any rush, to be honest with you. I think they'd be foolish to take any unnecessary chances early doors. I'd just say stay in and attack the bad ball, to be honest with you.
Here comes Gibb then. As we say, she'll need early inroads into this Lancashire innings. Starts with a relatively decent straight ball in towards the pads of Jones. She tried to make a bit of room on the back foot, but couldn't prod it out anywhere meaningful, and Sturge was there with the fielding to prevent the early run being scored. So we're underway in the Lancashire innings. As I say, they've got a very manageable chase here today, and these two scored plenty of runs between them last season. As in comes Gibb to bowl. Right arm around the wicket to the left-hander Jones. It slips down the leg side, and already one of that target of 154 has disappeared because the wide ball makes it 1 without loss for Lancashire.
Yeah, they'll be keen not to bowl too many of those.
Haven't seen the Lamb-Jones combination as much as we would have liked from a Lancashire perspective so far this season, but they're in the middle here, and Jones will get off the mark with a little push off the back foot. It'll bring her at least 2 as the chasing is on towards the cover boundary. McGacken with the slide keeps it to 2, so 3 without loss. Scored 806 runs across the 9 times they batted together last season.
Yeah, they were a fairly formidable partnership last season, weren't they, until Jones had a unfortunate injury. And when we saw, of course, the light at the end of the rainbow, we got to see the young Tilly Castovan instead, but so good to have Jones back.
Here's Gibb, round the wicket to Jones, who pushes again off the back foot, but this time doesn't make as clean a contact with it, and it bounces to Amanda Jade Wellington, who's positioned herself in the gully early on. Another indication that Hampshire need wickets, slip and gully in place in these early stages. Also have a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg, as well as the final fielder down there on the boundary at the third. Gibb attacking her run again. She delivers a ball that's defended correctly by Eve Jones, standing up nice and tall. Saw Emma Lamb hitting a few balls on the outfield. May not be feeling quite 100% yet after a couple of games out, but we were told it was fairly precautionary, the Lamb absence. So she will, I'm sure, be eyeing some runs here today.
Well, she'll want to get a starting move in that one-day England team against New Zealand as Gibb comes in.
Outside the off stump, stride forward there from Eve Jones. Left it alone though, and there was no run again as a result. Still day here in Manchester, and the Red Rose with a manageable chase today. And one you feel if these two get the team off to a good start, one they could eat away fairly quickly, but it relies on that good start, and that's what Gibb will be trying to prevent. She strides in again and delivers a ball just outside the off stump, pushed away to the right hand of McGacken. Turns with a little too much gusto over the head of the wicketkeeper Southby. 3 without loss then, the score at the end of the first over. Lancashire underway in their chase, Ali Byrne. And I suppose the first marker we'll have on our, in terms of comparing the innings, will be that 11 for 1 after 5 overs. But it's more in a small chase like this. It's all about getting to the big number, really, isn't it? It's all about getting to the 154.
Yeah, it's not how you start, it's how you finish an innings, isn't it? What you end up with. But yeah, nothing to concern either of the bats so far from what we've seen from Gibb. Perhaps a little bit short of length. I'm sure it'll be Ditani. Yeah, it's Ditani from the other end.
So she took 21 wickets in a time with Lancashire. It's very much behind the likes of Gore and Potts, who would generally open the bowling cross, of course, when she was around too. Although she had a fair few international commitments during Ditani's time here. She's going to bowl to Emma Lamb. Didn't face the ball in that first over. And we'll cut this first one away behind square on the offside. But rather than being one of those cuts where she was hitting down on the ball, she was sort of having to lean back, really, to manoeuvre it towards the backward point region. No run as a result of that. Bumblebee makes its way past our view from the Statham end. A little bit of sunshine breaking through. That'll be welcomed by those supporters at the far end. They're watching Naomi Ditani run in against the side she used to represent and the Hampshire captain.
That was a good
Runs
leave.
one through outside the off stump, but Lamb's judgment was good, as you say.
Yeah, good leave.
Dot ball recorded by the scorers as a result. Ditani into her work. But strangely enough, I mean, we were discussing this whilst we were eating our lunch, that really the absentees for Hampshire today are from a bowling perspective rather than a batting, so it's not had a lot to do with that total of 154 as Ditani bowls outside the off stump. It's cut down into the pitch and Lamb will gratefully take her first run. 4 without loss is the Lancashire score.
Yeah, good from Lamb. Left the one that was a little bit too close to really attack. Just guided one down to third. Low risk cricket at this point, which is exactly really what the situation requires.
Freya Kemp, of course, would have contributed with the bat, but obviously she would have been a bowling option too, as would have Lauren Bell and Lindsay Smith. So, if anything, Hampshire are lacking more in the bowling department than the batting today, but it hasn't gone well, having been put in. Good decision from Threlkeld at the toss.
Yeah, I think when there's cloud about and you've had a bit of rain on the ground, I think you'd be a fool to bat first, quite frankly, if you have a choice.
Give you the chasers elsewhere as well as we get in this second innings underway. This one's pushed neatly into the gap by Eve Jones. She's going to get back for 2, as she did in the previous over with a push off the back foot. This one off the front foot through the leg side and wide of mid-on, straight of mid-wicket. 6 without loss. The total moves on to 148 more required. For Yorkshire, it's a chase of 271 against Essex in their match over the Pennines. 334 is the Somerset chase. Carries Pavely making 100 again in this round of fixtures as Ditani bowls to Jones, who was correct in defence. Had to watch that one all the way, but did so. No run on offer, so Carries Pavely with back-to-back centuries in the Women's One Day Cup and at more than a run a ball in both cases. So fairly significant contributions there, and that's why Warwickshire have the total way above 1 a ball today. The Blaze, they made 240 for 8 in the end, so again some late order runs for the Blaze against Durham, and those chasers are just underway in the competition, as is this one here in Manchester, with the flick away from Eve Jones to Daisy Gibb down at long leg. Decent bit of bowling by Ditani, but just straight onto the pad. 7 without loss. The score after 2.
Yeah, it's a good steady start from Lancashire. Both players aren't trying to force the ball too much at this point. They're quite happy to place it into gaps. It was quite noticeable in the Hampshire inning that there was a lot of full-blooded drives into fielders' hands, whereas these two, perhaps more experienced players, are just pushing it around, ones and twos, into gaps, placement rather than power at this point, which is no bad thing when you're chasing a low-ish score.
Here comes Daisy Gibb. Busy run into the crease, and again delivers a ball that gets Eve Jones standing up on the back foot to defend. 7 without loss it remains. Yeah, just looking at that card for the Blaze, we're saying it was late order runs again, and it was the captain again, Kirsty Gordon. 60 not out. She dragged him to victory last week as well. Admittedly with all the Prendergast for company on that occasion.
I think Scotland will do well in this T20 competition coming up, you know. Got a good side.
Great to have you back with us for this chase on Lanks TV as Daisy Gibb bowls outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Eve Jones, who's in watchful form. Nicked off early last week in the Roses match, which she'll be a bit disappointed by. But she's got another opportunity here. Get herself a nice little knot out, potentially. That's what openers are always thinking on these little low chases, aren't they? If I can get in, I can get myself a nice little knot out today, and always helps the averages. Here comes Gibb. Running in. Short of length. Down the leg side it drifts, and that'll be a wide. 8 without loss. Second time Gibb's been penalised in that fashion.
Just looking at Rihanna Southby, she looks like she's got the most enormous gloves on, but I just think it's perhaps the contrast of the white against the navy kit, but I just like clown hands.
Yeah, both sides in navy, but it's Hampshire with the yellow flashes in the field and Lancashire with the red flashes, who are trying to pursue this total of 154 for victory. Here comes Gibb. Bowls again from the Statham end. Back goes Jones. Felt that one was a wide, I think, from her expression.
Just a tad.
Back in the direction.
However,
of,
she did chase after it and make it into a good ball. She played over it, I think.
Didn't really bounce quite as she would have expected. A little bit of a theme today. Good to have nearly 2,000 of you with us on Lanks TV. Mike Perkins and former Lancashire and Cheshire captain Alison Byrne, your commentary team here. Do make sure you hit the thumbs up button as well, because that helps people find this stream. Good to see plenty of eyes on it. Repeat of last year's final, but it's Lancashire who, as they did last year, are having the better of it again. Another wide, real wide, that one. 9 without loss. Gibb just losing her shape a bit at the crease there as she delivered that one.
It's close to being a no ball. It was quite close to the other wicket next to it, wasn't it?
Seemed like a head went to one side and everything else was then trying to overcompensate for that. Here she comes again. So it's a busy little run from Gibb, and she delivers a better ball, but in towards the pads and worked away off the front foot by Jones, who comes back for 2. Neat enough stroke in the end.
Yeah, another little well-placed shot from Jones. 2 runs.
11 without loss takes Lancashire into double figures in their pursuit of 154. And these two will want to do as much of the batting as they can. Got to get themselves in if they are to do that. Rather stopped mentioning the Hampshire County Championship score, because I think most Hampshire fans might be trying to avoid it. Glamorgan up to 535 for 7 now, as that one goes down the leg side, and it's 12 without loss. We still creep towards the end of the 3rd over, so we might leave that one there until Hampshire start making some indents into that one.
Yeah, it's a big old score, that, isn't it?
Sun shining here though for Emma Lamb and Eve Jones. And it's Jones who waits for the ball. Short of length and defended. Again around that off stump. And McGacken is in to pick up. But they can just break the spirit of Hampshire here if there are no wickets early on, and ensure that, you know, they'll have G'd themselves up, won't they, before coming out. Let's make the most of this.
Well,
they can do it to us, we can do it to them.
Exactly. They won't want to relinquish their #1 spot in the table that easily, will they?
Here's Gibb who bowls, and this one is thrashed through the offside. McGacken with a good stop keeps the scoring to 1. 13 without loss the score moves on to, but a good opening stand can quickly sort of quell that type of talk. And looking at the table, it looks as if the side that will be well placed here will be the Blaze, because they start the day on 13 points, 2 behind Hampshire. And they've got a decent total to defend in their game. Somerset also starting the day on 13 points, and Surrey had 14 up in second. Hampshire 15. Lanks down in 7th, start the day with 5, Essex with 4, Durham with 6 and Warwickshire with 7. But I think that's an indication that it is fairly wide open at the moment. And it looks with the scores as if certainly Lancashire and Warwickshire could be on for victories here, as this one is played into the offside. There's going to be a single on offer. Again, a good stop because it was firmly hit. Norgrove there with it, 14 without loss as we start the 4th over, and Emma Lamb comes back onto strike. So the Blaze could be the ones who climb to the top of the table. And then Yorkshire Essex, I guess, chase at 270, that's one that could go either way. Lamb waits, right-handed, defends, standing tall and making a point of showing the bat in the direction with which the ball went out into the offside. Datani with this new over from the Sir James Anderson end. Bouchier stood hands on hips. Looks on from slip. We've got a fielder at 3rd, backward point, cover, extra cover and mid-off, as well as 3 on the leg side, including long leg on the boundaries. This one's driven away by Emma Lamb into the offside. No great power yet though for Lamb. He's on 1. Knows that 140 from 279 won't be an issue, so she's timed to bat here and get herself in and get back to that run scoring form she had last season. 794 in this competition, made 1,130 for Lancashire across all the competitions she played for them. And this one shows why. Beautiful stroke through the offside, gets onto that front foot, leans towards the ball and then just puts the hands through it. Away it goes for 4 runs, 18 without loss, and that's the best stroke of the innings so far, Alison Byrne.
I will never get tired of watching an Emma Lamb cover drive. Beautiful.
Quick little discussion with Eve Jones, but more of that I think is the gist of it. Lamb settles once more, peers into the distance towards her former teammate Datani, who delivers a ball in towards the pads. Lamb turns it off her hip and away it goes for another single. So backing the boundary up with another run. 19 without loss as Eve Jones comes down to face the final ball of the over. 6 from it already. These are the sort of overs that Hampshire can't afford too many of in this innings. Because it's effectively worth 2, isn't it, when you're chasing 3s?
Yeah, it really is.
Eve Jones waits for Datani, bowls a ball that's full of length and driven firmly to extra cover. McGacken there with the fielding. No run is the result. 19 without loss then after 4 overs of this innings, so already past where Hampshire found themselves at the 5 over mark, and they've got a wicket in hand and 6 balls to spare. So good start for Lancashire. They've dominated this game so far and they're looking to continue to do so.
Yeah, very steady. No risk cricket at this stage. And it'll be interesting to see how the young fast bowler responds. She's not exactly been taken to task as yet, but she hasn't put either of these bats under any pressure either, so She's going to go over the wicket to Emma Lamb.
First real chance to have a go at Lamb here. Just wants a fielder at third round a few paces. Now Gibbs ready again. Ball into the right-handed Lamb, in towards the pads and slips down the leg side, 20 without loss. And it can happen on days like this, can't it, when you get a low total and you want your fast bowler to set the tone and get into the opposition, and it's almost as if they just try a bit hard and things don't quite go their way.
Well, that's inexperience as well, isn't it? Compare the opening bowlers. Lancashire were fortunate to have experience.
Here's Gibb, bowl short of length. Off the back foot goes Lamb, but with no great power, so another dot ball. Great to have around about 2,300 of you join us for this chase. Probably in the business area of this game, aren't we, at the moment? With 154 the target for Lancashire. If they can get off to a good start, that will go a long way to producing victory. And you imagine they'll do it with inside the 40 overs if they can get a good start, but if not, it could get very tricky. And this one's pushed off the back foot for no run. We mentioned how we were watching the Blaze from a distance drag themselves to a victory just because they're that sort of team that know how to win games, and that's the danger for Lancashire, isn't it? Hampshire are that sort of team that that know how to, if they can get into a game, then they know how to pull it out from virtually nowhere. But it's whether they're going to be able to get into the game with what's still a formidable Lancashire batting lineup. Here comes Gibb. Delivers again right arm over from the stadium and again slips down the leg side, 21 without loss. And I don't think that this can continue too much longer here. Alison Byrne, they might have to make an early change to the bowling.
That's a sixth wide. Fifth or sixth anyway, and we're only into the fourth over. Fifth over, I beg your pardon. So, we'll see.
Yeah, just seems to be struggling for rhythm a little bit here. Does Gibb. Oh yeah, has just produced a sixth wide. This one's driven straight towards Sturge. No run on offer, but Lamb knows she's got 2 of the 3 she needs off this over already. She can just take her time if she has to.
Every wide or no ball bowled is just, it's just like heaven for a batter who's in no rush to score, isn't it? You know.
The boundary, of course, from the previous over, that will have chalked off one of the overs they need. Here comes Gibb. Bowls from the stadium end, and gets a little bit of lift. And that's the first time that either Eve Jones or, in that case, Emma Lamb have looked uncomfortable at the crease. Roaring in came Gibb. Just got a bit of lift. It's almost as if Lamb, who was a long way down, had kind of got stuck under her own feet there.
Yeah, and that's the danger of a bowler who you can see is struggling to find their line, their length. They can still suddenly produce an absolute humdinger of a delivery like that, and you're actually not prepared for it.
That was the result. But not one without alarm. Here comes Gibb to bowl to Lamb. Will be scoreless off that delivery too, but plays it in more orderly fashion off the back foot. Nice high elbow to bring the bat through straight. So another 133 required for Lancashire. But they've made a good start here, steady start. Although a wicket to finish the 5th over could make things a little more interesting. Here's Gibb. Pacing in and will deliver. Ball that's cut away off the back foot. Norgrove's there. Pick up and prevent the run. So it would have been a maiden if it was not for the 2 wides. 21 without loss at the end of the over. That might just have bought Gibb one more at these 2, but don't think they can afford those wides too much more, Alison Byrne.
Yeah, I think she'll get another over. I don't think Tatani's signalled to her or run over to her or anything, so I think that was a good comeback actually, that over, wasn't it? So if it was me, I'd give her another one. It's the first sign that she did something to get Emma Lamb off guard, so to speak, so it's a good sign from her perspective.
Yeah, beat up well outside the off stump. It's the left arm of Tatani to the left-handed Jones, and it goes down the leg side. 22 without loss with the wide.
7 wides.
Yeah, first time Tatani's offended, but disappointing nonetheless. Good keeping from Southby though on the replay. Tumbling away. Here comes Tatani then. Adjusts her radar to the left-hander now. This one's driven out to extra cover. No run as a result. These two just taking their time. Just giving their teammates a bit of rest up there as well. It's always important.
Creating a sense of calm amongst the remaining batting lineup below us. The Lancashire dugout.
Because Lanks need this win. It's not gone to plan yet this season. Early win, but then 3 defeats, so this will give them the second win of the competition as they nudge another single into the leg side. 23 without loss, 131 more required to reach that total of 154. Steady progress for the Red Rose at the moment.
Daisy Gibb getting a well-earned drink from her teammate on the boundary there. Must be getting quite warm out there. Clouds are breaking, blue sky shining through.
They are indeed. Relatively pleasant out there now as Tatani bowls, driven nicely by Lamb, but only as far as mid-off, so there won't be a run to add to the one from the previous delivery. Another ball ticks by from the Lancashire perspective, but they've plenty to play with at the moment. Here comes Tatani again. Lamb slightly bent at the knee as she waits and goes forward. Doesn't play it where she intended. It was a defensive stroke and it ends up dribbling out behind square on the leg side, but she'll take the run nonetheless. 24 without loss.
Yep. Yeah, you just get a sense of how important this opening stance could be for Lancashire, really, because they really do need a win today.
It's strange because there's not a tension to it, is there? But it's just, if a wicket does go, as Jones plays at that one outside the off stump, it got them excited behind the wicket. Bowler wasn't as interested. It goes safely through. Will just be a dot ball, but something like that, it feels it could just bring a bit of tension into the game, because at the moment the runs aren't flowing fluidly, and we don't expect them, unless Lancashire really break the back of this chase and sort of get halfway without any wickets down or something like that. We don't expect them to flow too quickly, just because of the nature of the way the pitch has played over the last couple of weeks. As this one is bowled outside the off stump, cross strides Jones, who was probably going backwards when she could have been going forwards there. 24 without loss, so Lancashire going at a nice steady 4 and over. 130 now required from 264 balls.
They're not really having to try too hard for that run rate of 4 and over, are they? Because they're getting extra balls to play, and they've had, let's have a look at the wides, 7 wides. So, yeah. Steady, steady.
And they'll just know, won't they? Every time they get 3 and an over, they'll be like, okay, we've won that one. On to the next one, on to the next one. Just don't have to worry about it.
Over by over. Now, Tatani's deep in conversation. So I'm wondering if there is going to be a change of bowler from the Brian Statham end. Because I don't see Gibb striding to take the ball, unless she's at the other end with the ball in hand, of course.
It's Amanda Jade Wellington who's having the long chat with Detani about this. Daisy Gibb in a separate conversation with Rihanna Southby. Feels as if it may be more tactical because Gibb's got a cap off already.
Oh, she's going to have another over, okay. Wondered whether Wellington was keen to get on there. I was going to say it looked like Detani was going to try and bowl again. Oh no, you can't do that.
Well, Detani's probably feels she's had to do enough in this game so far. Captaining the side and also had to do a lot of work with the bats. Only ended up getting 29 from her 47 deliveries in 70 minutes. Was the third top scorer in the innings though, McGacken with 30 and Amanda Jade Wellington with a very useful 32 off 40 at the back end. Batting with the tail. Here comes Gibb then. Start the 7th over. And delivers a ball that's defended by the right-handed Lamb into the onside. No run.
Yeah, good from Lamb. She's making the bowler think about her length a little bit here.
Yeah, she's very deliberately standing outside that crease, or if she isn't standing outside the crease, she'll stride forward to make sure she ends up outside it.
Trying to negate any swing that might be out there.
Also maybe just trying to add a little bit of pace to a pitch that has been on the tacky side. Here's Gibb who bowls. Lamb's forward and defends that one. Had to be watchful in defence there. Was threatening the stumps, that one. But yeah, as I say, it doesn't feel tense because Lancashire feel in control at the moment. But you're just waiting for it to get going, really. At some point the runs will start coming a bit more easily, but we're not at that point yet. Here's Gibb, who will know that Lancashire struggled in their chase last week as well. That'll be giving her a faint glimmer of hope as this one is turned into the leg side for one run down to long leg. 25 without loss is the score.
Yeah, I think the Lancashire girls will be looking at the how many they need to win total rather than how many they've got, and taking encouragement from the fact that it's less than 130.
Waits again. This time the left-handed Jones is on strike and she pushes off the back foot she likes to do, but doesn't find a run on that occasion. Just into the offside. Bouchier there with the fielding. So still 129 more for victory in the sunshine. Just Gibb examining the ball here. Hasn't quite looked comfortable so far from this Statham end. Delivers another ball that has Jones standing tall to defend. From the crease, no run. Steady Lancashire progress at the moment. A meagre target of 154 is what they're after today.
It's hard to tell what the atmosphere is like down there because we don't hear it as much as we do if we go to the outground, so there could be a lot of noise going on the ground but we're not aware of, so it's difficult to tell what the mood of the players is.
Flashed away by Eve Jones into the offside. A good healthy stride into that one. Hampshire sticking to their task in the field. Norgrove the latest to make an important stop. Keeps the score into a single. Better over that one from Gibb. 26 without loss now after 7 overs of the innings.
Yeah, she'll be encouraged by that, will Gibb.
Yeah, it'll allow her to continue to go about her work.
And Jones has quietly moved into double figures. Lamb not far behind.
Yeah, it'll be sort of chase. They'll have gone about once or twice before, you would think. Maybe not in county cricket, but certainly in club cricket and that kind of thing, so they'll know how to approach the challenge as Tani approaches the wickets at the Sir James Anderson end. It's driven into the offside, no run on offer, as people in front of the old pavilion continue to look on and enjoy their day's cricket.
And for the first time, you just get a sense that Eve Jones is getting a little bit frustrated here. She played and missed at one from Titani in the earlier over. Her body language is less than happy. She's just forced that into the fielder's hands, so we'll see.
Back goes Jones, plays into the leg side this time. Again, no run available. Much as it was in the first innings for Hampshire, it's hard work batting at the moment. But the fact they've got that total of 154, that target, that aim for the day, would just ease some of the burden for these Lancashire players. Here's Titani again. To deliver left arm over the wicket. Jones is back, finds mid-on. Again, no run. Busy bit of fielding from Bex Tyson up there. She'll play her part later on, as will Amanda Jade Wellington and Hannah Hardwick, of course, in the team today. Megan Sturge might fancy a few of her leggies as well.
Be interesting to see if Amanda Jade Wellington gets any turn out of this pitch, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the wild card for Hampshire. Much as it was with the bat, actually, as down the pitch comes Eve Jones. It popped out rather alarmingly, but despite getting one or two Hampshire players excited, it didn't really cause any great alarm. Fourth dot ball the over for Titani, scored 26 without loss.
Yeah, Titani's bowling well, isn't she? She's giving very little away. She's bowling the odd ball that's moving, putting them under pressure. She's wrapped the pads without giving any real chances away. She's doing her best to make something happen here.
Delivers again. Jones with a more powerful shot into the offside. They think about a single, but scamper back to their respective ends. And there is no score off that one again. Good little stop from McGacken, who's congratulated by as many of her teammates who can get over.
Yeah, she saved at least, I'd say, 3 runs there. Not quite sure it even made it to the boundary, but 3 runs saved. Massive at this stage.
They're sticking to their task well in the field, Hampshire. It's just whether they've got enough runs on the board. You'd suspect not, as that one's flashed at by Jones and just gets fresh air. Ends with a bat over her shoulder. Swipes frustratedly at that fresh air once more. Maiden over for Titani. The 8th over of the innings, and well, that would have been a poor way for Jones to have got out, but just a sign, batting not getting any easier here. Very difficult to put your bat through the ball on this pitch, but 26 without loss. The incentive for Lancashire is the fact that the chase is manageable at 154.
Yes, it certainly is, but as I say, I just sensed that Jones was getting anxious and a bit perturbed. Flashed at another one there, got a bit lucky. I've got to change of bowler.
At this stage they won't have the 40 over mark in mind, but that's generally what you need to chase inside for the bonus point. Here comes Bex Tyson to bowl around the wicket, and that looks close. It's hit on the pad. Doesn't interest the umpire though. Slight moment of alarm for Emma Lamb on 8 there. It was a good first delivery, this one from Tyson. But just probably doing a little bit too much with the arm down the leg side.
She's bowling quite wide of the crease, wasn't she, as well, so slanting it across the right hand a little bit.
Lamb will have a look at another one and uses her feet this time, but the ball rather gets stuck under her bat, so she prods it back to the bowler. Much like Hannah Jones was used in the power play. Hampshire trying the same tactic, with 2 in short and straight on either side of the wicket. One of those, McGacken on the leg side, who comes and picks this one up off a inside edge drive.
Yeah, a little bit of a fight back here from Hampshire.
It almost feels like it's more Georgia Adams they missed today with the bat than the 3 England internationals, who obviously would be contributing with the ball at the moment, as this one's worked round the corner, but no run on offer for Lamb. But a good spell of pressure, this one from Hampshire. Will it produce reward? The experienced Lamb and Jones, who were very much the premier partnership in this competition last year, trying to negotiate things. As this one is played away around the corner again, but this time wide of the fielder and away for 4 runs. And that does break the tension.
Yeah.
30 without loss as we approach the end of the 9th over.
That's a problem when you've got a slow bowler on. That if you do drop it short, it's relatively straightforward for a very, very good bat such as these two to step inside and put it away. Still only 1 fielder out on that boundary, so they can pick their spot, really.
Yeah, once Tyson gets too far outside the leg stump, it's pretty much a free hit, because as you see in there, if they miss it, it ends up being a wide. So 2 to the total, 1 run and 1 from the outstretched arms of the umpire. 32 without loss. It's attritional cricket at the moment, it has to be said. But it's attritional cricket that Lancashire are winning, and that's what you'll no doubt be tuning into Lanks TV for in this part of the world.
Yeah, and there's a lot of Lancashire supporters spread throughout the country as well. This day and age, people, you know, move around for work and stuff, so wherever you're watching us, I hope you're enjoying it.
Jones facing up to Tyson for the first time. Back into the crease she goes, and she finds a gap on the offside out towards the cover sweeper Nancy Harmon. And it's another gratefully received single. So the tension just breaking with that boundary, then the wide ball, then the single at the end of the over, and that's why Lancashire feel in control at the moment. 33 without loss. Feels even when those little spells of dot balls build up, something will come along eventually to break it.
They
It's just a case of waiting.
Yeah, that was just a case of waiting for a bad ball, which came. I mean, every bowler will bowl the occasional bad ball. Yeah, you've got to be patient in this situation. It's difficult. I mean, if you play like Emma Lamb in particular, you know, you're used to going in and maybe being patient for a few overs and then off you go with the high scores. Steve Jones is more of an attritional player. 2s, 3s, 1s.
456 runs last season for Eve Jones at an average above 50, and she tries to just swing one away. I think she needs to put that away for a few overs up against her former teammate Tutani. Didn't connect there, just found fresh air.
Frustrated again. So un-Eve Jones-like, isn't it?
You can see what she's trying to do. She's trying to add a bit of pace to the ball, because it is a sticky wicket, but it's also fraught with risk. Second ball of the 10th over then of the Lancashire chase of 154. And
there you go.
Chip away at that with a little push behind square on the offside from Jones. That's a better shot. Just waited for that one. 34 without loss. 120 more needed for victory.
Slight delay while the umpire gets to his spot. Umpire Paul Baldwin at square leg as we speak.
A little bit of sunshine breaking through the cloud cover here in Manchester as Lamb chops away on the cut. Really had to bend the knees to get to that one. Couldn't find a run or the power that she wanted to get the 4 there as a result. Same story away towards the taller buildings in the city centre, away to the right of where we look on from the Statham end. A little bit of sunshine breaking through the cloud cover. Titani at the back of her mark again. Dearly love to have got more runs earlier today, but she'd settle for some wickets now to get a team in the game, but has to be content with a dot ball driven up to mid-on there off the bat of Emma Lamb. These two just seeing off the opening overs at the moment. No, they don't have to accelerate too much. They're in a good position in the game. But there's a danger, isn't there, of just going a little too slow and there'd be no momentum in the chase if wickets do fall.
Yeah. No panic at ease yet, though. They're still ahead of the game.
They are well ahead of it at the moment as Datani bowls in towards the pads of Lamb, who nudges into the leg side, and all of a sudden a very good Naomi Datani over has now conceded the 3 runs that Lancashire require. 36 without loss, the total moves on to. One ball left to negotiate to have got through the power play for these two. Not the sort of day though where you can go crash bang wallop in the power play and get ahead of the chase, as Bouchier picks up at backward point. Lamb was measured with the stroke though, off the front foot. 10 overs gone, 36 without loss. That compares to a score of 29 for 1 in the Hampshire innings. At that stage they were looking okay, weren't they, Hampshire, but albeit a little bit on the quiet side on the scoreboard, but it rather fell away from here from their perspective.
Yeah. It's still very well poised, this game, though. I still think it can go either way, quite frankly. As you said, the wicket doesn't seem to have improved greatly. He's got quality players here still, struggling to find their form. Not necessarily their form, their timing, really, isn't it? And we've got Tyson to continue from our end, Statham end, right, left arm over to fellow left-hander Eve Jones. And again, it's another wide. She won't be happy with that. Spinners in particular shouldn't be bowling wides.
It's just eating into the Hampshire score, isn't it, that?
Back foot punch, straight to point and straight into Point's tummy by the looks of it. She's laughing it off, thankfully. Score remains on 37. Tyson in, bit fuller, driven. That's a good straight drive. Wasn't sure the fielder was going to cut that off, but that's a beautifully timed straight drive. Straight down the ground for E. Jones. What a lovely shot. Didn't try to overhit it, let the ball come onto the bat and got full reward. Score's gone to 41.
And when you see a stroke like that, it makes you wonder what she was doing against Datani, trying to get down the pitch and create pace and throw her hands at it. Just wait for the spinner.
Yeah, she's dabbed that to mid-wicket to Datani, who's nearly overthrown, but it's backed up.
And I'm sure the same thoughts are going through Eve Jones's head, to be honest. But that was a shot of real class.
Yeah. Tyson comes in again, a bit shorter, a bit wider. Oh, and she's slashed at that one. She's lucky not to get a little feather on that to keep her Southby, because one thing's for sure, Rihanna Southby would have snaffled it. She's a very, very good keeper. Thought for a minute she was going to step further around and pull up. She's just punched, Mike, just for you. Punched it straight down to mid-on. For no run.
Tyson.
Tyson comes back in quickly. Of course, the other thing about having the spinner on is that the overs do go quickly, so you've got to keep an eye on that scoreboard if you're chasing a low total. You can't let the spinner just come in and bowl and bowl and bowl and then suddenly you're behind the run rate. But I don't think they are at this stage. 11 overs gone, 41 without loss. Run rate still just below 4. So it's on target for Lancashire at this stage.
Yeah, exactly where they want to be. 130 more required. Elsewhere, Durham 2 down, for 33 in pursuit of 2-4-1 against the Blaze. Intriguing game, that one. See how good a total that is for the Blaze. They needed 60 from their captain, Kirsty Gordon, down the list to get to that total. You've also got Somerset. They're 11 without loss at the end of the second over, chasing 337 against Warwickshire. Carys Pavley with a second successive century there. And Yorkshire 46 without loss against Essex.
And we're seeing Hannah Hardwick for the first time from the Jimmy Anderson end. And they've taken a quick single. Yeah, well judged. Well judged.
That's in pursuit of 2-7-1 to beat Essex for Yorkshire. So they've started their chase well, it's fair to say. Although Lauren Winfield-Hill will be, she's having the opposite fortunes of Carys Pavley, really. She'd had 2 ducks in a row, so she'll be glad to be 28 of 28 in that one.
Hardwick powerfully strides in. Oh, that's well wide. Southby did amazingly well to get that. That was on its way for 4 extras. Actually, it wasn't, because there was a fielder down there, but still. At least an extra run saved there from Southby.
That's nastily in front of the wicketkeeper, this one, because
yeah,
it
very good
completely
take.
missed the Lancashire did Hardwick. She's going for the wide Yorker, I think. She's lucky to land it on the pitch at all, really, because that could have been a no ball.
Lucky. And she comes again. Try again. Better line. Oof. Tell you what, this young lady's got a bit of pace, hasn't she? She's really getting that ball to come through. Now that might hold. That might be good for Lancashire once they've had a little look at her, because they can just. Eve Jones in particular should be looking for those little pushes and glides that she's so good at. But I think, yeah, she's definitely much quicker than Tatani from that end. She comes through again. Oh, yeah. Jones has just dabbed that, as I suspect she's going to use the pace of Hardwick there. Score's gone to 44.
Nice to see that single, though, actually, because it just shows the intent still there. Usually these two, we'd have seen a lot more of that in the opening overs, but because they've not needed to, they haven't. But actually, it might sort of help keep them going here in what is testing batting conditions.
Hardwick into the right-handed Lamb. She rocks back, plays it nicely down to third for a straightforward enough single by her standards. And of course, neither of these two bats, I'm pretty sure, wouldn't have faced Hardwick too much, so it will take an over or two to get used to her pace and whether she's moving it one way or the other, having a look at her hand position on the ball, see what she's trying to do.
Yeah, nice to see. Good position there from Emma Lamb. It's Jones's turn now.
Into Jones. She's played it nicely to point, no run.
Definitely looks a bit of threat about Hardwick there.
Yeah.
Kind of. Jones got down on that in plenty of time, but if she hadn't, she'd have been in trouble. So it's posing a question, isn't it, this bowling from Hardwick?
Well, they've got their 4 for this over already, so there's no panic. Played nicely off the back foot straight to the bowler for no run. The end of the 12th, 45 for no wickets down. And Lancashire moving on, lead 109 to win from this position. And the number of balls is irrelevant really, it's a lot. So 109 to win.
Yeah, that shouldn't come into the equation.
I doubt it,
today.
very much.
So the 40 over mark is somewhere that Lancashire just have half an eye on now that these two are guiding them up towards 50.
Yeah.
If they can get to, what, 51, they'll have taken a third of the Hampshire total out.
Tyson on again, she's got a cover on the leg side, deep square, deep mid-wicket. Oh, and that was well stopped from Tyson. That was going at some pace. No run. She's also got a deep, how would I describe that? Point, I suppose, forward of point. Nice straight drive for no run for Lamb.
You can tell though it is slightly frustrating, these two, just because they used to be more fluid than this, aren't they? But they know they don't have to be here.
Oh, she'll feel like she's missed out there. She couldn't get hold of the short one, so she still managed to scramble a single as the ball nurdled down to short. Fine. Do you like that? Who would have stolen that one from?
Yeah, I think was looking for something a bit more elaborate than a nurdle there. Was Lamb, but didn't connect.
No. Left-hander at Jones on strike. She's definitely nurdled that. That was a positive nurdle to square leg.
That was a good nurdle. A firm nurdle.
Indeed. It was a meant nurdle. Nurdle. Anyway, the score's ticking along to 47 after those two little shots to leg. Changing the field for Hardwick for the right-hander. Excuse me, for Tyson. Lamb moves her feet. Dresses the ball, no run.
Good sign though that she's in control there where she's moving her feet, so she can defend it if it's not quite there to be hit.
Tyson around the wicket again. Ooh. I think she lost the grip on her bat slightly there. I don't think that's quite where she meant to hit it, but anyway, no harm done, no run scored. End of the 13th over, 47, still no wicket down.
Saw Smale get out when she got going in her innings last week, sort of coming down the track and maybe going through with one where she shouldn't, so it's a good sign that Lamb was in control there. Saw the same from McCacken, I think it was, in the Hampshire innings where she tried to hit one over the top that probably wasn't quite there to do so, and ended up finding the hands of Lister up at mid-off.
Southbeat likes to have her helmet taken off the pitch by the substitute fielders, and Threlkeld kept hers on. We'll talk about that in a minute if you like. Hardwick into Jones. Another. I don't know how she got away with that one though. She's flashed at another one outside the off stump. Riding her luck a little bit now is Jones.
Again, just not there to play it, was it?
No.
But I think, again, I just think that it's the nature of the pitch they're playing on. Is there are things they think look there and then they just don't quite arrive at the time they do, or they end up being a bit late.
Again. Oh, that's a nice bounce. Oh, she's been called wide. Certainly shook Eve Jones up a little bit. She looked a bit surprised there.
You can see that they've been tight on that all day, but I mean, I sort of don't mind that.
That's what I call a good wide, of which there have been 11 so far in the innings.
If Jones stands still there, that hits her in the head, so I don't really see why it's a wide, but anyway.
Powerful bowler is hard because she tries again. And again. Jones really isn't enjoying this too much at the moment.
No, it's not her sort of pitch, is it really? She likes the ball to come on a little bit. But yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, it did hit Jones in the top of the head, but it still would have hit her. It still would have hit her. Well, right.
We won't go there.
Let's not go down there, yes. But you know what I mean? It feels a little bit harsh on the bowler there. They've got to have something in their armoury to go at the batters with.
Yeah, she's a powerfully built, strong girl, and she's putting everything into this at the moment. And it's good from Hardwick, it really is.
By the way, she has just a little look at the batter as well after she's let it go, you know, just...
Oh, yeah.
Just letting her know that she's sort of up and about.
I like the look of her as a bowler. I think shows a lot of promise. Yeah, she's dug that in, but that is quick. Yeah, that's good running. That's really good running, these two. And when you're under pressure and your partner is having a rough time of it down the other end, Lamb's done well there to call her through.
Well, I think they might have had a little chat about that, the 10 over mark, and just said to each other, look, we've done well, first 10 overs, kept it nice and steady. Right, let's push our singles here. let's just chip away at that total.
And it's hard then for the bowler to readjust left-hander, left-hander, right-hander. Into the right-hander she comes. Pulled, not got hold of at all. That's a sign that this pitch is not playing true, because if anyone can pull a ball that's pitched a bit short, it's Emma Lamb, and she really didn't time that at all. Got a bit lucky, but it's still 1 run. And that has brought the 50 up for Lancashire. And of course, it's also the 50 partnership. Comes off 83 balls. As you say, they're nearly a third of the way through of what they need.
They are indeed. Took Hampshire until, well, it was the end of it was in during the 15th over that the Hampshire 50 came up, so they're ahead on that count.
That's a much more confident shot from Eve Jones. Sliced into the covers for 1 run. And that is a good over from Hardwick. Scores moved on from 51 for no loss. Yeah, this is interesting little battles within battles going on here. I do like the battle of Eve Jones and Hardwick. That's fascinating at the moment. But yeah, I was going to say it won't be long before they're going to have to call on Amanda Jade Wellington, and as I'm thinking that, out she strides.
Yeah, as you say, it's the wild card they've still got in their back pocket, isn't it, from the Hampshire point of view, if you want to use that analogy, and they've got to get her. You know, a third of the total's gone, as we were just discussing, so
yeah.
they've got to get her into the attack, haven't they, and just see if something can happen.
And of course, she's more than used to setting her own field, and I'm convinced Tatani's just letting her set her own field. These two have a slight advantage to many, is that they would have faced a lot of Wellington over the years, I think. Franchise cricket. Of course, she played for Somerset last season and played her quite a few times over the years, so at least they know what to expect.
Yeah, probably
always
less
make
so
it easier
in
to play.
Jones's case.
Less so
I would imagine,
Jones,
but
yeah. But she would have played her against for Somerset a couple of times, I'm sure.
Yeah. But yeah, last season they definitely would have come across her.
2 dot balls to start with, as you'd expect from somebody of her calibre.
And probably the year before in the final regional.
Bit fuller. That's a lovely shot. And it's gone under the fielder, the diving fielder. It's trickling to the boundary, and that's brilliant on the boundary from captain Datani. She saved 2 there. Brilliant bit of play from the captain.
That felt a little bit messagey to the team as well, didn't it? It was kind of, I'm not going to get beat by this one because
that's typical
I want to get
of
you
her.
all going.
We've seen her throwing herself around this pitch, this stadium, many times over the last few years. That's created a change of field from Wellington slightly. She's tinkering with her field.
Yeah, really good chase, that one from Datani.
Very good. She's got a slip in. And that's why it's just avoided that first slip. Must have been close, well bowled.
I'd like to see the carry on this. Here comes the replay now. Did it make its way all the way to Boucher? Oh, it did.
No.
And that's what they need. She's standing very wide there, isn't she? And she had to come a long way to her left.
That was great from Boucher. Wellington tries again. This time it's leg side. It's just fallen short of short mid-wicket. Stay there, Emma Lamb. She set off in a panic there slightly, and Eve Jones rightly sent her back. But this is what you get from Amanda Jane Wellington. She's a very guily player.
And again, I think it's just carried to Norgrove. That's 2 and 2 balls.
Great battle. Don't worry, ladies. She's only got 9 overs left. Great stuff. Good stuff from Hampshire, this. Pegging Lancashire back slightly. 54. Still to lose a wicket at Lancashire.
But if either of those had stuck, we'd have been pretty much back dead level, wouldn't we? Because Lancashire are 54 without loss. Hampshire were 51 for 1 at this stage at the 15 over mark. So the Boucher one was probably the one at slip that you would expect to have been taken. As you say, she'd positioned herself pretty wide, deliberately so, but it meant she had a long way to go to her left, and then the follow-up one really chasing in there at mid-wicket, and Norgrove just couldn't get underneath it. But 2 lives for Emma Lamb on 18.
I don't know who's set in the field here, but it's not Naomi Tatani. Oh, it's Amanda Jane. Well, Tatani is using the experience of Amanda Jane Wellington there, who's just had a word with Hardwick and set the field. Tatani's passed the message along, presumably, and Amanda Jane has enforced it. Hardwick into Jones. It's a better shot from Jones for no run. Didn't try to hit it too hard.
But what that shows is the quality of Amanda Jade Wellington can just open this game up a little bit, so they've got to be really careful against her, because she is going to get grip and turn.
I mean, she's the type of bowler who could rip through any batting lineup. Hardwick. Oh, wide ball. Yeah. Jones tried to swat that, but it was just a little bit wide, a little bit too quick to get hold of.
99 now to win. Ticking away, but there's these 10 overs from Amanda Jade Wellington are really going to be where the game's decided, you feel, based on that first one.
Dab down to the point area. No run on offer. It's good from Hardwick. She's backing up the work previously undertaken by Wellington.
That's what you need during this spell, isn't it? You need somebody to be really tight from the other end and just not give anything away.
Just the 1 wide from this over so far. It's a better shot from Jones into the gap, to the covers for 1 run.
You could almost argue with where Hampshire find themselves that they need to be bringing that cover up and just stopping these 2 scoring, because you know, the wide, the 1, you're almost at that 3.
Yeah.
You need off the over. Lancashire, of course, will want to go quicker than that if they can, but at this stage they don't really have to.
Hardwick into the right-handed Lamb, and she rocks back in that traditional fashion. She loves this shot down to 3rd. They're going for 2. Don't think so. No. So pleased they changed their mind there. 1 run. Total creeps up to 57.
Stourbridge born is Hannah Hardwick.
I used to live in
Came
Stourbridge.
through at Worcestershire and represented the Central Sparks Regional Academy before making a Rachel Hare Flint Trophy debut, which was the previous 50 over competition.
Hardwick. She's beaten the outside edge again as Hardwick. Yeah, that was my first teaching post in Stourbridge at Hyde Park School when I was a baby teacher, which doesn't exist anymore. It's merged with another school. It's a nice town, Stourbridge. It's really nice. I enjoyed my time there.
Has produced a quick bowler in the form of Hannah Hardwick.
Haven't they, Joss? She's some prospect. That's dabbed into space from Jones into the covers again. That gap you were referring to earlier, Mike. 1 run.
It's a fool's game, isn't it, bringing the cover in, because then all of a sudden you lose 4 through there, but I don't know, it just feels that Lancashire will be able to chip away at this if the fielder is back, but as I say, it could race away if you concede 2 or 3 through there in a short space of time, and given the onus, I suppose, is on keeping things tight for Amanda Jade. Yeah, it is a little annoying, this taking the helmet off after every over.
Yeah, I think Kev Jones was talking about it in the Hampshire game, that they do take the helmet off because it's not worth the risk of giving 5 runs away. I've never seen anyone hit the helmet that's behind the wicket keeper before. Have you?
Yeah, I've seen it happen, but it's
at this level.
It's more the fact that, probably less at this level, but it's more the fact he just eats away at time, doesn't it?
Wellington. Yeah, it does actually. Anyway, another dot ball, as Lancashire need only 96 to win now.
Yeah, it sort of feels the kind of thing the umpires could just say.
Oh, it's gone a bit wider. It's gone for wide. It's how many wides? I think they could get in the full hit here, maybe not. They run 2 extras. Ooh. Don't need that at this stage. To Hampshire. 61 the score, 93 the target.
I think she saw Jones come in, tried to throw it wide for the stumping. I went a bit far there.
Nice, nicely played in the gap there. Didn't try to overhit it. Took the single, gave Lamb the strike.
I wonder if Eve Jones maybe needs to take a little bit of the leg spin, just because it will be turning back in towards her, and therefore should be less of a proposition to negotiate.
Lamb with the away swing, well, away turn at. Oh, that's a good little sweep shot over his shoulder. He's going to get 2 at least here. Well done. Just for a second, I thought she'd scoop that directly into the arms of Rana Southby.
Well, Bouchier went chasing, didn't she, expectantly, but ended up just starting her run after it down towards fine leg. Good stroke, that.
90 to win. Oh, she's giving that some flight, and if that doesn't go for full, she'll be gutted, and it has. Even the best bowlers in the world can sometimes give you a little wrapped up full toss with a bit of ribbon on. You can hit for 4, and that was the gift that Lamb received gratefully. It's taking her on to 23 is she on now? Does it say there? Yeah, I think it's 23. I'm not sure. The scoreboard's ticking over.
27 now.
27 is 25. Lamb is, sorry, and 27 Eve Jones. Sorry, got them mixed up there. Wellington's gone. She's gone to scoop again as Lamb. This time 1 run. She's obviously decided that the shot's proving fruitful. As long as you don't overplay it, Miss Lamb.
I think that's kind of what produced the slightly more tossed up ball from Amanda Jade Wellington that allowed her to advance on it and hit it for 4.
Into Jones. Lovely drive through her favourite area, the covers. 1 run. Yeah.
Much better over from Lancashire, that one.
Yep.
They were in control. Eve Jones started it off with picking up a single. There was the couple of wides as well when it was thrown wide of the crease to try and stop her advancing. Then Lamb took over, neat little sweep over her shoulder, brought some runs, and then hit the 4, and then tried the little sweep over the shoulder again. Didn't quite get it the second time, but still produced a single. Jones adding another one. Good over that. Good over from Lancashire. That's the kind of thing they just need every now and again to make sure they don't get sucked into a pattern of allowing Amanda Jade Wellington to bowl at them.
Yeah, you'd got a sense that they were going to decide there where Amanda Jade was going to bowl to by moving their feet, pulling out the sweeps and the ramps. Hardwick. Nice. Nice little dab down to 3rd. Takes a single. Score moves on to 71 without loss.
And it's that without loss, isn't it? That's sort of
Without
what's giving
loss,
Lancashire the
yeah.
control here. It's tough work batting, but these two are getting through a good chunk of it, and I suppose the halfway point will be the next one within their sights.
Oh, we're not far off that point, are we? What's half of 79? They need to be halfway. Less than that, 78.
77.
77, there you go.
Half of 154. So they're nudging
I was
their way
do you know what? I
towards
was thinking of the 158 they got against Yorkshire then. The maths was right, but the brain couldn't compute which game it was.
Either way, it's just those little singles like that last one, shuffling back in the crease.
Hardwick is still energetically forcing her way in, and that's been pulled for 1, unless she misfields. I didn't think she would. These girls are too good for that. 1 run. Takes Jones into the 30s.
And it will just start to open up for the batters if they can just keep that chipping away, keep looking solid. All of a sudden the frustration will move from them into the direction of the fielding side.
Hardwick. Short, pulled, straight to the fielder, fielding in front of the car park area for 1.
That was the first time Lamb had hit one of those poles, and it sort of looked like an Emma Lamb stroke, really.
Very short.
It still sat there to be hit rather than coming onto the bat nicely, but she connected well with that one.
So it's 4 on the boundary now for Hardwick. And that's pulled to one of them. And is she got... No, that was very well pulled by left-handed Jones for 4 runs. Takes her on to 34. Good shot. She'll feel better for that.
Real drag down there from Hardwick, wasn't it?
Yeah. Didn't seem from where we were that it was going to go, but it bounced and took off a little bit again off the pitch, didn't it, as it landed? So good shot.
She's been running in hard, but I think maybe they'll just be thinking about what to do to keep the control at this end.
Hardwick in again to left-hander. It's another repeat shot. She definitely didn't get hold of that one. She'll just pick up the one for this time, Jones. There's a case of Hardwick's trying a little bit too hard now and it's pitching it a bit short. Jones and Lamb are used to the pace of Hardwick now. I just think that she's getting a bit readable. 78, 79 for no loss at the end of that over, and another good over for Lancashire.
Well, she's been putting everything in as well, hasn't she? So I think it just caught up with her at the back end of that over there. And Lancashire have moved past the halfway point of the chase. 79 now, 75 more to win. So it almost feels as if it's, once you've tipped past that balance, as if you're kind of on the downhill towards it now.
Wellington from the Statham end, a bit wider. She overreached for that one, did Jones, but no harm done. No ball, no score. Oh, that seems to keep low. Jones had to be watchful.
Fairly tall figure, Jones, so she had to stoop down there to get to that one.
Nice shot down the ground again this time. Not quite as forceful as the last time. Just a single. Score moves on to 80.
He's a former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, Alison Byrne there. Thanks to myself, Mike Perkins. Thanks for joining us on Lanks TV. For what's looking like it will be a successful chase for Lancashire. 80 without loss. They're only just past the halfway point. So there's still cricket to be played.
Fielder did well there. She swooped in really quickly. Did the fielder at mid-wicket. Wellington in again. Swept. Knock. Oh, and that's a quick single or run. Abby Norgrove's been kept busy in that area, isn't she?
Yeah, sign the pressure's on Hampshire though.
And she's moving again. Left-hander. Interesting field placement on the offside. Too short in the covers. And that's cut. It's a point area. Misfield. They've run on the misfield and they've taken a quick single. Oh, that's gutting, isn't it? If you're a Hampshire fan.
Yeah, it's Harsh and Hardwick as well, who's been positioned in there for those last 2 singles. Just finished a spell of bowling and then the 2 batters picking her out. But that's kind of what Lamb and Jones will do on a day like this. They'll use their experience to kind of it's almost doing the grubby things really, just picking on a fielder or running a quick single or
just
making sure
margins,
you're just nudging one into the leg side for one and And that's what this sort of chase is about at the moment, and they're well in control of it at this stage. Looking elsewhere in the games being played in this competition, Durham now 50 for 5 in pursuit of the Blazers, 2 for 1 for 8, so they need another 191.
And we've just got another change of bowling, I feel, at the Jimmy Anderson end. And it's been hit over the head of the spinner. It's going to go for 4. That's Bex Tyson again. She changed ends, and it didn't provide much of a change to her look really. 'Cause first ball, change of ends, she gets hit for 4.
Well, that was a sign of intent from Eve Jones, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That she's not going to allow the spinner to bowl at her here. She may go back into a shell for a bit now, but it's just put that thought in the back of Tyson's mind.
I wonder if they're thinking about bonus points at this stage. Another run to the total. 87 for 19.2 overs.
You'd imagine they'd have to be, given
Got to be, 'cause
they're past halfway before
Still
the 20 over mark, which would be halfway to your 40 and your bonus point.
They've still got 20 overs to hit 67.
I mean, you would imagine if these two carry on, they'd be getting there around the sort of 30
I hope that that's
mark.
what's in their minds here. Let us do it. Let's you and me win this match. Again, she plays that ram shot really well though, doesn't she, over the keeper's head. Looking for 2, but it's not there. Nice shot from Lamb.
No slip there now either, so no danger from that respect as there was when playing it to Wellington. Warwickshire made 337, Somerset 57 for 2. And they're chasing the Women's One Day Cup. That's another 280 off just over 40 overs.
That was crafty from Tyson. Crafty. She saw Eve Jones backing away, pushed it through a bit quicker, I think, then.
Yeah, just sort of went and then went back and then went away, as she said, just couldn't really find a way to score.
Not bold. Tyson in again. Jones has rocked back, played it into covers again. How many times have you said that about Eve Jones over the years as well?
Yorkshire going along very nicely against Essex, 102 for 1, chasing 271. They're just in the 16th over of that, so they need 169 from 34 more overs with 9 wickets remaining.
It's the right-hander. Ooh, missed it. Good take from Southby. Lots of oohs and ahs on down on the pitch side, but to no avail. Scores moved on to 89. Good over for Lancashire. Still no wickets down. 65 to win. Says from 180 balls there. But in effect, what are we looking at if we want the bonus ball? How many balls?
Well, take 60 off it, so 120. 65 off 120.
For the bonus point, they need 65 off 120, did you say? Yeah.
So run every other ball, basically.
Yeah.
So, look, if these two don't get out, the game's not only gone from Hampshire's point of view.
Yeah.
Lancashire will do it with a good sort of 20 overs to spare, you would imagine. They'll be well inside the bonus point as well, but
nobody's counting any chickens here, by the way, everybody. If you're listening and thinking we're being very presumptuous, we're just giving you the facts.
Amanda Jade Wellington bowls, and she's hit down the ground, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. And that was a sign of intent again from Eve Jones. She did it to Bex Tyson when she came back into the attack from the Sir James Anderson end. She's now gone after Amanda Jade Wellington, and this is a sign that they don't want to let Hampshire's premier spinner bowl at them. They're going to attack this. And as I say, I think it might be a good idea if Eve Jones takes a fair bit of Amanda Jade Wellington's bowling, just because the ball is turning back into her. There's a little bit less risk. 61 more needed. Jones goes down the track again, takes her on the pad this time.
Yeah, that's one advantage Lancashire have got with having her left-handedness at the top of the order. Amanda Jade Wellington not quite effective, as effective against the lefty.
as that one's defended by Jones, out towards Bouchier at short extra cover. And the other thing that's done, we mentioned how much these two love batting together. Reminder, they averaged 89.5 in this competition together last season. Well, they've gone past that now in this partnership. Now, stumping attempt, and the finger is slowly raised.
Ooh.
And Eve Jones knows she's been undone by that one that Amanda Jade Wellington throws a bit wider. And Hampshire are on the board in the second innings of this game. 93 for 1. Eve Jones out, stumped by Rihanna Southby off the bowling of Amanda Jade Wellington. She tried that previously but thrown it too wide and ended up conceding a wide and a couple of extra runs, but she got it right that time. And Eve Jones, who we were saying maybe needed to take a bit of that Amanda Jade Wellington bowling, is out. So this will just slow Lancashire up a little bit. Smale comes to the crease. She's got to be nice and steady now. Made 72 in support of Gabby Lewis in the final last year against Hampshire. So she knows how to negotiate the challenge she'll face here, but the fact she's got to get herself in, the only jeopardy really from the Lanks perspective here is if Hampshire keep an end open. If they can do that, then there could be some real problems.
But for such a young player, I think she's what, 22, 21, Smale?
21 years of age.
21. Yeah. Oh, nearly split herself in two on that replay. Oh dear. Anyway, she's had a lot of experience with Lancashire. She's had to bat high up the order for a good few seasons now, and just seems to relish the opportunity to bat high up the order, which not every young player does.
She does. This will be a challenge though against the leg spin of Amanda Jade Wellington for the right-handed Smale. First shot's a neat little tuck up towards mid-on, no run. Kept the bat nice and straight though, which will be the key here against the spin. She doesn't want to play against it into that leg side unless it's very full. Bowl to Smale, who again is covering the ball, smothers a defensive away into the leg side. 93 for 1 then, 61 more needed from 174. Take another 60 off that and make it 114 if you want, but that would give Lancashire a 5-point victory. That's what they've got to have their eyes on here, but they've also just got to keep the wickets column in check. They don't want to make this into a game when it really shouldn't be. But a good start from Jones, who made 47 before being stumped by Southby off the bowling of Wellington, rekindling that partnership with Emma Lamb that was so successful last season, and she actually outscored Emma Lamb in that partnership today. And in comes Tyson bowling to Lamb, who's forward covering up. Brought a little bit of a yelp from the bowler, but a unsuccessful one there. Get another look at that. But yeah, 93 in the end between them. That had a chance as Tyson bowls to Lamb, who's played another one of those little scooped sweeps over her shoulder, and Lamb will be back for the second. Smale's almost able to walk the second run because she's so quick. 59 now needed.
Yeah, she is quick between the wickets, Smale.
But yeah, 93 between Lamb and Jones. I'll be pretty happy with that. Back to what they do best for Lancashire. In comes Tyson again. Bowls to Lamb, is on the reverse this time. Has got it down very fine.
Could be two here if Lamb fancies it.
She gets back for the two. Norgrove picks up and returns to the wicket keeper. But the Lancashire pair are through for another couple. 97 for 1. Clever strokes these from Lamb. Getting them down nice and fine, both the leg and the offside. Just putting a bit of pressure on the bowler, who's got a straight mid-wicket and a straight extra cover. Defended by Lamb on this occasion. Into the offside. No run as a result of that. Lamb faces up once more. Tyson bowls once more. Lamb reverses again. down, fine on the offside. She's going to come back for a second. And that takes it to 99 for 1. And 55 for victory. And Emma Lamb playing those strokes almost as, they almost feel as safe as the forward defence. She was laughing a little bit back in the direction, I think, of Amanda Jade Wellington, who'd come up from mid-off there. Now goes for the sweep shot, doesn't get much of it. I think she was after something a bit firmer and squarer there. But she'll take the one past the wicket-keeper anyway. And that will bring up the 100 for Lancashire.
Certainly will.
100 is up. They've gone about it very well so far, this chase. Largely Lamb and Jones. Lamb's still going. And she's been joined by Seren Smale, who will try and just keep Hampshire out of this game.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing about Seren Smale is that if she's in, the score rate will be high. It's just a question of how long she can stay in, quite frankly, Mike. On her day, she's a very, very dangerous player. She can turn a game around in the blink of an eye.
She'll have been frustrated last week to allow a few runs to go back in as Amanda Jade Wellington starts a new over. Down the track came Lamb, who I think would have been very disappointed to have been given LBW there, because she was a long way down the pitch. And as a result, it was never really going to be LBW. It was pretty leg-sidey as well there. As Amanda Jade Wellington bowls again, and it's flicked over the shoulder once more by Lamb. Gets another single. I had to be a bit careful because Bouchier was there at slip. It was a very costly moment though, where Amanda Jade Wellington started her spell and had Lamb dropped at slip and then dropped at short straight mid-wicket. Lancashire dropped chances themselves as well, so it's just evening things out in that respect, but it's been costly here because it's allowed Lamb to go on. As that one turns back into the pad of Smale, but it's outside leg stump, so she can form a barrier with her body if she wishes that. Here is Amanda Jade Wellington once more. Bowls a ball that's hit firmly at Norgrove, who just forms a barrier down on one knee there to stop that one going through. No run.
Yeah, she wore that one.
Here comes Amanda Jade Wellington again. Delivers a ball that has Smale cut in and she's out.
And that
looking to create a bit of room with Seren Smale. Swung her arms at it. It ran through low and the second wicket comes and Smale is out for naught. And it was an ambitious stroke on a low bouncing pitch. And it was one that has proved Seren Smale's undoing. Perhaps poor shot selection there from the 21-year-old, although she does play it and accumulate runs on a regular basis. Seren Smale out for naught, bowled by Amanda Jade Wellington, 101 for 2. And Lancashire still with a bit of work to do as Penna comes to the crease.
Not really the shot to play against the leg spinner, especially so close to the stumps, and she'll know that. Disappointing. I was looking forward to seeing Smale get a few runs today. I always enjoy watching her bat, and nobody's more disappointed in her than she is herself, to be honest. You can tell the way she's trooping off. She's not happy. Unlike Amanda Jade Wellington, who thoroughly enjoyed herself taking that wicket, didn't she?
She did indeed. And just sort of ran it on with the arm in the end. And was able, as a result, to get through the cut stroke of Seren Smale. Went back trying to get it away. Maddie Penna coming to the crease. In some ways a nice way to come into bat. There isn't too much pressure on her, although at the same time she maybe would prefer a little bit more jeopardy, but she has to keep her team in the right position here. And Jade Wellington bowls, Penna's forward defensively, and just defends out to Ella McCacken in the offside.
I mean, she's quite an experienced player. She's played for Australia A. Had a little spell over in England with Essex last year. And obviously Adelaide strikers as well, so she'll know quite a lot about Amanda Jane Wellington, won't she? So that's good from a Lancashire perspective. And from what I've seen on the YouTube videos that I've been trolling through yesterday, when the ball's hit, it stays hit.
Well, that's good news. That's good news. So you're saying we could be over in a hurry here if she gets going, with only 53 needed.
Yeah.
Equally, she could be out in a hurry, I guess, is the flip side.
I think she's Smale-esque, shall we say? Does that make sense? Is that an adjective? Well, it is now. Exciting player to watch is how I'd describe her, I think, from what I've seen.
This is going to be Megan Sturge to come on and bowl from the Sir James Anderson end. And she's cut away first ball by Emma Lamb into the offside. The cover sweeper Nancy Harmon comes in to pick up. And that is 52 left to win now for Lancashire.
So Penna's going to get a chance to survey the field, and I think she'll be relieved that she's facing Sturge rather than Wellington for the first over, at least, of her innings.
Yep, negotiated the one ball of Wellington, is now driving Sturge firmly up to mid-off and finds Amanda Jade Wellington in that position, but no run. So not yet off the mark in her Lancashire career with a bat. Did pick up a catch and a wicket out in the field, and now she is off the mark through extra cover. That's a really nice firm stroke. It's straight of Nancy Harmon at cover as well, so it allows them to jog through for 2. 50 left to win, and just 2 wickets down. Eve Jones stumped for 47, and then Seren Smale out cutting bowled for naught as Sturge bowls, and forward comes Penna again, who's resolute in defence when she gets onto that front foot and has to be.
Yeah, I like that last shot. Strong. It's only a push really, and she still managed to push it through for 2.
This time on the back foot, goes out to cover, just walks through really for the single. 49 more required for victory. 105 for 2. Lancashire in control, but they've lost a couple of wickets, so that's the only factor here that will just be playing on the mind. Emma Lamb goes to a slightly more flighted ball and ends up sweeping it away into the leg side for 1. 106 for 2, the score moves on to 26 overs to bowl. Tidy enough from Sturge, but probably nothing too much at this stage to worry about from the Lancashire perspective, with drinks due on in an over's time. Your thoughts here, Alison Byrne?
Yeah, I mean, obviously losing a couple of wickets can sometimes slow the run rate down, but it doesn't appear to have done so. Penna's come in and just looked the part from the off here, hasn't she? Solid in defence, happy to take the 2s when they're on offer. I think it's probably the ideal partner for Lamb at the moment. She seems very calm.
And it should be just a nice game really for Penna to find her feet in here. Driven back to Amanda Jade Wellington by Emma Lamb. Didn't connect cleanly with it. Won't mind too much though. She's on to 40 and progressing along nicely. As Amanda Jade Wellington bowls again to Lamb, who drives back, almost a replay of the previous ball. This one did slightly pitch, but driven firmly back, no run. Lancashire needed 48 more. They did most of the work in the field, but it's been gritty with the bat. Just that was the one that Smale ended up cutting, and Lamb played it with a straight bat off the back foot.
Exactly that.
And that's why she's still there, no run.
Exactly that. Smale does have that habit of rocking back a little bit too often, actually, I think. Because also it gets predictable when you set in a field to her as well a little bit.
Lamb sort of made herself room there, but then realised it was on her stumps and defended it. Now comes forward again and tries to drive, but as we say, it's been a sticky surface today.
Good over from
Hard
Wellington.
to hit through. Yep, no runs from it so far, still 106 for 2. Wellington at the back of her mark, floats one up to Lamb, who's again forward but not quite getting to it. Norgrove returns the ball to Wellington, who has a big smile on her face. Even in a situation like that, where her team is struggling. She enjoys her cricket. Here comes Amanda Jade Wellington once more. Throws it up to Lamb. Happy to defend. Sensible cricket from Emma Lamb. Plays out the maiden from the premier bowler in the Hampshire side to take us to drinks. 106 for 2. Lancashire in firm control. 48 to win from 150 balls. Or from 90 balls if you want. They're pretty much going along at the rate they need for that bonus point we were saying. It's sort of they've kept it at that that rate well in control as well. So they're doing well. See Eve Jones first out stumped by Southby off Wellington, but not before she'd made 47 off 76 balls and put on 93 for the first wicket with Emma Lamb. Just their third partnership of the season and their highest so far in the competition. And then Smale was out bowled by Wellington without scoring. Penrose come in and steadied the ship by getting through to drinks, and as long as she continues in that fashion, then she will be very happy. As we say, this really built on the work done in the first innings by Lancashire, with Cross and Gore taking the wickets at the top of the innings, and that has enabled Lancashire to create this dominant position at the three-quarter mark of the game. Alison Byrne.
Yeah, it is dominant, but you and I have watched Lancashire and commentated Lancashire a few years now, and we've seen one or two instances of, I'm not going to say it, but batting hasn't always been our strength. So I'm hoping that the experience we've got down in the Lancashire team today with the bats will see us through. I actually would love to see Penna and Lamb finish this job. I think it'd be great for Penna coming to a new team. She knows she's got to make an immediate impact. She's only here for 4 matches, I believe. And also it'd be great for Lamb because she hasn't had an innings of this significance really since last season. And she would like to very much be part of the England 50 over setup, and what better way of doing it by carrying your bat. So for lots of reasons it would be fantastic, and of course not least of which would it, if they got the bonus points, that would double their points for the season. So
yeah, get it back to where they would be expecting. I think starting the day on 5 points down in 8th position in the table, Lancashire. So yeah, 10 points would be a bit more like it, and it would be really tightly bunched up. We're assuming that it's probably going to be Warwickshire rather than Somerset who win that game at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have made a huge total of, or set a target of 337 thanks to Carys Pavley's efforts in that game. So they will be expecting to get things back on track there. Warwickshire as well, much like Lancashire, are getting things back on track in this game, and it'll really bunch up the table. It'll really make a lot of teams think that they're in with a chance this season. 4, of course, going to semi-finals in September, and then 2 sides in the final, and it was these 2 sides that met last year, and that's another reason why this is an important marker that Lancashire are laying down today, because you don't want any of that shine taking off what they did last season, and beating the team they beat in the final again in convincing fashion would be important. Sturge continues her work from the Sir James Anderson end. Good stop from Bouchier, who's in its short extra cover at the moment, so stop that drive off the back foot. Here comes Sturge again, and Penna goes over the leg side in emphatic and dismissive fashion.
She does hit a good ball.
Wide long on for 4 runs, and Naomi Dutani, the Hampshire captain, just had to watch that one sail over her head at short mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Brilliant stroke. It was there to be hit. It was wide outside the off stump. Penna just took it with supreme power. 110 for 2 with the 4. Waits again and makes no mistake with the defensive stroke to a little tempter there from Sturge, just throwing it up. Just checking if Penner wanted to go again. Said no thank you, not on this occasion. No run. We'll chop away on a cut and we'll pick up
I think you're going to get
a score here. She'll get back for 2, in fact. Nice little stroke behind square on the offside. Takes it down to 42 to win now. Lancashire just ticking along nicely.
Yeah. Good start from Penner.
Hampshire will know the game's up. Long way home, of course. They'll be trying to keep themselves going for the remainder of this. But they'll know their fate. Norgrove's still busy in there, though, as this one's pushed out into the offside. Picks up well.
It's a long way back to Southampton, isn't it?
Sturge bowls, driven by Penner up to mid-off. Picked up by Amanda Jade Wellington. 112 for 2. We've had 26 overs of the chase. Lancashire trying to win this and win this well. Inside the 40 over mark would give them a bonus point. They're well on course to do that.
No, I'm very surprised at this because I think Tatani's bringing herself on. Not because she didn't bowl well. Of course she did. I thought she bowled really well up at the top. But I thought Wellington might have been more of a threat.
Possibly.
But yeah, Wellington seems to be directing affairs at the moment, to be honest.
Yeah,
Wellington has seen
last
something
over was
in
a
Penner.
maiden, wasn't it, before drinks, and that I just thought with Lamb on strike they might have had another go. I think whatever they do, the game is up here for Hampshire. But
I mean, maybe it's just a question of change of bowler, change of luck. You know, sometimes that happens, doesn't it? Bowl, you know, you're thinking, oh great, Wellington's gone, I'll hit out, and you play a bad shot. You know, psychology plays a big part in cricket, doesn't it?
Here comes Datani again, captain of Hampshire. Bowls a ball that's played away into the leg side. Lamb happily accepts the single. She's on to 41, 113 for 2. Might just be a little bit of the captain as well, just a bit like with that chase down to long on earlier, just trying to show a team that, look, we might not be on course to win today, but we've got important games to play. We've come in as the table toppers. We were table toppers last season. There's a way we go about our cricket.
This will hurt Hampshire. They will not have wanted to lose to Lancashire, because I think it will sting a little bit that they lost the final of this competition to Lancashire last season.
Here comes Datani again, around the wicket, left arm. Bowls a full ball, driven to Tyson. No run as a result. I guess it's... you can never make up for these things, can you? Because there wouldn't have been a trophy at the end of this game. But it would have been just sending a message that, look, we're the bosses here.
Yeah, I think
and actually, Lancashire, having lost 3 of the first 4, they kind of had to come out with the ball, and they did come out with the ball and send a bit of a message to not just Hampshire but everyone in the competition as Penner tries to launch this one into the skies towards the long boundary. Misses it completely, no run.
I think the people sat on the boundary in the Hilton Hotel over there might have had a bit of fielding to do then. I think she was going to take the leather off that, wasn't she?
Yeah, there's a few on the balconies of the newer bit of the hotel there, watching on. And it was a big heave into the leg side, that one. In comes Datani again. It's no stranger to people trying to do that. Penner looking for the cut now, but didn't really get the foot movement going there to make contact.
Maybe Wellington does have a bit of inside knowledge about Penner. Maybe she's think Penner quite fancies the leggy. Maybe she doesn't like the left arm over stuff quite as much.
Who knows? Who knows? Either way.
Sorry, left arm round.
Datani's charging into the right-handed Penner and bowling a ball that's driven firmly up to Amanda Jade Wellington. No run. I think we're sort of very quickly seeing Penner's favoured shots. She likes to go firmly over the leg side, and she likes to cut. I think her 2 preferred options. Here comes Naomi Dutani flayed into the leg side, and there will be a single on offer. There'll be two, in fact. Pushed Bouchier out there. It was at the long side of the ground. 39 needed to win now. 115 for 2. You were talking about Heather Knight earlier.
Yes, we were. Alison
Byrne, and just how prolific she's been in domestic cricket. I'm indebted to Hypercourse, the women's cricket statistician, who has sent us a note saying in her last 20 domestic one-day innings, Heather Knight has made 13 scores of 50 or more. And in that run of games, Knight has scored 1,214 runs at an average of 80.93. Yeah. And for that, what have they done? They've sent her to an army camp.
Well, that's my point. She's already carrying, from what I'm told, a slight injury. She didn't really do much fielding when they were on the camp in South Africa. Anyway, don't want to say too much because I don't know what the methodology and the psychology and why they've done it. But
I'll get something up on it in a moment. Actually, as this one's cut away by Emma Lamb into the offside.
And they could just be sitting around a campfire drinking hot chocolate for all I know. But
there was an official description given of what they would be.
They could be in a swamp up to their neck in cold, muddy water. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know whether it's more psychological potentially.
But it's an interesting call this close to the tournament. That's all I'm saying.
Round and in comes
hello.
Sturgeon. This one's gone for 6. And we said we've seen the 2 shots of Penna. She likes to go hard over the leg side like that and cut it. Well, she's gone hard over the leg side for 6 this time. Brilliant shot. The Australian's getting on with it here and is thoroughly enjoying a bit of practice out in the middle of Old Trafford. It was a poor ball by Sturge. She tried to run it through quicker and gone short, and it was right into the arc of Penna, who has just lifted it with a straight arm jab into, well, over the boundary in the end. That's a better ball from Sturge, but Penna realises her cut's not on offer and allows the ball to pass. No run. Bort's that latest attempt to run in. Throws one up and Penna will go into the leg side again. There should be 4 more, and it is. And the total is rapidly decreasing now, 126 for 2. I think this might be the last we see of Sturge having been hit for 2 boundaries into the leg side in this over. Lancashire well on course. They need 28 more from 134 balls.
It's a bit like taking sweeties from a baby at the moment, isn't it? It's a bit too easy. And that one, I don't even think she got hold of that one fully. I sort of heard a crack of the bat as it hit the bat, and yeah. I wonder if she'd got hold of that cleanly, if that would have gone into the training nets almost. But she's certainly got some power. I think she's been sampling the shredded wheat while she's back in England.
So the official description for the 15-strong group who will be spending the weekend on this programme, according to an article on the BBC Sport website, as this one is pushed away off the back foot by Penna into a vacant cover region. Harmon out there on the rope returns it for the loss of 1 run. 27 more needed to win. 127 for 2. The programme will be focusing on decision-making, resilience and delivering high performance when the pressure is turned up, as turning into the offside is Lamb, who is back in her crease. 26 more needed for Lancashire, 128 for 2. So it doesn't necessarily have to be strenuous, that does it? It just has to be a lot of pressure on high performance situations. Quite how they'll be applying that pressure, we'll see.
When I was teaching and they sent us on courses sometimes to do team building, it just descended into frivolity half the time. And Charlotte Edwards isn't the type of person to allow frivolity with her players, I know.
No, I think she will have picked some army personnel who might not be too keen on frivolity.
But even that's quite often can be a team building. A shared experience is still a team building exercise, isn't it?
Tani bowls, it's down the leg side, good bit of wicket keeping across the stumps went south, but it'll still be a wide. 25 needed to win. I think this game is only going one way now, 8 wickets left, but we hope you've been enjoying it on Lanks TV. We do hope you'll keep joining us this season to see how the Red Rose go in defence of their title. It's been a little bit of a wobbly start, but this result will be laying down a marker. Here comes Datani, bowls a ball that is played out into the offside, 130 for 2, another 24 needed. We're just into the 29th over. Also goes on to say we are extremely lucky to be able to send our newly selected World Cup squad into one of the best high performance environments in the world. This is Claire Connor who's been attributed these quotes. I'm confident that what the players will experience and learn over the next few days, as Datani goes short into the pitch, it's played away into the leg side for another run, 23. She says, I am confident what the players will experience and learn over the next few days will be priceless when it comes to performing in some of the pressure moments that a home World Cup will undoubtedly bring. So that's the rationale from the ECB. I'm not sure we've convinced Alison Byrne.
Well, I've been on these sort of things, you know, and
not a fan.
They have got their
Datani bowls, and this one is played to Ella McAcken at short extra cover. No
their
run.
value, I suppose, but not. I don't know. Charlotte Edwards knows her players better than I do. She's a better cricket coach than I will ever be. Trust in Charlotte.
Well, that seems to be the motto this summer, doesn't it? From the ECB and all the England fans around the country. We'll see how they get on as Datani comes around the wicket, delivers a ball that's driven down the offside. Amanda Jade Wellington runs through for 1. 22 to win now of 128 balls. No danger of not getting inside the bonus point target here either. Looks things, but I mean, I guess when you look at Heather Knight with those 1,214 runs in her last 20 domestic one-day innings, you kind of think, well, what else could she learn from playing this Saturday, I guess? But she's probably not going to learn a lot else from the army camp either, as this one's chopped away on the cut. This is a nice stroke from Penna. She likes the cut, she likes the hit over the leg side. She gets 4 for a cut on this occasion. And I think Lanks have found a useful little player for what'll be another 3 games after this.
Gabby Lewis. And of course she offers a little bit of couple of extra overs of bowling if variety is required.
18 to win from 127. Of course, Meg Lanning coming in for the T20 stuff as well. She likes a cut shot from
Meg Lanning, I've heard of her.
Yeah, I've heard she likes a cut shot. Anyway, it's Penna who's playing him at the moment. Goes for a forcing shot off the back foot this time, out into the offside. We'll pick up another single. 17 to win now of 126 balls with 137 for 2 the total. Lancashire did the work in the first innings. Cross with 3, Gore with 2, Hannah Jones with 2 as well, and that has set the platform for what has been a very good performance for Lancashire. It's taking the pressure off Lamb a little bit here. She's on 45 off 70.
Yeah,
she's in danger of not getting a half century the way Penna's going about it. But Amanda Jade Wellington is going to come back on, but it feels a little bit too little too late here.
Penna's gone off like a steam train, 28 off her 23 deliveries.
It's just that moment, wasn't it, when Amanda Jade Wellington started her first spell and there was the drop at slip by Bouchier and then the next ball Norgrove at mid-wicket as this one's swatted away by Penna into the leg side. Another single, 16 to win now. 138 for 2 the score. And Jade Wellington still moving the field around a bit. Wants everyone to come around a bit squarer. Or a bit finer in the case of the backward square leg, and then a bit square in the case of the mid-wicket. Delivers again to Lamb, who hits it exactly to the fielder, backward square leg in the ring. There's no run, so some good field placement there. We saw some good field placement from Ellie Threlkeld earlier. The catches that Penna herself took, and then Potts as well. Here comes Amanda Jade Wellington again. Throws this up. Lamb goes through straight of mid-wicket, wide of mid-on, and gets a single as a result. 15 more to win. Looking very good from the Lanks perspective here, Alison. They've gone about this well. Penna's turned face up, nearly got cramped for room, but used a straight bat to play into the offside.
The expression I'd use is professional. Very professional job so far.
Sort of gutsed it out when batting was tough, and now it's looking a little easier. Always was going to get a little easier at some point this afternoon. 140 for 2 now the score with that latest single. Lamb tries to add to it here, but's unable to do so. Just advancing down the track to Wellington again. Lamb on 46 now. So one hit along the floor away from a half century if she wants to go by that route. We'll look for the sweep and may get it here. It's going down towards fine leg. The chase is on. The Hampshire fielder will get there in time. Good chase by Hardwick. They come back for a third. It takes Lamb on to 49. Applause for the running from the Lancashire players, who may have thought they would have had a little more than that to applaud, but it keeps Emma Lamb on strike on the brink of a half century. There are 11 runs to win, and barring something extraordinary, Lancashire will get there, will allow Alison Byrne to bring you what she will be hoping as a former Lancashire and Cheshire captain will be a winning Lancashire moment.
Yeah, 143 for 2 off 30 so far. The bonus point is well within their capabilities at this stage, which would be fantastic for Lancashire. We have a change of bowler from our end. Brian Statham and Daisy Gibb is coming back on, I think. Right arm quickie.
We're definitely feeling last rolls of the dice territory though here for Hampshire, don't we?
Yeah, I think so.
They'll pick themselves up, they'll dust themselves down. As I say, they came into this round of fixtures top of the table.
Into Lamb. Drives it straight for no run. Tani helps out, delivering the ball back to a young bowler. Yeah, it's a hard life being a professional cricketer, I suppose, isn't it? You come all this way, play your heart out all day, and then all the way back to Southampton. Never mind. Gibb. Oh, that's dropped. Boucher, I think. It's coming at her like a rocket, though. Lucky she didn't take the fingers with her. So 50 for Emma Lamb. It's come off 76 balls, 3 4s, no 6s today. It's not been that type of day really for 6s, but a very, very stoic innings from Emma Lamb.
Exactly what was
very
required.
Well played.
Gutsy from Lamb. Stuck in there. Poor Maya Boucher, it's not been her day. Dropped one at slip. Dropped one there at mid-wicket that was hit very hard. I got a consoling pat from Nancy Harmon coming over, saying, "Lucky mate." She also got first ball she faced from cross, lifted and took the outside edge. It's just been one of those days really for an opening bat. Sometimes it doesn't go your way.
Look at it this way, she saved 3 runs. There you go. Tell yourself that, Maya. Give in again. She's gone for a big drive and it's just bounced it straight back into the bowler's hands. Penna. It's been a good debut for Penna. Took a wicket, of course, at a time when Lancashire was searching for wickets.
Well, she's gone at more than a run of ball as I look up at the scoreboard there. 30 off 26.
30 off 26 is right, yeah. She comes again. A bit fuller. Swinging ball, and they've taken the leg by. Good running again from Lamb. Umpire gets an opportunity to show off his shapely legs. Well, they look shapely from here anyway, but I'm a long way away. So, only 9 left for victory here at the Emirates Old Trafford for Lancashire as Gibbs comes in again. A bit slower, I think. It's been pulled into the gap. Oh, she nearly took out Rose Davey there. It's square. Did she fall or did she just duck down? Oh, she's all right. She just ducked down. Just the single taken. It's a good job she's not tall. I think it would have taken her out.
Scattered a few pigeons, didn't it? But they weren't really on the line of it.
Well, the pigeons are a bit quicker than us feeble humans. Daisy Gibbs in again. She's not giving up. Good ball. Struck firmly, but again Gibbs has picked it up nicely. 146 for 2. The end of the over, 31st over. And these two going along nicely. Lamb's obviously just hit her 50, but Penna is 30 off 28 deliveries. You'd have taken that at the beginning of the day, wouldn't you, if you're Penna? A wicket and 30 runs at quick pace.
Absolutely. Question of when, not if, now for Lancashire. Hampshire hosts Somerset next, back down at Southampton, so as we say, they'll dust themselves down and go again there.
Wellington's brought herself back in. Muted appeal from Boucher at slip. Don't think she quite knew what she was appealing for, actually.
And this victory for Lancashire takes a little bit of pressure off the trip to Essex at Chelmsford now.
Oh yeah, another long journey for...
They'll want to win that against a side who look on course for defeat again today, Essex.
Amanda Jane. Defensive shot from Lamb. She's not going to throw a wicket away now. So close to victory.
Essex making 270 today against Yorkshire, but Yorkshire 154 for 3 at the moment.
Oh, she tossed one up a bit there and she tempted Lamb to go for the big shot. Nearly paid off.
So they're needing another 117 from 23.3 overs, provided they don't get too stuck there. Yorkshire should be on course for victory, although they've just lost another wicket, 154 for 4 now.
Swept by Lamb to the leg side, and she's beaten the fielder at square leg, and the ball's rolling into the concrete in the vacant gap where the party stand is normally when there's big games on. And this is painful for Hampshire now.
Yeah, it's never a nice place to be.
No.
They'll just want these 8 runs to go as quickly as possible, I think, and as I say, get back on the coach and have
2
another go at
shots away from
Southampton
victory
against Somerset.
Yeah. That's miss hit from Lamb. She's still going to get a single for it.
She thought just for a second of trying to get the number on the back of her shirt there, big 6, but thought better of it when she saw it bouncing off the turf.
I can't think what these two are discussing now. I don't know. What you're having on your sandwiches on the coach? Which services are we stopping at? It's good to see that they're still thinking about the game though. Bolt.
The other 2 games going on, Durham 105 for 6, chasing 241 for victory against the Blaze. That's another 135 in 21 overs with 4 wickets remaining. Looks unlikely, but you never know up there in the northeast for Durham. And Warwickshire, they set 337 for Somerset, who are Hampshire's next opponents. Somerset are 127 for 3. They need 210 off 27 more overs. So it looks as if Warwickshire are well on course. Yorkshire, Essex possibly in the balance, although Yorkshire have had a good start to the chase. And then it seems as if the Blaze will beat Durham. So it'll probably be them who go to the top of the table. Sorry missing out this round of fixtures, because we have 9 sides this year. Lancashire and Warwickshire will be getting their seasons back on track. And then we will see who wins out of Yorkshire and Essex, but looking like Yorkshire are well placed across the Pennines.
It's Daisy Gibb to continue with an unenviable task of trying to stop the Lancashire machine as it is at the moment, scoring 3 runs in her over. She'll want to make somebody else bowl the over where the running run was hit, I'm sure.
Yeah, It's always a sense of pride, isn't it, for bowlers to not be hit for the winning runs. It's about all they've got left to play for at this point.
Gibb firmly struck to mid-wicket for no run.
Terrific season though of women's cricket coming up on Lanks TV, so do make sure you are with us throughout it. It's been great to have so many of you with us today. And great to see what is looking like a Lanks win if they can get 3 more runs.
And she comes again, Gibb. Bit wider. Oh no, she's hold out at point, and I think that's Norgrove. He's taking the catch. He's had a busy day in the field. Oh, how annoying! How annoying is that? With 3 to win, she's hold out, but she'll get an enormous reception from her teammates and from the crowd that are here. Out for 56 runs. Emma Lamb.
Yeah, disappointing.
Very disappointing. Look, she's gutted, but listen, you did the job. You won them the match.
And she did well, actually. That's another sort of typical dismissal from what we've seen in the games over the last 2 weeks here, where the batters tried to put their hands through the ball and not managed to do it. And actually, Lamb's been very restrained today to bat for as long as she has without playing a stroke like that. I think she was just trying to find the winning shot, wasn't she?
Oh, it's chasing her wide.
She's hit her wide, yeah. Straight to
Great.
Norgrove.
Is
Good
that
catch.
Norgrove?
Good catch, yeah, it was Norgrove.
Yeah, great little fielder, isn't she? Yeah, I've been impressed with her in the field today.
Her average of 195 that she came into the game has been slightly ruined today, but she'll score plenty of runs this season. We saw enough of that, but she was just another one of those that, again, just couldn't get her hands through the ball today. It's been difficult to do.
Fittingly, Ellie Threlkeld comes in. Captain. I thought she captained the side brilliantly this morning. And I'd quite like to see her hit the winning runs, if I'm honest. Although Panna does, deserve a lot of credit. Gibb into the skipper. Nice and straight bat in response. No run.
Yeah, got an important 92 last year, didn't she, in the semi-final to get Lancashire to their contest with Hampshire that they won. And it just felt like it was like that last season. Whenever Lancashire needed somebody to come in with a bat, Threlkeld would pitch in with 92, Smale got 72 in the final, Gabby Lewis arrived as an overseas late in the season and scored runs including 141 in the final.
And has she got a little edge? She has! Oh no, Threlkeld's got another duck. 2 in a row for Ellie. I don't think she thinks she hits it. No, I don't think she does. But anyway, she's walking. There's no dissent there. It's just disappointment.
Well, thankless task for Ellie Threlkeld to come in with 3 to win. As you say, she would have really wanted to hit the winning runs. But credit to Daisy Gibb.
Second ball duck.
She's bowled a thankless over here and picked up 2 wickets. And it was a judge to just have got a little nibble on that. I don't think Threlkeld agrees, but
it's hard to tell.
It's very hard to tell from that, but clearly Threlkeld was disappointed. I think disappointed she felt that she'd not connected with it at first, and then couldn't believe it when the decision went against her. I didn't see a lot on that close-up, but there we go. It's not going to change the result. Lancashire need 3 more to win. They've got 6 wickets in hand here, but it will change the margin of victory ever so slightly. Fee Morris now, the one tasked with the challenge of getting the winning runs.
Against her former team. So it's story within a story here, Mike.
Won the county championship back in the amateur days with Hampshire.
Yep, good wicket for Gibb. That's a reward for her persistence, if nothing else.
When did you think Fee Morris is the sort of player who would have started taking her pants off?
No.
With it being this close, or do you think she's that much of a professional?
She's played for Lancashire long enough not to do
Well,
that.
yes, that's a point. Yes.
Gibbing to Morris, nice stroke for nothing. The end of Gibbs' over.
Well, Maddie Penno must be thinking, does no one want to hit the winning runs in this team? I'll have to do it myself
Do
here.
it myself over here. 151 for 4. She's going to get a chance because she'll be on strike at the start of the next over with 3 to win.
It's a fairly lengthy discussion given the
Yeah.
point we're in the game. Just the 3 to win. No danger regarding the bonus point either. That would be the 40 over mark. Lancashire have to chase the score inside of, so they're going to do that. Maddie Penner just needs to be careful against Amanda Jade Wellington, but I'm sure she'll get this done.
Yeah, and there you go. That's Maddie Penner being careful, defending the ball, straight bat. It's almost as if she could hear you, Mike. Second ball from Wellington. What is she appealing for there?
I think Amanda Jade Wellington was appealing out of hope as much as anything for a little edge, but I don't think there was one. I think the wicketkeeper was looking for the stumping just because there was a slight wobble from Penner who nearly fell out of crease.
There you go. She's not hanging around. There you go. First 6 and last 6 of the match. And that's done it. That's won the match for Lancashire here at Old Trafford. Big 6 from the incoming Australian professional player that's coming in to cover for Gabby Lewis. Story of the match, Mike, for you.
Well, 6-wicket win for Lancashire. And it was built really around the bowling of Cross with 3 wickets, Mahika Gore with 2 and Hannah Jones with another 2. But with the bat, it was about grit, wasn't it, for Lancashire? 93 put on between Emma Lamb and Eve Jones at the top of the innings. And then Maddie Penner's come in there and played a nice little innings towards the end. Gone along more than a run a ball and won it with a 6 there. 3 4s and 2 6s in the Maddie Penner innings. So she likes to go over that leg side, we've learned, and she did so to win the game there, and a really good win for Lancashire, Alison Byrne.
Yeah, as I say, it's doubled their points, and more importantly, it's given them back a little bit of momentum. I think 4 in a row would have been a massive psychological blow for them at this stage. Now it looks a lot healthier, 2 wins and 3 defeats. That's more of a balance. And it gives them something to look forward to as they travel, as you say, travel down to Essex to face them in Chelmsford. Essex struggling slightly this season, so they've got an uphill battle, I think, to face Lancashire and their bowling attack, if they bowl as well as they did today. But much needed win on a tricky, sticky wicket. Very good. Well played.
Good 6-wicket win for Lancashire there. Do make sure you rejoin us for the rest of the season on Lanks TV. Plenty more opportunities to see how Lancashire get on in this title defence. Maddie Penner will be worth watching, I would think, based on that little cameo of 36 off 32. And she's taking in the plaudits from her teammates at the end of the game here. Eve Jones earlier with 47 and Emma Lamb with the top score of 56. Thank you for joining us today on Lanks TV. We will be back with you again shortly. A 6-wicket win for Lancashire.